Chapter 12. The Sexual Selection of Man, Typical Beauty. By the sexual selection of man is meant the choice made by men and women as regards relations with the opposite sex. Mr. Darwin has shown that such selection takes place among the lower vertebrata, and judging from what we know of domesticated animals, it is much more common in the case of females than in that of males. The male, indeed, as a rule, seems to be ready to pair with any female, provided she belongs to his own species. As this probably depends upon the great strength of his sexual impulse, we may infer that in primitive times, when man had a definite pairing season, he displayed a like tendency, and that the sexual instinct, in proportion as it has become less intense, has become more discriminating. Even now woman is more particular in her choice than man, provided that the union takes place without reference to interest. A Maori proverb says, "Let a man be ever so good-looking, he will not be much sought after. But let a woman be ever so plain, men will still eagerly seek after her." With regard to the Negroes of Sogno, Marola da Sorrento states, women would have experience of their husbands before they married them, in like manner as the men were to have of them. And in this particular, I can aver that they are commonly much more obstinate or fickle than men, for I have known many instances in which the men were willing to be married, while the women held back, and either fled away or made excuses. Among the Eastern Central Africans, according to Mr. MacDonald, many cases are known of slave wives running away from free husbands, but none of slave husbands running away from free wives. In the crossings between unequal human races, the father almost always belongs to the superior race. In every case, says M. de Quatrefages, and especially in transient amours, woman refuses to lower herself. Man is less delicate. Thus, cases in which negresses form unions with the indigenous men of America are very rare. And Dr. Knott, who wrote in the middle of this century, never personally met anyone who was the offspring of a Negro man and a white woman, because of the extreme rarity of such half-breeds. In New Zealand, it sometimes happens that a European man marries a Maori woman, but Mr. Carey Nishalls never came across an instance where a European woman had married a Maori man. Even in civilized society, men are less particular in their connections than women of corresponding education, no doubt, would be, even if the rules of everyday morality were the same for both sexes. In this and the following 4 chapters, we shall deal with the instinctive feelings by which the sexes are guided in the act of selection. We have already observed that the sexual instinct is excited by artificial means, such as ornaments, mutilations, and see now, we have to consider the intrinsic characters of a human being which affect the passions of a person of the opposite sex. Mr. Darwin has shown that, among the lower vertebrata, the female commonly gives the preference to the most vigorous, defiant, and mettlesome male, a taste the origin of which is easily accounted for by the theory of natural selection. A similar instinctive appreciation of manly strength and courage is found in women, especially in the women of savage races. In a song communicated by Mr. Schoolcraft, an Indian girl gives the following description of her ideal. "My love is tall and graceful as the young pine waving on the hill, and as swift in his course as the noble stately deer. His hair is flowing, and dark as the blackbird that floats through the air, and his eyes, like the eagle S, both piercing and bright. His heart, it is fearless and great, and his arm, it is strong in the fight." A tale from Madagascar tells of a princess whose beauty fascinated all men. Many princes fought to obtain possession of her, but she refused them all and chose a lover who was young, handsome, courageous, and strong. The beautiful Atalanta gave herself to the best runner, and the hero suitors of the Finnish myths had to undergo difficult trials to prove their courage. "When a Dyak wants to marry," says Mr. Bach, "he must show himself a hero before he can gain favor with his intended. He has to secure a number of human heads by killing men of hostile tribes, and the more heads he cuts off, the greater the pride and admiration with which he is regarded by his bride. The demands of the Sakalava girls of Madagascar are less cruel. When a young man wishes to obtain a wife, his qualifications, according to Mr. Sibrey, are tested thus. Placed at a certain distance from a clever caster of the spear, he is bidden to catch between his arm and side every spear thrown by the man opposite to him. If he displays fear or fails to catch the spear, he is ignominiously rejected. But if there be no flinching and the spears are caught, he is at once proclaimed an accepted lover. It is said that a similar custom prevailed among the Baitsaleo, another Madagascar tribe. Among the Dongoloes, as we are informed by Dr. Felkin, if two men are suitors for a girl, and there is a difficulty in deciding between the rivals, the following method is adopted. The fair lady has a knife tied to each forearm, so fixed that the blade of the knife projects below the elbow. She then takes up a position on a log of wood, the young men sitting on either side with their legs closely pressed against hers. Raising her arms, the girl leans forward and slowly presses the knives into the thighs of her would-be husbands. The suitor who best undergoes this trial of endurance wins the bride, whose first duty after marriage is to dress the wounds she has herself inflicted. Speaking of the natives on the river Darling, Major T.L. Mitchell says that the possession of djinns, or wives, appears to be associated with all their ideas of fighting. While, on the other hand, the djinns have it in their power on such occasions to evince that universal characteristic of the fair, a partiality for the brave. Thus it is that, after a battle, they do not always follow their fugitive husbands from the field, but frequently go over as a matter of course to the victors. We may infer that women's instinctive inclination to strong and courageous men is due to natural selection in two ways. A strong man is not only father of strong children, but he is also better able than a weak man to protect his offspring. The female instinct is especially well marked at the lower stages of civilization, because bodily vigor is then of most importance in the struggle for existence. The same principle explains the attraction which health in a woman has for men. In civilized society, infirmity and sickliness are not always a serious hindrance to love, but in a savage state, says Alexander V. Humboldt, nothing can induce a man to unite himself to a deformed woman or one who is very unhealthy. The ancient Greeks conceived Eros as an extremely handsome youth, and Aphrodite was the goddess of beauty as well as of love. So closely are these two ideas, love and beauty, connected. This connection is not peculiar to the civilized mind. In Tahiti, Cook saw several instances where women preferred personal beauty to interest. The Negroes of the West African coast, according to Mr. Winwood Reade, often discuss the beauty of their women. And among the cannibal savages of northern Queensland, described by Herr Lumholtz, the women take much notice of a man's face, especially of the part about the eyes. But, although in every country, in every race, beauty stimulates passion, the ideas of what constitutes beauty vary indefinitely. As Hume says, beauty is no quality in things themselves. It exists merely in the mind which contemplates them, and each mind perceives a different beauty. A flat, retreating brow seems to white men to spoil what would otherwise be a pretty face. But the Chinook ideal of facial beauty, says Mr. Bancroft, is a straight line from the end of the nose to the crown of the head. A little snub nose may embitter the life of a European girl, but the Australian natives laugh at the sharp noses of Europeans and call them in their language tomahawk noses, much preferring their own style of flat, broad noses. The Tahitians frequently said to Mr. Williams, "What a pity it is that English mothers pull the children's noses so much and make them so frightfully long. We admire white teeth and rosy cheeks." But a servant of the King of Cochin China spoke with contempt of the wife of the English ambassador, because she had white teeth like a dog and a rosy color like that of potato flowers. In the northern parts of the Chinese Empire, according to Pallas, those women are preferred who are of the Manchu type, that is, who have a broad face, high cheekbones, very broad noses, and enormous ears. And the South American Yuapeis consider a swollen calf one of the chief attractions a young lady can possess, the result being that girls wear a tight garter below the knee from infancy. Even among the Aryan peoples, the standard of beauty varies. To an honest Fleming, who has never studied design, says M. Baumett, the forms of Rubens's women are the most beautiful in the world. Let not us, who admire slenderness of form above everything else, and to whom the figures even of Raphael's women appear rather massive, be too ready to laugh at him. If we were to consider the matter closely, it would appear that each individual, and, consequently, each nation, has a separate idea of beauty. What human characteristics are considered beautiful, and how has beauty come to influence the sexual selection of man? In trying to answer these questions, we shall note only such characteristics as are held to be beautiful by considerable groups of men, apart from individual differences of taste. And we shall confine ourselves to physical beauty, as presenting itself in bodily forms and the color of the skin. Mr. Spencer maintains that mental and facial perfection are fundamentally connected, and that the aspects which please us are the outward correlatives of inward perfections, while the aspects which displease us are the outward correlatives of inward imperfections. But Mr. Spencer evidently looks upon beauty, or facial perfection, as something real in the sense in which mental qualities are real, an opinion with which it is difficult to agree. The lateral jutting out of the cheekbones, which seems to him an index of imperfection, is admired by many of the lower races. The full development of those visible properties which are essential to the human organism is universally recognized as indispensable to perfect beauty, natural deformity, the unsymmetrical shape of the body, apparent traces of disease, and c. being regarded by every race as unfavorable to personal appearance. We distinguish between masculine and feminine beauty, and in spite of racial differences, the ideas of what constitute these forms of beauty are fundamentally the same throughout the world. To be really handsome, a person must approach the ideal type of his or her sex. The male organism is remarkable for the development of the muscular system, the female for that of fatty elements, and conspicuous muscles are everywhere considered to improve the appearance of a man, rounded forms that of a woman. According to V. Humboldt, the natives of Guyana, to express the beauty of a woman, say that she is fat and has a narrow forehead. A traveler found that a Kyrgyz's estimate of female beauty was regulated by the amount of fat, for even when dilating on the beauties of his favorite wife, he laid the greatest stress on her embonpoint. The Kaffirs and Hottentots are charmed by their women's long and pendant breasts, which, in certain tribes, assume such monstrous dimensions that the usual way of giving suck, when the child is carried on the back, is by throwing the breast over the shoulder. Mr. Reed tells us that, among the Mpongwe of Gabon, even very young girls strive to emulate the pendant beauties of their seniors. The Makalalo women, according to Dr. Livingstone, make themselves fat and pretty by drinking a peculiar drink called boyaloa. And among the Charsa, a Moorish tribe in the Western Sahara, the women take immense quantities of milk and butter to make themselves more attractive. Such exaggerations, however repugnant to a more refined taste, indicate a general tendency in men's notions of female beauty. Among Europeans, men are on an average 2 or 3 inches taller than women and have a greater breadth of shoulder. A high-built and broad-shouldered figure is also regarded as an ideal of manly beauty, whereas women who are very tall or broad are apt to be rather awkward. A woman's face is shorter, her mouth less broad, her nose less prominent, her neck longer, her pelvis wider, her waist narrower than a man's, and her fingers are more slender and pointed, her hands and feet smaller. The halving line of a woman's body is lower than that of a man's, so that her steps are shorter and lighter. As a matter of fact, a long face, a broad mouth, and large hands and feet are much more objectionable in a woman than in a man. Women have a special liking for low-bodied dresses, which display the full length of the neck, and by means of a corset, they make the waist narrower than it is by nature. There is thus an ideal of beauty which, no doubt, may be said to be common to the whole human race. But this ideal is merely an abstraction which can never be realized. General similarities in taste are accompanied by specific differences. Though everyone admits that a face without a nose is ugly, no particular form of the nose is universally admired, and races which regard a swelling bosom as Essen, teal to feminine beauty differ widely from the Hottentots as to the charm of pendant breasts. Every race has, indeed, its own standard of beauty. Alexander von Humboldt long ago observed, "Nations attach the idea of beauty to everything which particularly characterizes their own physical conformation, their natural physiognomy." Thence it results that, if nature have bestowed very little beard, a narrow forehead, or a brownish-red skin, every individual thinks himself beautiful in proportion as his body is destitute of hair, his head flattened, his skin more covered with anato, or chica, or some other coppery red color. This view has been adopted by several later writers, but as it has been disputed by others, it may be well to bring together some fresh evidence, as an addition to that collected by Mr. Darwin. The Sinhalese, says Dr. Davy, who are great connoisseurs of the charms of the sex, and have books on the subject and rules to aid the judgment, would not allow a woman to be perfectly beautiful unless she had the following characteristics. Her hair should be voluminous like the tail of the peacock, long, reaching to the knees, and terminating in graceful curls. Her nose should be like the bill of the hawk, and lips bright and red, like coral on the young leaf of the iron tree. Her neck should be large and round, her chest capacious, her breasts firm and conical like the yellow coconut, and her waist small, almost small enough to be clasped by the hand. Her lips should be wide, her limbs tapering, the soles of her feet without any hollow, and the surface of her body in general, soft, delicate, smooth, and rounded without the asperities of projecting bones and sinews. Dr. Davy adds, the preceding is the most general external character that can be given of the Sinhalese. The women of the Indo-European race are remarkable for the length of their hair. Dan's nose contraise, Isidore Geoffrey observes, ces développements ajoutent à la beauté des femmes. Dan's daughters pays, si on les y observate, ils passeront presque pour de légers vices de confirmation. A small round face, says Castrain, full rosy red cheeks and lips, white forehead, black tresses, and small dark eyes are marks of a Sam-Ed beauty. Thus, in a Sam-Edian song, a girl is praised for her small eyes, her broad face, and its rosy color. These, as we know, are the typical characteristics of the Samoyeds. As to the Tartar women, who generally have far less prominent noses than we in Europe are accustomed to see, Father de Rubruquis states, the less their noses, the handsomer they are esteemed. In Fiji, the remarkably broad occiput, peculiar to its people, is looked upon as a mark of beauty. Among the Egyptians, Mr. Lane scarcely ever saw corpulent persons, and, unlike many other African peoples, they do not admire very fat women. In his love songs, the Egyptian commonly describes the object of his affections as of slender figure and small waist. The Negroes, says V. Humboldt, give the preference to the thickest and most prominent lips, the Kalmucks to turned-up noses, and the Greeks, in the statues of heroes, raise the facial line from 85 degrees to 100 degrees beyond nature. The Aztecs, who never disfigure the heads of their children, represent their principal divinities, as their hieroglyphical manuscripts prove, with a head much more flattened than any I have ever seen among the Caribs. The fashion, prevalent among many peoples, of transforming parts of the body, affords a good illustration of their ideas about personal beauty. The Indians of North America, who have a low and flat forehead, often exaggerate this natural peculiarity by an artificial flattening of the forehead. In Tahiti, Samoa, and other islands of the Pacific Ocean, it has been customary from time immemorial to flatten the occipits and to press the noses of the infants, as Professor Jurland observes, in order to increase a national characteristic which is considered beautiful. The same practice occurs in Sumatra, and Marston could learn no other reason for it, but that it was an improvement of beauty in the estimation of the natives. Among the Ovambo of South Africa, the fashion is quite different. With the exception of the crown, which is always left untouched, says Anderson, the men often shave the head, which has the effect of magnifying the natural prominence of the hinder parts of it. Among the Chinese, small feet are considered a woman's chief attraction, hence the feet of girls are pressed from early childhood. Now we know from the measurements made by Scherzer and Schwarz that Chinese women have by nature unusually small feet, a peculiarity which has always distinguished them from their Tartar neighbors. And, as a matter of fact, the Manchu Tartars, who at present rule the Chinese Empire, never press the feet of their daughters. Each race considers its own color preferable to every other. The North American Indians admire a tawny hide, and the Chinese dislike the white skin of the Europeans. Some young New Zealanders, who themselves were lightly copper-colored, were greatly amused at the dark tint of an Australian and laughed at him for being so ugly. Barrington tells us, on the other hand, of an Australian woman who, having had a child by a white man, smoked it and rubbed it with oil to give it a darker color. The Hovas, who are probably, as a rule, the lightest people in Madagascar, often put a spot of dark color on the cheeks, in order to heighten the effect of their fair complexion, of which they are very proud. Among the Malays, according to Mr. Crawford, the standard of perfection in color is virgin gold, and, as a European lover compares the bosom of his mistress to the whiteness of snow, the East Insular lover compares that of his to the yellowness of the precious metal. The object of the painting of the body, so commonly practiced among savages, seems sometimes to be to exaggerate the natural color of the skin. Von Humboldt believes that this is the reason why the American Indians paint themselves with red ochre and earth. The natives of Tana, who have the color of an old copper coin, usually dye their bodies a few shades darker, whilst the Bornaby Islanders, who have a light copper-colored complexion, anoint their bodies with turmeric in order to give themselves a whiter appearance. The Javanese, when in full dress, smear themselves with a yellow cosmetic. And speaking of the people of a place in Maabar, Coromandel Coast, Marco Polo says, "The children that are born here are black enough, but the blacker they be the more they are thought of. Wherefore from the day of their birth their parents do rub them every week with oil of sesame, so that they become as black as devils. Moreover, they make their gods black and their devils white, and the images of their saints they do paint black all over." The question, what characteristics of the human form are deemed beautiful, may now be answered. Men find beauty in the full development of the visible characteristics belonging to the human organism in general, of those peculiar to the sex, of those peculiar to the race. We have next to consider the connection of love and beauty. That this connection does not depend upon the aesthetic pleasure excited by beauty is obvious from the fact that the intrinsic character of an aesthetic feeling is disinterestedness, whereas the intrinsic character of love is the very reverse. So far as beauty implies the full development of characteristics essential to the human organism, or to either of the sexes, the preference given to it follows from the instinctive inclination to healthiness, already mentioned, and needs no further discussion. The question is to explain the stimulating influence of racial perfection. In barbarous nations, says V. Humboldt, there is a physiognomy peculiar to the tribe or horde rather than to any individual. When we compare our domestic animals with those which inhabit our forests, we make the same observation. The accuracy of this statement has been confirmed by later writers, and we may say with M. Godrin, say, "Audred hui un fait parfaitement acquise à la science, que plus un pupil si rapproche de l'aide et de nature, plus les hommes qui le composent si ressemblant entre eux." This likeness does not refer to the physiognomy only, but to the body as a whole. The variations of stature, for instance, are known to be least considerable among the peoples least advanced in civilization. It cannot be doubted that this greater similarity is due partly to the greater uniformity of the conditions of life to which uncivilized peoples are subject. According to Villermé and Quetelet, an inequality of stature is observed not only between the inhabitants of towns on the one hand and those of the country on the other, but also in the interior of towns between individuals of different professions. There is, however, another factor, which is, I think, of still greater importance. The deviations from the national type, which occur sporadically, have been considered the result of disease and can, as Professor Waits observes, but rarely become permanent, as the national type is always that which harmonizes with the soil and the climate, and the external relations in which the respective peoples live. We must assume that a certain kind of constitution is best suited for certain conditions of life, and that every considerable deviation from this must perish in the struggle for existence in a state in which natural selection is constantly at work and physical qualities are of the first importance. We know from Isidore Geoffroy's investigations that persons who deviate much, with regard to the length of body, from the common standard, they may be dwarfs or giants, are, as a rule, abnormal in other respects also, being deficient in intelligence as well as in the power of reproduction, and being especially liable to premature death. Sir W. Lawrence, too, remarks that the strength of men who have considerably exceeded the ordinary standard has by no means corresponded to their size, and that there are very few instances of what we can deem healthy, well-made men, with all the proper attributes of the race, much below the general standard. If among civilized peoples, such deviations indicate some disturbance of the vital functions, and, as a consequence, are unfavorable to existence, this must be even more the case with savage tribes, all the members of which are subject to nearly the same conditions of life. Abnormal characteristics may sometimes flourish in a highly civilized society, but they are doomed to perish in communities among whom the struggle for existence is far more severe. It may at first sight seem strange that all the characteristics, however slight, in which the various races of men differ from each other, should harmonize with particular conditions of life to the exclusion of others. But it must be remembered that, if we had fuller knowledge, characteristics which seem to us useless or even hurtful might be seen to be useful. We know the utility of some special characteristics, and that of others may, at least provisionally, be assumed. It is certain that the physiological functions of most persons who quit their native land and settle in a wholly different region must undergo a considerable change if the new conditions are not to have injurious effects. Moreover, many bodily structures are so intimately related that when one part varies, others vary also, though in most instances, we are quite unable to assign any reason why this should be the case. Savage men are generally distinguished for relatively large jaws, which, no doubt, are of use in a state of nature, where food is often hard and tough, where the jaws have to perform the functions of knife and fork, and where the teeth occasionally serve as implements. This racial peculiarity, being in fact only a mark of low civilization, is thus easily accounted for by the law of natural selection. The less man, with advancing civilization, was in want of large and strong jaws, the greater was the chance for individuals born with smaller jaws to survive. Hence, a race with comparatively small jaws gradually arose. Indeed, Professor Virchow has shown that the prognathous type of face is inconsistent with the full development of the brain. Another peculiarity which characterizes the lower races of men is the lateral jutting out of the cheekbones. But, as Mr. Spencer observes, this excessive size of the cheekbones is only an accompaniment of large jaws. Other peculiarities of feature: depression of the bridge of the nose, forward opening of the nostrils, widespread eye, and a long and large mouth, constantly coexist with large and protuberant jaws and great cheekbones, alike in uncivilized races and in the young of civilized races. Hence, we cannot believe that the connection is merely accidental. Professor Schaffhausen has noticed that many peculiarities of the skull are coincident with arrested cerebral development and correlated to each other. The characters observed in the skulls of the lower races, namely, a narrow and low frontal bone, a short sagittal suture, a low temporal squama, a short occipital squama, the upper margin of which forms a flat arch, are therefore to be considered as approximations to the animal form, and they stand to each other in organic connection. It seems as if stature and muscular force were in some way connected with the dolichocephalic and the brachycephalic forms of the skull, for Welker found that short men and short races incline more to the latter, tall men and tall races to the former. Again, according to Fick, the muscles exercise a remarkable influence on the form of the bones in general, and particularly upon some cranial bones. The process of acclimatization affords opportunities for the study of the connection between organic structures and functions on the one hand and surrounding nature on the other. At present, however, our knowledge of the subject is exceedingly scanty. It has been asserted that the curly hair of the European becomes straight in America, like the hair of an Indian, that in North America, as in New South Wales, children of European parents are apt to become tall and lean, whilst there is a tendency among European colonists at the Cape to grow fat, which reminds us of the steatopygy of the native women. Almost all that we know with certainty is that, in the process of acclimatization, man has to undergo a change, and that this change is often too great to be endurable. As Dr. Felkin observes, Europeans are almost incapable of forming colonies in the tropics, and, with few exceptions, they have been unable to rear a sound progeny there in marriage with white women. Colonel Haddon, who has spent 16 years in India, informs me that it is a prevalent opinion among British officers in that country that an English regiment of 1,000 men would, within 13 years, from climate, disease, or other casualties, almost wholly die out. This statement well agrees with Professor Sprenger, S., that a regiment consisting of 800 men loses within 10 years more than 700. It is also, according to Colonel Haddon, a common report that of a third generation of pure Europeans in India, children only are, occasionally, met with, and that they never reach the age of puberty. English parents, as a rule, send their children to Europe when 5 or 6 years old, as otherwise they would succumb. According to Mr. Squeer, it is the concurrent testimony of all intelligent and observing men in Central America that the pure whites are there not only relatively, but absolutely decreasing in numbers, whilst the pure Indians are rapidly increasing, and the Ladinos more and more approximating to the aboriginal type. the color of the skin is justly considered one of the chief characteristics of race. Now it is quite impossible to assign any definite reason why one race is white, another black, brown, or yellow. Nobody has yet been able to prove that the color of the skin is of any direct use to man, and it certainly is not the immediate result of long exposure to a certain climate. But we know that there exists an intimate connection between the color of the skin and bodily constitution. Les colorations diverses, says M. Godrin, qui distinguent les différentes variétés de l'espèce humaine tenant beaucoup moins aux agents physiques, quoique phénomènes les plus intimes de l'organisation, qui dans l'aide et actuelle de la science, nous échappent et restaurant peut-être taugers couverts d'un voile impénétrable. Thus the alteration in the customary physiological functions, called acclimatization, seems often to be connected with some change of color, not directly depending upon the influence of the sun. Dr. Mayer observed that a European at the tropics loses his rosy complexion, the difference in color between arterial and venous blood being strikingly diminished on account of the smaller absorption of oxygen, which results from the feebler process of combustion. According to Dr. Tyler, it is asserted that the pure Negro in the United States has undergone a change which has left him a shade lighter in complexion, whilst a long medical experience at New Orleans showed Dr. Vissinier that the blood of the American Negro has lost the excess of plasticity which it possessed in Africa. A Negro boy brought to Germany by Gerhard Rolfs changed his color after a residence of 2 years, from deep black to light brown. Klinkosh mentions the case of a Negro who lost his blackness and became yellow, and Caldani declares that a Negro, who was a shoemaker at Venice, was black when brought, during infancy, to that city, but became gradually lighter, and had the hue of a person suffering from a slight jaundice. In the Philosophical Transactions, there is even a record of a Negro who became as white as a European. On the other hand, we are told of an English gentleman Macnaghten by name, who long lived the life of a native in the jungle of southern India, and acquired, even on the clothed portions of his body, a skin as brown as that of a Brahmin. These statements, if true, certainly refer to exceedingly exceptional cases, but their accuracy cannot be a priori denied. We know that certain organisms are much better able than others to undergo the change which constitutes acclimatization, and we have no positive reason to doubt that this power may, in abnormal cases, be extraordinarily great. At any rate, it is beyond doubt that a close connection exists between the color of the skin and the physiological functions of the body, on the one hand, and between these and the conditions of life on the other. Disease is commonly accompanied by a change of color. Mr. Wallace observes that, in many islands of the Malay archipelago, species of widely different genera of butterflies differ in precisely the same way as to color or form from allied species in other islands. The same thing occurs to a less degree in other parts of the world also. And Agassiz has pointed out that, in Asia and Africa, the large apes and the human races have the same color of the skin. We may thus take for granted that racial peculiarities stand in some connection with the external circumstances in which the various races live. It may perhaps be objected that we meet with native tribes of various types on the same degree of latitude and under the same climatic conditions. But we must remember that it is often impossible to decide whether the conditions of life are exactly the same. That intermixture of blood has caused a great confusion of racial types, and that all peoples have arrived at their present localities after more or less extensive migrations. We may be sure that some characters have been preserved from earlier times when the race lived in other circumstances, and that the higher its degree of civilization, the less likely it would be to lose the stamp impressed upon it. It is, however, exceedingly doubtful whether racial differences are so directly the result of external influences as anthropologists generally believe. That is, whether they are the inherited effects of conditions of life to which previous generations have been subject. Professor Weissman, as is well known, thinks that acquired characters are not transmitted from parent to offspring. It has never been proved, he says, that acquired characters are transmitted, and it has never been demonstrated that, without the aid of such transmission, the evolution of the organic world becomes unintelligible. Man has from time immemorial mutilated his body in various ways, and there is not a single well-founded case of these mutilations having been inherited by the offspring. The children of accomplished pianists do not inherit the art of playing the piano. Facts show that children of highly civilized nations have no trace of a language when they have grown up in a wild condition and in complete isolation. Change in color influenced by sun and air is obviously temporary. The children of the husbandman or of the sailor are just as fair as those of the most delicate and pale inhabitant of a city. And although the Moors, who have lived in Africa since the 7th century, are generally in mature life very sunburnt, their children are as white as those born in Europe, and restent blancs tout leur vie, quand leurs travaux ni les exposent pas aux ardeurs du soleil. Such facts are certainly not in favor of the prevalent theory that the differences of race are due to direct adaptation. Whether Professor Weissman's theory proves to be well-founded or not, we manifestly cannot assume that the heredity of acquired characters suffices to explain the origin of the human races. It seems most probable that, at the very earliest stages of human evolution, mankind was restricted to a comparatively small area and was then homogeneous, as every animal and vegetable species is under similar conditions. In the struggle for existence, the intellectual faculties of man were developed, and before the breaking away of isolated groups, he may have invented the art of making fire and of fabricating the simplest implements and weapons. This mental superiority made it possible for man to disperse, enabling him to exist even under conditions somewhat different from those to which he was originally adapted. His organism had to undergo certain changes, but we are not aware that these modifications were transmitted to descendants. All that we know is that the children born were not exactly like each other, and that those who happened to vary most in accordance with the new conditions of life as a rule survived, and became the ancestors of following generations. The congenital characters which enabled them to survive were of course transmitted to their offspring, and thus, through natural selection, races would gradually arise, the members of each of which would have as hereditary dispositions the same peculiarities as those which, to a certain extent, may be acquired through acclimatization, but then only for the individual himself, not for his descendants. We can thus understand how the children of a Negro are black, even if they are born in Europe, as the black color is the correlative of certain physiological processes favorable to existence in the country of their race. They survive, whilst the children of Europeans who have emigrated to the tropics are carried off in great numbers, even though their parents have succeeded in undergoing the functional modifications which accompanied the change of abode. This explanation of racial differences seems the more acceptable when we take into consideration the immense period which has elapsed since man began to spread over the earth, and the slow and gradual change of abodes. He was not at once moved from the tropics to the polar zones, or from the polar zones to the tropics, but had to undergo an indefinitely long chain of adaptive processes. Thus were gradually established such radical differences as those which distinguish a European from a Negro, an Australian from a redskin. We have now found an answer to our question, why man, in the choice of mate, gives the preference to the best representatives of his race. The full development of racial characters indicates health, a deviation from them indicates disease. Physical beauty is thus in every respect the outward manifestation of physical perfection or healthiness, and the development of the instinct which prefers beauty to ugliness is evidently within the power of natural selection. This explanation of the connection between love and beauty, as also of the origin of the races of men, is very different from that given by Mr. Darwin. The men of each race, he says, prefer what they are accustomed to. They cannot endure any great change, but they like variety and admire each characteristic carried to a moderate extreme. As the great anatomist Bichat long ago said, if everyone were cast in the same mold, there would be no such thing as beauty. If all our women were to become as beautiful as the Venus de Medici, we should for a time be charmed. But we should soon wish for variety. And as soon as we had obtained variety, we should wish to see certain characters a little exaggerated beyond the then existing common standard. In the fashions of our own dress, says Mr. Darwin, we see exactly the same principle and the same desire to carry every point to an extreme. Man prefers, to a certain extent, what he is accustomed to see. Thus the Maoris, who are in the habit of dyeing their lips blue, consider it a reproach to a woman to have red lips, and we ourselves dislike, on the whole, any great deviation from the leading fashions. But on the other hand, man wants variety. Now in one, now in another way, he changes his dress in order to attract attention or to charm. The fashions of savages are certainly more permanent than ours, but the extreme diversity of ornaments with which many uncivilized peoples bedeck themselves shows their emulation to make themselves attractive by means of new enticements. Each of the Autanatas, New Guinea, says Mr. Earle, seemed desirous of ornamenting himself in some way different from his neighbor. And, with regard to the Pacific Islanders, Mr. John Williams remarks that the inhabitants of almost every group have their peculiar ideas as to what constitutes an addition to beauty. But it is impossible to believe that the different races' ideal of personal beauty are in any way connected with this capriciousness of taste. Were this the case, as Mr. Darwin suggests, the men of each race would admire variations and piquant peculiarities in the appearance of their women, and not only each characteristic point, carried to a moderate extreme. According to Mr. Darwin, racial differences are due to the different standards of beauty, whereas, according to the theory here indicated, the different standards of beauty are due to racial differences. Let us suppose, says Mr. Darwin, the members of a tribe, practicing some form of marriage, to spread over an unoccupied continent, they would soon split up into distinct hordes, separated from each other by various barriers and still more effectually by the incessant wars between all barbarous nations. The hordes would thus be exposed to slightly different conditions and habits of life, and would sooner or later come to differ in some small degree. As soon as this occurred, each isolated tribe would form for itself a slightly different standard of beauty, and then unconscious selection would come into action through the more powerful and leading men preferring certain women to others. Thus the differences between the tribes, at first very slight, would gradually and inevitably be more or less increased. This theory, that racial differences are due to sexual selection, obviously presupposes either that the human organism is alike well fitted to any climate and natural conditions, or that no correlation exists between the visible parts of the body and its functions. Otherwise, of course, little effect could be produced through the preference given to certain individuals. For in a savage state, where celibacy is an exception, those men and women whose constitution was best suited to the conditions of life would, in any case, in the end, determine the racial type. It is also difficult to see how those slight variations from the original human type, which, according to Mr. Darwin, characterized the distinct hordes or tribes into which mankind was split up, could have developed into such enormous differences as we find in the color of the skin of, for example, a Negro and a European, only through the selection of the best representatives of these tribal peculiarities, these slight variations. Finally, it seems doubtful whether Mr. Darwin would have ascribed racial differences in color to the influence of sexual selection, had he considered the important fact, already mentioned, that the larger apes have the same color of the skin as the human races living in the same country. Mr. Darwin also thinks that the differences in external appearance between man and the lower animals are, to a certain extent, due to sexual selection. The chief character of the human race which he proposes to account for in this way is the general hairlessness of the body. No one supposes, he says, that the nakedness of the skin is any direct advantage to man. His body, therefore, cannot have been divested of hair through natural selection. It is curious that the hairlessness of man has puzzled so many anthropologists, as it may very easily be explained by the law of variation. When man had invented the art of making fire, and the idea of covering himself to secure protection from cold had occurred to his mind, hairlessness was no serious disadvantage in the struggle for existence. Hence natural selection ceased to operate in the matter, and a hairless race gradually arose. We find the same principle at work in various other ways. Civilized man does not need such keen vision as savages. Consequently, many of us are short-sighted, and few Europeans could match a red Indian in his power of detecting the symptoms of a trail. For the same reason, we are generally inferior to savages in the capacity for discriminating odors, and our teeth are apt to be very much less sound and vigorous than theirs. That sexual selection has had some influence on the physical aspect of mankind is probable. Accurate observers in different parts of the world have remarked that personal deformities are very rare in savage races unaffected by European influence. This chiefly depends upon the fact that deformed individuals seldom survive the hardships of early life. But, as Sir W. Lawrence says, if they do survive, they are prevented by the kind of aversion they inspire from propagating their deformities. It is not unlikely that the selection of the best representatives of the race contributes to keep the racial type pure. Sexual selection, too, may be the cause why, among savages, the men are so often handsomer than the women. That is, better specimens of their sex and their race, whilst in civilized society, the reverse is true. We have seen that savage women have great liberty of disposing of their own hand, and that, at lower stages of civilization, celibacy occurs almost exclusively among the men. Among us, on the contrary, the unmarried women outnumber the unmarried men, and, whilst a man's ability to marry depends only to a small extent upon his personal appearance, the like may certainly not be said of women. Chapter 13. The Law of Similarity. A powerful instinct keeps animals from pairing with individuals belonging to another species than their own. L'animal, says M. Duvernoy, l'instinct de s'y rapprocher de son espèce et de s'éloigner des autres, comme il a celui de choisir ses aliments et d'éviter les poisons. Among birds, there are found a small number of wild hybrids, nearly all of which are in the order of Gallinae, and most of which belong to the genus Tetrao. But among insects, fishes, and mammals living in a state of nature, hybridism is unknown or almost so. And even among domesticated mammals, some tricks are often required to deceive the male, and so to conquer its aversion to a female of a different species. The stallion, for instance, who is to cover a she-ass, is frequently first excited by the presence of a mare, for which, at the proper moment, the she-ass is substituted. We may be sure that, were it not for this instinctive feeling, many more animal hybrids would be naturally produced than is the case. In the vegetable kingdom, where the play of instincts is altogether out of the question, bastards occur much more frequently. And in captivity, a considerable number of animal hybrid forms are produced that are never met with in a state of nature. Yet, according to Mr. Darwin, there are good grounds for the doctrine of Pallas, that the conditions to which domesticated animals and cultivated plants have been subjected generally eliminate the tendency towards mutual sterility, so that the domesticated descendants of species which in their natural state would have been in some degree sterile when crossed, become perfectly fertile. The origin of this instinct, which helps to keep even closely allied species in a state of nature distinct, seems to be sufficiently clear. The number of species which have proved fertile together are very limited, and the fertility of the hybrid offspring is almost constantly diminished, often even to a very great extent. Of course, no one now talks of the sterility of hybrids as a moral necessity, hybrids being Animalia adulterina, or as the result of a special divine decree that new species should not be multiplied indefinitely. M. Isidore Geoffroy has shown not only that hybrids may be fertile, but that infertile hybrids are, properly speaking, merely the hybrids which are most rarely fertile, their sterility never being absolute. Moreover, as has been pointed out by Mr. Wallace, in almost all the experiments that have hitherto been made in crossing distinct species, no care has been taken to avoid close interbreeding. Hence, these experiments cannot be held to prove that hybrids are in all cases infertile inter se. But looking to all the ascertained facts on the intercrossing of plants and animals, we may with Mr. Darwin conclude that some degree of sterility in hybrids is an extremely general result. This being the case with the hybrids of our domesticated animals, it must be so all the more with animals in a state of nature, which generally live under conditions less favorable to mutual fertility. It is easy to understand, then, that instincts leading to intercrossing of different species, even if appearing occasionally, never could be long-lived, as only those animals which preferred pairing with individuals of their own species gave birth to an offspring endowed with a normal power of reproduction, and thus became the founders of numerous generations that inherited their instincts. The relative or absolute sterility characterizing first crosses and hybrids depends upon a biological law which might be called the law of similarity. The degree of sterility, in either case, runs, at least to a certain extent, parallel with the general affinity of the forms that are united. Thus, most animal hybrids are produced by individuals belonging to the same genus, while species belonging to distinct genera can rarely, and those belonging to distinct families perhaps never, be crossed. The parallelism, however, is not complete, for a multitude of closely allied species will not unite, or unite only with great difficulty, though other species, widely different from each other, can be crossed with facility. Hence, Mr. Darwin infers that the difficulty or facility in crossing apparently depends exclusively on the sexual constitution of the species which are crossed, or on their sexual elective affinity, i.e., the Wolverwanschaft of Gartner. But as species rarely, or never, become modified in one character, without being at the same time modified in many, and as systematic affinity includes all visible resemblances and dissimilarities, any difference in sexual constitution between two species would naturally stand in more or less close relation with their systematic position. With regard to the instinct in question, man follows the general rule in the animal kingdom. Our notions of morality are closely connected with the instinctive feelings engraved in our nature, and bestiality is commonly looked upon as one of the most heinous crimes of which man can make himself guilty. Several passages, both in ancient and modern writers, prove the occasional occurrence of this crime, but always under circumstances analogous to those under which single birds sometimes form connections against nature, i.e., either because of isolation or on account of vitiated instincts. Supporters of the hypothesis that the several races of man are distinct species of the genus Homo assert that an instinctive aversion similar to that which keeps different animal species from intermingling exists also between the various human races. It may be noted, by the way, that, even if this were true, the idea that mankind consists of various species might be controverted, for certain races of domestic or semi-domesticated animals seem to prefer breeding with their own kind and refuse to mingle with others. Thus, Mr. Bennett states that the dark and pale-colored herds of fallow deer, which have long been kept together in the Forest of Dean and two other places, have never been known to mingle. On one of the Faroe Islands, the half-wild native black sheep are said not to have readily mixed with the imported white sheep. And in Circassia, where 6 subraces of the horse are known and have received distinct names, horses of 3 of these races, whilst living a free life, almost always refuse to mingle and cross, and will even attack each other. As for man, there are many races who dislike marrying persons of another race, but the motives are various. The different ideas of beauty no doubt play an important part. Mr. Winwood Reade does not think it probable that Negroes would prefer even the most beautiful European woman, on the mere grounds of physical admiration, to a good-looking negress. A civilized race does not readily intermingle with one less advanced in civilization, from the same motives as those which prevent a lord from marrying a peasant girl. And more than anything else, I think, the enmity, or at least, want of sympathy, due to difference of interests, ideas, and habits, which so often exist between distinct peoples or tribes, helps to keep races separate. But such reasons as these have nothing in common with the instinctive feeling which deters animals of distinct species from pairing with each other. Hence, when two races come into very close mutual contact, especially if they are at about the same stage of civilization, their dislike to intermarriage commonly disappears. Mongrels form, indeed, a large proportion of the inhabitants of the world. It is doubtful whether there are any pure races in Europe. Not even the Basques can pretend to purity of blood. M. Broca found, when investigating the subject of stature, that 19/20ths of the whole population of France presented, in various degrees, the characters of mixed races. In North America, different races intermingle more and more every day. In Greenland, according to Dr. Nansen, in the course of a century and a half, there has been such an intermixture of races that it would now be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to find a true Eskimo throughout the whole of the West Coast. And the Europeans, far from being disliked by the native women, have succeeded in inspiring them with so much respect that the simplest European sailor is preferred to the best Eskimo seal catcher. In Mexico, the Spanish mixed breeds constitute 2/3 or 3/4 of the whole population, and South America, to quote a French writer, is le grand laboratoire des nations hybrides aux métisses modernes. Of 12 millions of mongrels, which is the estimated number of mongrels on the face of the globe, no fewer than 11 millions are found there. Even in remote Tierra del Fuego, according to Mr. Bridges, some mongrels of European fathers and indigenous mothers have appeared during the last few years. In Asia, there are numberless instances of intermixture of breed between the Tartars, Mongols, and Tunguses, and the Russians and Chinese and Sea. In India, there are many Eurasians. In the Indian archipelago, Chinese and Malays intermarry. And in the islands of the South Sea, the mongrels of European fathers amount to a considerable number. In Africa, the eastern Soudan is a great center of mixed breeds between races much removed from one another. And in southern Africa, the Griquas, the offspring of Dutch colonists and Hottentot women, form a very distinct race. As far as we know, there are no human races who, when intermingled, are entirely sterile. But as regards the degree of fertility of first crosses and of mongrels, the opinions of different anthropologists vary considerably. Those who do not believe in the unity of the human race have been especially solicitous to prove that crosses are almost inevitably followed by bad results in that respect. Thus, Dr. Knox thinks that the half-breeds, if they were abandoned to themselves and no longer had access to pure races, would rapidly disappear, the hybrid being rejected by nature as a degradation of humanity. Dr. Knott asserts that, when two proximate species of mankind, two races bearing a general resemblance to each other in type, are bred together, they produce offspring perfectly prolific. But that, when species the most widely separated, such as the Anglo-Saxon and the Negro, are crossed, the mulatto offspring are but partially prolific and acquire an inherent tendency to run out and become eventually extinct when kept apart from the parent stocks. The same opinion is entertained by M. Broca and by M. Pouchet, who thinks that the crossed race will exist only if it continues to be supported by the two creating types remaining in the midst of it. On the other hand, Dr. Pritchard believes it may be asserted, without the least chance of valid contradiction, that mankind, of all races and varieties, are equally capable of having offspring by intermarriage, and that such connections are equally prolific whether contracted between individuals of the same variety or of the most dissimilar varieties. If there is any difference, he says, it is probably in favor of the latter. According to M. Godrin, the mongrels have generally shown a higher degree of fertility than their parent races, and M. Quatrefages asserts that mulattoes are as fruitful as pure breeds. It is to be regretted that so little attention has for some time been paid to this most important question. The result is that the effects of the intermixture of races are not much better known now than they were 20 or 30 years ago. The only thing which may be considered certain is that the hypothesis of the depressing influence of crossing upon fertility, as the theory has generally been propounded, involves a great deal of exaggeration. It is chiefly owing to M. Broca's celebrated essay, Sur l'hybridité, that this doctrine has been so widely accepted. He asserts that the connections of Europeans with Australian women have proved very slightly prolific, and that the mongrels resulting from them are almost sterile. No statistical writer, he says, nor any historian, enumerates crossbreeds among the Australian population. Yet, this land has for a considerable time been inhabited by European colonists, many of whom have not had opportunities of marrying wives of their own race. It has also been shown that the cohabitation of whites and native women is very common in Australia. But the number of mongrels there is, nevertheless, exceedingly small, so small that in the native dialects there does not exist a single word to designate them. Supposing that these remarkable statements referred chiefly to the eastern and southern parts of the Australian continent, I asked Bishop R. Salvato and the Reverend Joseph Johnston, living in West Australia, to inform me whether in that country any mixed race exists, and if so, whether it is fruitful or not. From the former, who has lived among the West Australian Aborigines for more than 40 years, and through an excellent work on their life and customs has gained the reputation of a first-rate authority, I had the pleasure of receiving the following answer, dated New Norcia, October 17, 1888. With regard to the sterility of the half-caste natives, of which I had no experience when I wrote my book, I am able now to deny it altogether. Except in cases similar to those among the Europeans. I know several cases of husband and wife, half-caste natives, having at present 6 and 7 and even 8 children, and they may in time have more. And I know a good many Europeans who, having married native women, have several children. In fact, in the case of one of those marriages there were 6 children, and in another 7, and I could give the name of each of them. The Reverend J. Johnston writes, "There is a school for half-caste boys and girls at Perth, and they seem bright and intelligent children, not unlike Polynesian children. As they grow up, they go out to service, and some of the youths are employed as post and telegraph messengers. At the New Norcia Mission, there are several half-caste families, as well as blacks, and they all have children." The following statement of Mr. Taplin referring to the Aborigines of the Lower Murray goes in the same direction. "The pure blacks," he says, "are not so healthy as the half-castes. Always the children of 2 half-castes will be healthier and stronger than either the children of blacks or the children of a black and a half-caste. When a half-caste man and woman marry, they generally have a large and vigorous family. I could point to half a dozen such." These statements of highly competent persons are, I think, quite sufficient to disprove M. Broca's hypothesis. They show that, if a mixed race is almost wanting in certain parts of Australia, this does not depend upon physiological conditions of the kind suggested. It should be remembered that the sexual intercourse of Europeans with savage women is most commonly transitory and accidental, and frequently takes place with prostitutes or licentious women, who are generally known to be sterile. And even when the white settler takes a native's daughter to live with him under his own roof as a wife or a concubine, and accustoms her to a half-civilized manner of living, her unfruitfulness may be owing to quite another cause than the mixture of blood. Mr. Darwin has shown that changed conditions of life have an especial power of acting injuriously on the reproductive system. Thus animals, as also plants, when removed from their natural conditions, are often rendered in some degree infertile or completely barren, even when the conditions have not been greatly changed. And this failure of animals to breed under confinement cannot, at least to any considerable extent, depend upon a failure in their sexual instincts. Numerous cases, says Mr. Darwin, have been given of various animals which couple freely under confinement, but never conceive, or, if they conceive and produce young, these are fewer in number than is natural to the species. It is reasonable to suppose that savage man, when he moves into more civilized conditions, is subject to the same law. Indeed, statements have been reported to me, which tend to show that the indigenous women at the Polynesian missionary stations have become less fruitful than they were in their native state. As to the alleged sterility of crosses between the European and Australian races, it should be observed that the rarity of mongrels in certain parts of Australia is more or less owing to the natives themselves habitually destroying the half-castes. The Reverend A. Mayer states that, in the Encounter Bay tribe, nearly all the children of European fathers used to be put to death, whilst, among the Narranieri, about 1/2 of the half-caste infants fell victims to the jealousy of their mothers' husbands. But with regard to the West Australian Aborigines in the neighbourhood of Fremantle, the Reverend J. Johnston writes that he does not think it has been the custom there to destroy the half-caste illegitimate offspring of black women, as he never heard of such a thing, a fact which may account for the comparatively large number of mongrels in that part of the continent. Other statements also, adduced as evidence for the hypothesis of M. Broca, have proved more or less untrustworthy. Thus the alleged sterility of the mulattoes of Jamaica has been disputed by other writers. So also V. Gortz's statement that the children of the Dutch and Malay women in Java, liplaps, are only productive to the 3rd generation has been called in question. Yet, although we may consider it certain that the diversities even between the races which least resemble each other are not so great, but that, under favorable conditions, a mixed race may easily be produced, I do not deny the possibility of crossing being, to a certain extent, unfavorable to fertility. The statements as to the rapid increase of some mixed races do not prove the reverse. For the bad result of crossing would not necessarily appear at once, and a drop of pure blood would be sufficient to increase fertility, just as, when a hybrid is crossed with either pure parent species, sterility is usually much lessened. It is a remarkable fact that mixed marriages between Jews and persons of other races are comparatively infertile. In Prussia, These marriages have been separately registered since 1875, and between that year and 1881, there was an average of 163 to a marriage, whereas, during the same period, pure Jewish marriages resulted in an average of 441 children, or very nearly 3 times as many. In Bavaria, between 1876 and 1880, the numbers were only 1 per marriage against 7 children to purely Jewish marriages. And this conspicuous infertility implies greater sterility. Among 56 such marriages, with regard to which Mr. Jacobs ascertained the results, no fewer than 9 were sterile, i.e., 18%. A striking contrast to the number of sterile marriages, which he found in 71 marriages between Jewish cousins, where the percentage of sterility was only 4%. Mr. Jacobs, however, informs me that it has been suggested that this infertility may be due rather to the higher age at which such marriages are likely to take place. There is still a strong feeling against them among Jews, which is only likely to be overcome after independence of thought and position has been reached. At the same time, Mr. Jacobs does not consider this sufficient to account for the very great discrepancy. But we must not, of course, take for granted that the crossing of any two races has the same effects as the crossing of Jewish and non-Jewish Europeans seems to have. Even if it could be proved, however, that mixture of races produces less infertility of first crosses and of mongrels, this would not make it necessary for us to reject the doctrine of the unity of mankind. It is true that the domesticated varieties both of animals and of plants when crossed are as a general rule prolific, in some cases even more so than the purely bred parent varieties, whereas species, when crossed, and their hybrid offspring, are almost invariably in some degree sterile. But this rule is not altogether without exceptions. Even Agassiz condemned the employment of fertility of union as a limiting principle. He considered this a fallacy, or at least a petitio principii, not admissible in a philosophical discussion of what truly constitutes the characteristics of species. Thus the red and yellow varieties of maize are in some degree infertile when crossed, and the blue and the red-flowered forms of the pimpernel, considered by most botanists to be the same species, as they present no differences of form or structure, are, according to Gartner, mutually sterile. Moreover, Mr. Darwin's investigations on dimorphic and trimorphic plants have shown that the physiological test of lessened fertility, both in first crosses and in hybrids, is no safe criterion of specific distinction. As for animals, Professor Vogt asserts that, in the opinion of experienced breeders, certain races can with difficulty be made to pair, and the fertility of the mongrels soon diminishes, whilst other races pair readily and are prolific. Sir J. Sebright says, "Although I believe the occasional intermixture of different families to be necessary, I do not, by any means, approve of mixing two distinct breeds, with the view of uniting the valuable properties of both. This experiment has been frequently tried by others as well as by myself, but has, I believe, never succeeded. The first cross frequently produces a tolerable animal, but it is a breed that cannot be continued." Chapter 14. Prohibition of marriage between kindred. The horror of incest is an almost universal characteristic of mankind. The cases, which seem to indicate a perfect absence of this feeling, being so exceedingly rare that they must be regarded merely as anomalous aberrations from a general rule. Yet the degrees of kinship within which intercourse is forbidden are by no means everywhere the same. It is most, and almost universally, abominated between parents and children, especially mother and son. As an exception to this rule, V. Langsdorff states that among the Kaniagmuts, not only do brothers and sisters cohabit with each other, but even parents and children. The Eastern Tinne or Chipuans occasionally marry their mothers, sisters, or daughters, but such alliances are not considered correct by general opinion. In the Indian archipelago, according to Schweiner, Wilkin, and Riedel, marriages between brothers and sisters and parents and children are permitted among certain tribes, and similar unions, it is said, took place among the ancient Persians. Again, in Nukahiva, as we are told by Lisiansky, although near kinsfolk are forbidden to intermarry, it sometimes happens that a father lives with his daughter and a brother with his sister. But on one occasion it was looked upon as a horrible crime when a mother cohabited with her son. Among the Kukis, as described by Rennell, marriages were generally contracted without regard to blood relationship. Only a mother might not wed her child. Among the Karens of Tenasserim, matrimonial alliances between brother and sister or father and daughter are not uncommon. Speaking of the king of the Warrior, Mr. Cameron states that in his harem are to be found his stepmothers, aunts, sisters, nieces, cousins, as also his own daughters. Among the Wanioro, brothers may marry their sisters, and even fathers their daughters. But a son does not marry his own mother, although the other widows of his father become his property. Unions between brothers and sisters, who are children of the same mother as well as the same father, are likewise held in general abhorrence. The primitive feeling against such connections is strongly expressed in the Finnish Kullervo myth. The unfortunate Kullervo, after discovering that he had committed incest with his sister, wails, "Woe is me, my life hard fated. I have slain my virgin sister, shamed the daughter of my mother. Woe to thee, my ancient father. Woe to thee, my gray-haired mother. Wherefore was I born and nurtured? Why this hapless child's existence?" The dishonored sister threw herself into the river, and Kullervo fell by his own sword. The Californian Nishinam believe that, for the prevention of incest, at the beginning of the world, not one but two pairs were created from whom sprang all the Nishinam. When the missionary Jellinghouse once asked some Mundakals whether animals knew what is right and wrong, the answer was, no, because they do not know mother, sister, and daughter. Yet, as we have seen, there are exceptions to the rule, and certain peoples who consider intercourse between parents and children incestuous allow unions between brothers and sisters. Among the Kamchadales, says Krasheninnikov, marriage is forbidden only between father and daughter, mother and son. Not long ago, the wild Vedas of Ceylon regarded the marriage of a man with his younger sister as not only proper and natural, but in fact, as the proper marriage, though marriage with an elder sister or aunt would have been as incestuous and revolting to them as to us. Among the Animes, according to a missionary who has lived among them for 40 years, no girl who is 12 years old and has a brother is a virgin. Liebich tells us that the gypsies allow a brother to marry his sister, though such marriages are generally avoided by them. Among the Wataita, says Mr. Thompson, very few of the young men are able to marry for want of the proper number of cows, a state of affairs which not unfrequently leads to marriage with sisters, though this practice is highly reprobated. Among the Aborigines of Brazil, union with a sister or a brother's daughter is almost universally held to be infamous. Such practices are not uncommon in small isolated hordes, but the ancient Tupinambases, ancestors of the Tupis, allowed nothing of the kind openly. In a song of the Rig Veda, Yami appears in support of the marriage of brother and sister, while the opposition is personified in Yama. Buddhist legends mention various cases of such unions, and it is stated in the Unglinga saga that, while Njord was with the Vans, he had taken his own sister in marriage, for that he was allowed by their law. But we have no evidence whatever that such unions were commonly allowed by the ancient Scandinavians. Among the Asas, the Unglinga saga adds, it was forbidden for such near relatives to come together. In Scandinavia, according to Nordstrom, as also among the ancient Germans, according to Grimm, marriages between parents and children, brothers and sisters, were prohibited. Unions with sisters, or probably in most cases, half-sisters, occur in the royal families of Baghiami, Siam, Burma, Ceylon, and Polynesia. In the Sandwich Islands, brothers and sisters of the reigning family intermarried, but this incestuous intercourse was in other cases contrary to the customs, habits, and feelings of the people. And in Iboina of Madagascar, where the kings were occasionally united with their sisters, such marriages were preceded by a ceremony in which the woman was sprinkled with consecrated water, and prayers were recited asking for her happiness and fecundity, as if there was a fear that the union might call down divine anger upon the parties. Cambyses and other Persian kings married their sisters, and so did the Ptolemies of Egypt. According to Sir Gardner Wilkinson, it is not only noticed by Diodorus, but is fully authenticated by the inscriptions both of Upper and Lower Egypt, that the same custom was in force among the Egyptians from the earliest times. But, except in the case of the Ptolemies, I have seen no clear evidence that marriage took place between brothers and sisters who had both the same father and the same mother. Garcilaso de la Vega states that the Incas of Peru, from the first, established it as a very stringent law that the heir to the kingdom should marry his eldest sister, legitimate both on the side of the father and on that of the mother. Whereas, according to Acosta and Ondegardo, it had always been held unlawful by the Peruvians to contract marriage in the first degree, until Tupac Inca Yupanqui, at the close of the 15th century, married his sister on the father's side and decreed that the Incas might marry with their sisters by the father's side and no other. It has been asserted that, where the system of exogamy prevails, a man is allowed to marry his sister either on the father's or on the mother's side, according as descent is reckoned in the female or in the male line. But it will be shown directly that, besides the rules relating to exogamy, there are commonly others prohibiting intermarriage of near relations belonging to different tribes or clans. Yet the marriage of half-brother and half-sister is not rare. Among the Ostiaks, for instance, union with a half-sister bearing another family name is in great repute, and the South Slavonian Mohammedans allow marriages between half-brothers and half-sisters who have different mothers, though seducing a sister is regarded in their songs as a crime punishable with death, or rather as something which cannot occur. From the book of Genesis, we know that Abraham married his half-sister and looked upon the union as lawful, because she had not the same mother. Among the Phoenicians at Tyre, down to the time of Achilles Tatius, a man might marry his father's daughter, and the same thing appears at Mecca. Marriage with half-sisters on the father's side, not on the mother's, was also allowed among the Assyrians and the Athenians. In Guatemala and Yucatan, on the other hand, no relationship on the mother's side was a bar to marriage. Hence a man could marry his sister, provided she was by another father. Among certain peoples, the relationships of uncle and niece, and of aunt and nephew, are the remotest degrees of consanguinity which are a hindrance to intermarriage. This is the case, for instance, with some of the Dayak tribes, and among the Copper Indians, according to Franklin, there is no prohibition of the intermarriage of cousins, but a man is forbidden to marry his niece. On the whole, we may say that marriage within these degrees of relationship is even more commonly prohibited than intermarriage of cousins, and that, probably in most cases, the prohibitions refer to persons so related either on the father's or mother's side. Yet there are many instances to the contrary. The Ossetes consider a marriage with a mother's sister quite a proper thing, though a marriage with a father's sister would be punished as highly incestuous. Among the Reddys of the south of India, a man marries his sister's daughter, but a nephew must not marry his aunt. And among the Brazilian Tupis, an uncle had even a right to his niece's hand. By the Prussian law, marriage between uncle and niece is permitted, whilst in France, such marriages may be sanctioned by the government, in Italy by the king. In Europe, first cousins are not restricted from intermarriage, except in Spain, where the old canonical prohibitions are still in force, and in Russia, where third cousins are allowed to marry, but no parties more nearly related. Among the Mohammedans and several uncivilized peoples, marriages between cousins, both on the paternal and maternal side, are permitted. So apparently among the Aleuts, Eskimo at Igloolik, Apalachites, Maoris, Bushmans, and Ainos, besides the people just referred to. More commonly, however, the permission is one-sided, referring either to the kinsfolk on the father's or to those on the mother's side. Among the Arabs, a man has even a right to the hand of his paternal cousin, who cannot without his consent become the wife of any other person. Concerning the Moors of Ceylon, Mr. Ahmadu Bawa states that in all cases where eligible sons of mothers, brothers, or fathers, sisters were available for the girls, preference was accorded to them, almost as a matter of right. Among the savage Miao of China, the girls are obliged to marry the mother's brother's sons. The Gons consider it correct for the brother's daughter to marry the sister's son, whilst not so much stress is laid on the marriage of the cousins, if the sister's child happens to be a girl and the brother's a boy. Among the Yurkalas of southern India, the first two daughters of a family may be claimed by the maternal uncle as wives for his sons. As a rule, among peoples unaffected by modern civilization, the prohibited degrees are more numerous than in advanced communities, the prohibitions in a great many cases referring even to all the members of the tribe or clan. The Greenlanders, according to Eged, refrained from marrying their nearest kin, even in the third degree, considering such matches to be unwarrantable and quite unnatural. Whilst Dr. Rink asserts that the Eskimo disapproves of marriages between cousins. The same is the case with the Ngaliks, the Chippewas, and, as a rule, the Indians of Oregon. The Californian Gualala account it poison, as they say, for a person to marry a cousin or an avuncular relation, and strictly observe in marriage the Mosaic table of prohibited affinities. By the old custom of the Ott tribes, Mr. Sproat remarks, no marriage was permitted within the degree of second cousin, and among the Malamuts, cousins, however remote, do not marry. Commonly, a man and woman belonging to the same clan are prohibited from intermarrying. The Algonquins tell of cases where men, for breaking this rule, have been put to death by their nearest kinsfolk. And among the Louchu Indians, if a man marries within the clan, he is said to have married his sister, though there be not the slightest connection by blood between the two. In some tribes, as Mr. Fraser points out, the marriage prohibition only extends to a man's own clan. He may marry a woman of any clan but his own. But oftener the prohibition includes several clans, in none of which is a man allowed to marry. Thus, for instance, the Seneca tribe of the Iroquois was divided into two phratries, or divisions intermediate between the tribe and the clan, each including 4 clans, the bear, wolf, beaver, and turtle clans forming one phratry, and the deer, snipe, heron, and hawk clans forming the other. Originally, marriage was prohibited within the phratry, but was permitted with any of the clans of the other phratry. But the prohibition was long since removed, and a Seneca may marry a woman of any clan but his own. A like exogamous division existed among the other 4 tribes of the Iroquois, as also among the Creeks, Maquis, Choctaws, Chickasaws, Tlingits, and C. Among the Peoples of Salvador, an ancestral tree, with 7 main branches, denoting degrees of kindred, was painted upon cloth, and within these 7 branches or degrees, no one was allowed to marry, except as a recompense for some great public or warlike service rendered. But within 4 degrees of consanguinity none, under any pretext, might marry. In Yucatan, there was a strong prejudice against a man wedding a woman who bore the same name as his own, and so far was this fancy carried, that he who broke the rule was looked upon as a renegade and an outcast. Nor could a man marry his mother's sister. Among the Aztecs, too, marriages between blood relations or those descended from a common ancestor were not allowed. Among the tribes of Guyana, according to Mr. I.M. Thurn, marriage is now almost always, as formerly it was always, contracted between members of different families. And, descent being traced through females, no intermarriage with relations on the mother's side is permitted. The Mundrukus are divided into clans, the members of which are strictly prohibited from forming alliances with others of the same clan. A Mundruku Indian, says Professor Agassiz, treats a woman of the same order, clan with himself as a sister. Any nearer relation between them is impossible. The Indians of Peru are restricted from marriage within the first 4 degrees. The Guaranis and Abipones abhor alliances with even the remotest relations. And as to the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, Mr. Bridges writes to me that no marriage, no intercourse ever takes place among blood relations even to second cousins. Such intercourse is held in utter abomination and is never heard of. Also between half-brothers and half-sisters marriages do not occur. Nowhere is marriage bound by more severe laws than among the Australian Aborigines. Their tribes are, as a rule, and probably as a rule without exceptions, grouped in exogamous subdivisions, the number of which varies considerably. There are tribes in which members of any clan are free to marry members of any clan but their own, but such tribes are exceptional. Often, says Mr. Fraser, an Australian tribe is divided into 2 exogamous phratries, each of which includes under it a number of totem clans, and oftener still there are subphratries interposed between the phratry and the clans, each phratry including 2 subphratries, and the subphratries including totem clans. Most of Mr. Kerr's very numerous correspondents who have touched on this question have, however, given the number of subdivisions in their neighborhood as 4 only. Before the occupation of the country by the whites, which quickly breaks down Aboriginal customs, any departure from the marriage system founded on this division was looked on with absolute horror, and even spoken of with reluctance. Indeed, when marriage or sexual intercourse with a person of a forbidden clan did occur, the regular penalty inflicted on the parties implicated was death. And it is a noteworthy fact, generally overlooked by anthropologists, that besides these prohibitions arising from the clan system, and naturally applying only to the father's or more generally only to the mother's relations, there is, as it seems everywhere, a law which forbids the marriage of persons near of kin. A man, says Mr. Kerr, may not marry his mother, sister, half-sister, daughter, granddaughter, aunt, niece, first or second cousin. Among the Kerna of Gippsland, according to Mr. Bulmer, even third cousins are within the prohibited degrees of relationship. Moreover, certain tribes, besides having the clan system, are entirely exogamous. And among the tribes of Western Victoria described by Mr. Dawson, the laws also forbid a man to marry into his mother's tribe, or his grandmother's tribe, or into an adjoining tribe, or one that speaks his own dialect. In Tasmania, a man was not permitted to marry a woman of his own tribe, clan, and in Polynesia, marriages with blood relations were everywhere avoided except in royal families. Thus in Samoa, according to Mr. Turner, so much care was taken to prevent incest that a list of what they deemed improper marriages would almost compare with the table of kindred and affinity. They say that, of old, custom and the gods frowned upon the union of those in whom consanguinity could be closely traced. Speaking of the aborigines of the Melanesian Islands, Dr. Codrington observes, in the native view of mankind, almost everywhere in the islands which are here under consideration, nothing seems more fundamental than the division of the people into two or more classes, which are exogamous, and in which descent is counted through the mother. Yet, the blood connection with the father and the father's near relations is never out of sight. Consequently, the marriage of those who are near in blood, though they are not sog, i.e., kindred and may lawfully marry, is discountenanced. In New Britain, if a man were accused of adultery or fornication with a woman, he would at once be acquitted by the public voice if he could say, "She is one of us," i.e., "She belongs to my totem," which in itself precludes the possibility of any sexual intercourse between us. In F8 of the New Hebrides, it would be a crime punishable with death for a man or woman to marry a person belonging to his or her mother's clan, though they may have no recent relation of consanguinity to each other, and though neither they nor their parents may have even seen each other before. In Lifu, as I am informed by Mr. Radfield, who is a resident of this island, marriages are forbidden between first, but not second cousins, both on the mother, and father's side, as well as between uncles and nieces, aunts and nephews. Matrimonial alliances between first cousins are also prohibited in the Caroline Islands, whilst, in the Pelu group, intermarriage between any relations on the mother's side is unlawful. Among the Sea Dyaks, it is contrary to custom for a man to wed a first cousin, who is looked upon as a sister, and no marriage is allowed with aunt or niece. The Land Dyaks permit marriage between second cousins only after the payment of a fine of 2 jars, one being given by the woman to the relations of her lover, the other by the lover to her relation. In other tribes of the Malay archipelago, according to Mr. Crawford, the union of near relatives is prohibited by the native laws, and, when such a marriage does take place, the parties are fined if within the 3rd degree of consanguinity collaterally. In the ascending and descending line, marriage is strictly forbidden. Among the Minnehassers of Celebes, marriage was not permitted between ascendants and descendants, brothers and sisters, uncles and nieces, aunts and nephews, and cousins, or between kinsfolk connected by combinations of these relationships. The Malays of the uplands of Padang are forbidden to marry within the mother's tribe, the Badaks of Sumatra, Ulfura of Seram and Buru, Nayajans and Timorese, within the father's. Among the Italones of the Philippines, marriage between blood relations is not allowed. The Bugis and Watubela Islanders prohibit the intermarriage of cousins, paternal and maternal, whilst among the Orang Banua of Malacca, the Macassars, and the natives of Aru near New Guinea, children of brothers cannot intermarry, though children of sisters or of brothers and sisters can. Again, among the Leddies of the Surwati Islands, marriage may take place between brothers' children and between brothers and sisters' children, but not between children of 2 sisters. And among the Bataks, Rejangs, and natives of Amboina, a sister's son is allowed to marry a brother's daughter, whereas a brother's son must not marry a sister's daughter. The penalty inflicted on incest is generally very severe in the archipelago. Submersion is a common punishment, and among the Bataka, the parties were killed and eaten. With reference to the Karens of Burma, Dr. Bunker informs me that though they never marry outside their own tribe, they avoid marrying with near relations, their prohibited degrees being nearly the same as those of the ancient Hebrews. Among the Kukis, according to Lieutenant Stewart, The most strict rules exist forbidding too close intermarriage in families. Cousins cannot be so allied. The Nagas never permit marriage within the same family. And among the Chukmas, if near relatives, within certain prohibited degrees, fall in love with each other, it is usual for both of them to pay a fine of 50 rupees, corporal punishment being also administered. Among the Khans, intermarriage between persons of the same tribe, however large or scattered, is considered incestuous and punishable with death. The Santals make it a rule not to intermarry into the same tribe, and among the Sakais, a man goes to a considerable distance for a wife, generally to a tribe speaking quite a different dialect. The Johangs, Hos, Mundas, and other peoples in India are divided into clans, and a man is not allowed to marry a girl of his own clan. Among the Garos, no one may take to wife a woman of the same mahari, or motherhood. According to Lieutenant Colonel Todd, no Rajput can marry in his own clan. In all pure Hindu society, Sir Alfred Lyall states, the law which regulates the degrees within which marriage is interdicted proceeds upon the theory that between agnatic relatives connubium is impossible. Hence it is unlawful for a Brahmin to wed a woman whose clan name is the same as his own, a prohibition which bars marriage among relatives in the male line indefinitely. But besides this, connections on the female side are also forbidden to take place within certain wide limits. In the laws of Manu, we read that a damsel, who is neither a Sapinda on the mother's side, nor belongs to the same family on the father's side, is recommended to twice-born men for wedlock and conjugal union. Yet in the older literature, marriage with the daughters of the mother's brother and sons of the father's sister is permitted. This still holds good among the Reddys of southern India, and, as it seems, among other tribes belonging to the Hindu stock. Whereas children of fathers, brothers and mothers, sisters are considered equal to brothers and sisters, and marriage with them is looked upon as highly incestuous. Speaking of the Andamanese, Mr. Mann says that their customs do not permit of the union of any who are known to be even distantly related. The fact of our allowing first cousins to marry seems to them highly objectionable and immoral. The Sinhalese consider a marriage between the father's sister's son and the mother's brother's daughter the most proper that they can contract, but they would regard a marriage with the father's brother's daughter as incestuous, first cousins so related being considered sisters. As regards the prohibited degrees of the Chinese Penal Code, a very minute account is given by Mr. Medhurst in his interesting paper on marriage, affinity, and inheritance in China. Large bodies of persons in that country bear the same surname. Among the entire Chinese population of the empire, indeed, there are hardly more than 530 surnames. A penalty of 60 blows is inflicted on anyone who marries a person with the same surname. The punishment attached to the intermarriage of nearer relations on the father's side is much more severe. Thus, marriage or incestuous intercourse with a granduncle, a father's first cousin, a brother, or a nephew is punishable by death. Besides these prohibitions, there are others applying within a narrower range to relatives on the female side. A man who marries his mother's sister or his sister's daughter is strangled. Less severe punishment is inflicted on a person who marries a uterine half-sister, and still less severe, 80 blows, on anyone who marries his father's sister's daughter, mother's brother's daughter, or mother's sister's daughter. An afterclause abrogates this prohibition and permits intermarriage between children of brothers and sisters or of sisters, but intermarriage between those of brothers is of course inadmissible. The Chinese code also interdicts occasional intercourse with any of those relatives with whom marriage is prohibited, the punishment in both cases being the same. Among the Kalmucks, no man can marry a relation on the father's side, and so deeply rooted is this custom among them that a Kalmuk proverb says, "The great folk and dogs know no relationship," alluding to the fact that only a prince may marry a relative. The Yakuts, Sameds, Cheremises, and Si also avoid marriage within the paternal clan, and the ancient Finns did not marry kinsfolk. Among the Ostiaks and Ossetes, marriage with a person of one's own family name, however distant the relationship, is entirely prohibited. And in Circassia, according to Bell, not only are cousins or the members of the same fraternity restricted from intermarrying, but even their serfs must wed with the serfs of another fraternity. Among the Bogos of Eastern Africa, persons related within the 7th degree may not intermarry, whether the relationship be on the paternal or maternal side. Some of the clans of the Somals, as we are informed by Sir R. F. Burton, refuse maidens of the same or even a consanguineous family. In western equatorial Africa and Uganda, marriages cannot take place within the clans, however remote the relationship may be. Among the Mpongwe, every care is taken to avoid marriages of consanguinity. With the Baik, as Dr. Sims writes from Stanley Pool, marriages are prohibited between brothers and sisters of the same mother or father, between first cousins, between uncle and niece or aunt and nephew. The Bakongo also, according to Mr. Ngam, hold all unions between near relatives, either on the father's or mother's side, in utter abomination. Mr. Cousins, to whom I am indebted for a valuable paper on the Cisnatalian Kaffirs, writes that among them marriages often take place within the tribe and village. But this is avoided, if possible, like their chiefs they generally endeavor to marry out of their own tribe. Among this people, however, there is some kind of class, clan, division, which Mr. Cousins is not fully acquainted with, and members of the same class, clan, do not seem to intermarry. At any rate, near relations, paternal and maternal, avoid marriage with each other. No penalty is attached to such a marriage, but custom is so strong on the point that the general rule is seldom broken. According to Mr. Shooter and Mr. Dugmore, a marriage is considered incestuous if the man and woman are of any known or remembered degree of relationship by common descent, and if a man were to take a wife within the degrees prohibited by custom, he would be denounced as an evildoer. According to Mr. Brownlee, intercourse in such cases is punished, whether it be by marriage or without marriage. Again, with regard to the Zulus, Mr. Isles states that there is no intermarriage between the inhabitants of the village, the members of which are, as a rule, related. All intermarrying with relations is prohibited by custom, and such a thing is neither heard of nor thought of. Even if the relationship is only traditional, the custom holds good. A somewhat different account of the Bantu race is given by Mr. McCall Thiel. A native of the coast region, he says, will not marry a girl whose relationship by blood to himself can be traced, no matter how distantly connected they may be. So scrupulous is he in this respect that he will not marry even a girl who belongs to another tribe, if she has the same family name as himself, though the relationship cannot be traced. He regards himself as the protector of those females whom he would term his cousins and second cousins, but for whom he has only the same name as for the daughters of his own parents, the endearing name of sister. In his opinion, union with one of them would be incestuous, something horrible, something unutterably disgraceful. The native of the mountains, almost as a rule, marries the daughter of his father's brother. Mr. Kildare states that, among the Bechuanas, marrying out of their own tribe seems to be the common practice, whereas, according to Mr. Kazales, the Basutos frequently marry cousins. Yet, among them also, there are some tribes who consider such marriages incestuous. The Hottentots are said by Colbin to punish alliances between first and second cousins with death. In Madagascar, though marriage between brothers, children is looked upon as the most proper kind of connection, and brothers and sisters, children can marry on the performance of a slight but prescribed ceremony, supposed to remove any impediment or disqualification arising out of consanguinity. The descendants of sisters are not allowed to intermarry down to the 5th or 7th generation, and a marriage of sisters, children, when the sisters have the same mother, is regarded with horror. Among the Romans, alliances between persons under the same patria potestas, i.e., cognati related within the 6th degree, were nefarii et incestui nuptiae, but these prohibitions were gradually relaxed. From the time of the Second Punic War, according to Livy, even first cousins were allowed to intermarry, and in 49 AD. The Emperor Claudius, wishing to marry his niece Agrippina, obtained from the Senate a decree that marriage with a brother's daughter should be legal, though marriage with a sister's daughter remained illegal. In the 4th century, however, Constantius again forbade such unions, on pain of death. Afterwards, under the influence of the ascetic ideas prevalent in the Church, the prohibited degrees were gradually extended. Theodosius the Great forbade under the severest penalties the union of first cousins, paternal and maternal, and at the end of the 6th century, the prohibition was extended even to the 7th degree. This prohibition continued in force until in the Western Church it was once more reduced to the 4th degree by the Lateran Council under Innocent Roman III. In the year 1215, that is, marriage was permitted beyond the degree of third cousins. Such is the nominal law at the present time, wherever the canon law prevails. Besides the prohibitions relating to actual kinship, there are, among several peoples, others applying to marriage between relatives by alliance. Among the Andamanese, a man or woman may not marry into the family of a brother-in-law or sister-in-law. The Eastern Greenlanders and the Eskimo of the northeast coast of America forbid or disapprove of marriage with two sisters. And, according to Dr. Daniel, the same rule prevails among the natives of Accra at the Gold Coast, who even prohibit a man from marrying two cousins of the same parentage. Again, several tribes in western Victoria do not permit marriage with a deceased wife's daughter by a former husband. But prohibitions of this sort do not seem to be very common among savage and barbarous races. In many of the Indian tribes of North America, all the daughters of a family are, as a rule, married to the same man. A brother very frequently marries his deceased brother's widow, and in Africa, a son often weds all his father's widows except his own mother. Among civilized peoples, on the other hand, relations by affinity are frequently regarded in the same light as relations by blood. In Yucatan, a man was not allowed to marry his sister-in-law. According to the Chinese code, marriage with a deceased brother's widow is punished with strangulation, whilst marriage with a deceased wife's sister is exceedingly common and has always been regarded as particularly honorable. In Japan, intercourse with a father's or a grandfather's concubine, or a son's or grandson's wife, involves the same punishment as intercourse with a paternal aunt or a sister. The Institutes of Vishnu declare that sexual connection with one's mother or daughter-in-law are crimes in the highest degree, there being no other way to atone for these crimes than to proceed into the flames. According to the laws of Moses and Mohammed, and the Roman law, marriage was prohibited with mother-in-law, stepmother, daughter-in-law, and stepdaughter. According to Mohammed, however, so far as the stepdaughter was concerned, only if she were under the guardianship of her mother's husband. Moses also forbade marriage with the sister of a wife who was still living, and with a brother's wife, if she were widowed and had children by the brother, and Mohammed prohibited marriage with two sisters at the same time. From very early times, thinkers have tried to account for the prohibition of marriage between near kin. Some, says Mr. Huth, ascribe them to a fear lest relationship may become too involved. Others to a fear lest affection may become concentrated within too narrow a circle, because marriage would take place too early, because people would be induced to marry each other in order that property might be kept in the family, because such marriages are prohibited by God's law, because they outrage natural modesty, and, only in modern times, because they are supposed to prove injurious to the offspring. Comparative ethnography has changed the aspect of the question. The horror of incest has been found to prevail among peoples who neither know anything of God's law, nor possess property to keep in the family. New hypotheses have therefore been suggested more worthy of consideration, as being founded on a much firmer basis of facts. The late Mr. McLennan was the first to call attention to the general prevalence of the rule which forbids the members of a tribe, or clan, to intermarry with members of their own tribe, or clan. This rule he called exogamy, in contradistinction to endogamy, or the rule which forbids the members of a tribe to intermarry with members of other tribes. In his celebrated essay on primitive marriage, he made an attempt to show that exogamy had arisen from female infanticide, common among savages everywhere. He assumes that to tribes surrounded by enemies and unaided by art, contending with the difficulties of subsistence, sons were a source of strength, both for defense and in the quest for food, whilst daughters were a source of weakness. Hence the cruel custom which left the primitive human hordes with very few young women, thus seriously disturbing the balance of the sexes within the hordes and forcing them to prey upon one another for wives. Usage, induced by necessity, would then in time establish a prejudice among the tribes observing it, a prejudice strong as a principle of religion, as every prejudice relating to marriage is apt to be, against marrying women of their own tribe. Mr. Herbert Spencer has subjected this hypothesis to a searching criticism, and from an article in the Fortnightly Review, it appears as if Mr. McLennan himself had in the end some doubts as to its correctness. To Mr. Spencer's objections, others might be added. A minute investigation of the extent to which female infanticide is practiced has convinced me that Mr. McLennan has much exaggerated the importance of this custom. It certainly prevails in many parts of the world, and it is true that, as a rule, female children are killed rather than male. But there is nothing to indicate that infanticide has ever been so nearly universal, or has anywhere been practiced on so large a scale as Mr. McLennan's hypothesis presupposes. Among a great many existing savage peoples, it is almost unheard of, as for instance, among the Tusky, Otts, Western Eskimo, Botocudos, and in certain tribes of California. Among some of these peoples, newborn children are killed now and then, in case of the birth of twins, if the children are weak and deformed, or for some other reason. But always, it is said, without distinction of sex. Among the Dakotas and Crees, female infanticide is only occasionally committed. The Blackfeet, according to Richardson, believe that women who have been guilty of this crime will never reach the happy mountain after death, but are compelled to hover round the seats of their crimes, with branches of trees tied to their legs, and the Aleuts think that a child murder brings misfortune on the whole village. Among the Abipones, the women often practiced infanticide, but it was the boy who was generally thus sacrificed, for when a son grew up it was necessary to buy a wife for him, while a grown-up daughter would always command her price. In Africa, I do not know of a single district where the people are in the habit of destroying newborn children. Herr Waldau tells us of a Bakundu woman who, accused of such a deed, was condemned to death. Until the introduction of Christianity, the South Sea Islanders practiced infanticide probably to a greater extent than any other people with whose history we are acquainted. But as the motive was often want of food for the infant, or interference with the personal charms of the wife, or the disagreeableness of baby life, boys as well as girls were killed. Moreover, in Samoa, in the Mitchell, S, and Hervey groups, and in part of New Guinea, infanticide was quite unheard of, whilst in most of the islands belonging to the Solomon group, it occurs only in extreme cases, such as that of the child being a bastard. In the Caroline Islands, according to Chamisso, the prince would have the unnatural mother punished with death. And even in Australia, where, according to Mr. Kerr's belief, the women reared as a rule, only 2 boys and 1 girl, the rest being destroyed, there seem to be tribes in which the killing of children rarely happens. There are other reasons, besides those just given, for doubting whether infanticide can ever have been so common as Mr. McLennan suggests. It may be assumed, as Mr. Darwin remarks, that during the earliest period of human development man did not partially lose one of the strongest of instincts, common to all the lower animals, namely the love of their young, and consequently did not practice infanticide. Later on, the women, far from being useless to the savage tribe, rendered valuable services as food providers. Mr. Fisson, who has lived among uncivilized races for many years, thinks it will be found that female infanticide is far less common among the lower savages than it is among the more advanced tribes. And speaking of one of the very rudest, the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, Mr. Bridges states that it occurred only occasionally among them, and then was almost always the deed of the mother, who acted from jealousy or hatred of her husband, or because of desertion and wretchedness. Moreover, it is very generally asserted that certain Californians never committed infanticide before the arrival of the whites, whilst Ellis thinks that there is every reason to suppose that this custom was practiced less extensively by the Polynesians during the early periods of their history than it was afterwards. But even if Mr. McLennan were right in his assumption that savages everywhere used to kill female infants, this would not explain the origin of exogamy. In time, he says, it came to be considered improper, because it was unusual, for a man to marry a woman of his own group. But why should such a marriage ever have become unusual? Why should the men have refrained from marrying those women of their own tribe who were not killed? Why should they have made these beings, whom they considered so useless, even more useless than they naturally were, by preventing them from becoming mothers of sons who would have increased the strength of the tribe? That the men may have endeavored to make up the deficiency of women by capturing wives from foreign tribes is conceivable enough, but it is hard to see why intercourse with women of their own tribe should on this account have been prohibited, sometimes even on pain of death. That the horror of incest is innate in the human race seems as improbable to Mr. Herbert Spencer as to Mr. McLennan. According to Mr. Spencer, this feeling is a result of evolution gradually acquired. Primitive groups of men, he says, are habitually hostile. In all times and places, victory is followed by pillage. Whatever portable things of worth the conquerors find they take. And of course they take women as they take other booty, because women are prized as wives, as concubines, or as drudges. A captured woman, besides her intrinsic value, has an extrinsic value. Like a native wife, she serves as a slave, but unlike a native wife, she serves also as a trophy. Hence, members of the tribe thus married to foreign women are held to be more honorably married than those married to native women. If the tribe, becoming successful in war, robs adjacent tribes of their women more frequently, there will then grow up the idea that the now considerable class having foreign wives form the honorable class, and non-possession of a foreign wife will come to be regarded as a proof of cowardice. An increasing ambition to get foreign wives will therefore arise, and as the number of those who are without them decreases, the brand of disgrace attaching to them will grow more decided, until in the most warlike tribes, it becomes an imperative requirement that a wife shall be obtained from another tribe, if not in open war, then by private abduction. This interpretation is open to an objection similar to that which may be brought against Mr. McLennan's hypothesis. Even if it became customary for a tribe to rob foreign tribes of their women, we have no reason to believe that it therefore became customary not to marry native women. Plurality of wives is for savage man a source of wealth and reputation. Even the wretched Fuegian endeavors to procure as many as possible in order to obtain rowers for his canoe. Hence it could scarcely be considered disgraceful to have some native wives besides those of foreign birth. If Mr. Spencer's explanation is the correct one, what a deplorable lot it must have been for a woman to belong to a tribe always successful in war. She had of course to live unmarried till she was fortunate enough to fall into the hands of some hostile suitor. But this would seldom happen if the adjacent weaker tribes were habitually worsted in war. In such tribes, according to Mr. Spencer, marrying within the tribe will not only be habitual, but there will arise a prejudice, and eventually a law, against taking wives from other tribes. Least of all can Mr. Spencer's hypothesis explain the origin of prohibitions of marriage between the nearest kin. It presupposes that the tribe has been frequently successful in war during so long a period that usage has had time to grow into law. But since such prohibitions are practically common to all mankind, they cannot have originated in the way suggested, because when there is a vanquisher, there must also be a vanquished. Moreover, it is impossible to suppose that that powerful feeling which restrains parents from marrying their children, brothers from marrying their sisters, can have been due to man's vain desire to have a trophy in his wife. Sir John Lubbock explains the origin of exogamy in a quite different way. Believing that in man's primitive state all the men of a tribe were married to all the women, and that no one could appropriate one of them to himself without infringing on the general rights of the tribe, he suggests that women taken in war from a foreign tribe were in a different position. The tribe, as a tribe, had no right to these women, and they would become wives in our sense of the term. It is unnecessary to say much about this hypothesis, as it stands or falls with Sir J. Lubbock's theory of communal marriage. Why should women taken in war have been the men's personal property if the women of the tribe were not so? As Mr. McLennan justly remarks, war captives are usually obtained by group acts or quasi-group acts. Hence capture would be recognized as a regular mode of adding women to the group, subject to the customary rights of its male members, and every man in the group would claim the communal right to women taken by others. Again, Professor Kohler has expressed his belief in the explanation that exogamy was an early method of political self-preservation. That intermarriage is valuable from a political point of view, and has often taken place in order to increase intertribal or international friendship, is beyond doubt. But it is another question whether the strictly prohibitive exogamous rules, the infringement of which is considered a most heinous crime, can be accounted for in this way. It is worth noticing that not only marriage, but also less regular connections between members of the same exogamous group are held in horror. The Australians, for instance, consider cohabitation between individuals belonging to clans that cannot intermarry not less criminal than marriage, often punishing such unions with death. Among the Melanesians, says Dr. Codrington, intercourse within the limit which restrains from marriage, where two members of the same division are concerned, is a crime, is incest. Home makes a similar observation on the prohibited degrees among the Eastern Greenlanders. Speaking of the Samoans, Mr. Pritchard remarks, of all their customs, the most strictly observed, perhaps, was that which forbade the remotest reference to anything, even by way of a joke, that conveyed the slightest indelicacy in thought or word or gesture, when brothers and sisters were together. In presence of his sister, the wildest rake was always modest and moral. In presence of her brother, the most accommodating coquette was always chaste and reserved. This custom remains intact to the present day. Dr. Tyler remarks that anthropologists have long had before them the problem of determining how far clanexogamy may have been the origin of the prohibited degrees in matrimony. But we have seen that it is practically impossible to trace any distinct limit between these two sets of rules. Hence, they seem to be fundamentally identical, a conclusion in which most anthropologists agree. And the prohibitions of close intermarriage certainly cannot be explained as a method of political self-preservation. Other writers, and among them Mr. Morgan, have suggested that prohibitions of the marriage of near kin have arisen from observation of the injurious results of such unions. But most investigators who have considered the subject believe that this knowledge could be gained only by lengthened observation, and, to quote Dr. Peschel, is unattainable by unsettled and childishly heedless races, among whom, nevertheless, a horror of incest is developed most strongly. Sir Henry Maine, on the other hand, thinks that the men who discovered the use of fire and selected the wild forms of certain animals for domestication and of vegetables for cultivation might also have been able to find out that children of unsound constitution were born of nearly related parents. In the next chapter, I shall have occasion to mention some instances which possibly may point in this direction, but in no case does such knowledge appear to be generally diffused among backward races. Mr. Kerr has been unable to discover on what ground consanguineous marriages are held to be objectionable by the Australians, their replies to questions on this head invariably being, "Our tribe always did as we do in this matter." Yet they are well aware, he says, that the aim of the exogamous restrictions is to prevent the union of nearly related individuals. Dr. Sims writes that no other reason for the avoidance of marriage between near relations has been stated to him by the indigenous Bake than that of shame. Mr. Bridges informs me that the Yogans point simply to the fact of relationship as the reason, and when Azara asked the Cheruas why a brother and sister never intermarried, they replied that they did not know why. It is conceivable that the experience of the injurious results of such marriages, once acquired, might afterwards have fallen into oblivion, although the prohibition continued to exist. But Azara expressly states that the Cheruas have no law forbidding incestuous alliances, yet he has never seen nor heard of any among them. Whatever observations may have been made, the prohibition of incest is in no case founded on experience. Had the savage man discerned that children born of marriage between closely related persons are not so sound and vigorous as others, he would scarcely have allowed this knowledge to check his passions. Considering how seldom a civilized man who has any disease, or tendency to disease, which is likely to be transmitted to his descendants, hesitates to marry an equally unhealthy woman, it would surely be unreasonable to suppose that savages have greater forethought and self-command. But even if we admit that man originally avoided marriage with near kin from sagacious calculation, and that he did this during so long a period that usage grew into law, we do not advance a step further. All the writers whose hypotheses have been considered in this chapter assume that men avoid incestuous marriages only because they are taught to do so. It is probable, says Mr. Huth, that, if brothers and sisters were allowed to marry, they would do so while yet too young. But though law and custom may prevent passion from passing into action, they cannot wholly destroy its inward power. Law may forbid a son to marry his mother, a brother his sister, but it could not prevent him from desiring such a union if the desire were natural. Where does that appetite exist? The home is kept pure from incestuous defilement neither by laws, nor by customs, nor by education, but by an instinct which, under normal circumstances, makes sexual love between the nearest kin a psychical impossibility. An unwritten law, says Plato, defends, as sufficiently as possible, parents from incestuous intercourse with their children, brothers from intercourse with their sisters. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda. Omicron letter 1F50 delta. Letter 1F10. Pi iota theta upsilon mu letter 1F77 alpha tau alpha letter 1F7b. Tau eta sigma tau letter 1F6. Sigma sigma upsilon nu omicron upsilon. Sigma letter 1F77 alpha sigma pi alpha rho. Pi alpha nu epsilon letter 1F30. Sigma epsilon rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota. Tau omicron letter 1F7a sigma. Pi omicron lambda lambda, omicron letter 1F7a sigma. Nor does even the desire for this intercourse come at all upon the masses. Chapter 15. Prohibition of marriage between kindred. Concluded. It has been asserted that, if there be really an innate horror of incest, it ought to show itself intuitively when persons are ignorant of any relationship. But ancient writers state that, in Rome, incestuous unions often resulted from the exposure of infants who were reared by slave dealers. Not long ago, Selim Pasha unwittingly married his sister, who, like himself, had been a Circassian slave. The story told in the Heptameron of a double incest was probably true and became widely spread, and so on. Man has thus no horror of marriage with even the nearest kindred if he is unaware of their consanguinity. Consequently, Mr. Huth concludes, there is no innate feeling against incest. Of course, I agree with Mr. Huth in thinking that there is no innate aversion to marriage with near relations. What I maintain is that there is an innate aversion to sexual intercourse between persons living very closely together from early youth, and that, as such persons are in most cases related, this feeling displays itself chiefly as a horror of intercourse between near kin. The existence of an innate aversion of this kind has been taken by various writers as a psychological fact proved by common experience. And it seems impossible otherwise to explain the feeling which makes the relationships between parents and children, and brothers and sisters, so free from all sexual excitement. But the chief evidence is afforded by an abundance of ethnographical facts, which prove that it is not, in the first place, by the degrees of consanguinity, but by the close living together that prohibitory laws against intermarriage are determined. Egede asserts that, among the Greenlanders, it would be reckoned uncouth and blamable if a lad and a girl who had served and been educated in one family desired to be married to one another. And, according to Dr. Nansen, it is preferred that the contracting parties should belong to different settlements. Colonel Macpherson states that, among the Cans, marriage cannot take place even with strangers who have been long adopted into, or domesticated with, a tribe. And Mr. Cousins writes to me that the Cisnatalian Kaffirs dislike marriage between persons who live very closely together, whether related or not. In the northern New Hebrides, a girl betrothed in childhood is sometimes taken to her future father-in-law's house and brought up there. Dr. Codrington says that the boy often thinks she is his sister, and is much ashamed when he comes to know the relation in which he stands. Many peoples have a rule of exogamy that does not depend on kinship at all. Piedrahita relates of the Panches of Bogota that the men and women of one town did not intermarry, as they held themselves to be brothers and sisters, and the impediment of kinship was sacred to them. But such was their ignorance that, if a sister were born in a different town from her brother, he was not prevented from marrying her. The Yamyos on the river Amazons will not suffer an intermarriage between members of the same community, as being friends in blood, though no real affinity between them can be proved. The Uapays, according to Mr. Wallace, do not often marry with relations or even neighbors, preferring those from a distance or even from other tribes. The Australian tribe, as Mr. Howitt points out, is organized in two ways. On the one hand, it is divided socially into phratries and clans, and on the other hand, it is divided geographically into hordes. The two organizations are coexistent, but the divisions of the one do not correspond with those of the other. For while all the people who belong to any given local group are found in one locality alone, those who belong to any given social group are to be found distributed among many, if not among all, of the local groups. Now, in many tribes, local proximity by birth is quite an insuperable obstacle to marriage, a man being absolutely forbidden to marry, or have sexual intercourse with, a woman of the same horde or sub-horde. However eligible she may be in other respects, says Mr. Howitt, the fact that both parties belong to the same locality is held by certain tribes, the Kurnai, for example, to make them too near each other. It is chiefly in tribes where the clan system has been weakened, or has become almost extinct, that the local organization has assumed such overwhelming preponderance. But even in some of the tribes which have a vigorous clan system, local restraints upon marriage are strictly enforced. In Sumatra, according to Mr. Forbes, the country was originally divided into native districts called margas, each marga, as a rule, having its several villages. Each of these village communities is a collection of families, either related or not to each other by the ties of blood. And we know that, at least among certain tribes, marriage between members of the same village or village cluster, and in some districts even between those of the same marga, is prohibited. The Khattars of the Nilgiris, Gaella, Fijians, Zulus, Wakamba, and Kamchadales avoid, as a rule, marriage with members of the same village. So also do the Nagai, who consider it most honest for a man to marry a woman whom he has never seen before. In various of the smaller islands belonging to the Indian archipelago, according to Riedel, women prefer marriage with strangers. The Assamese have a national festival named the Basak Bihu, which is as gay as a carnival, the women, and especially the maidens, enjoying unusual liberty as long as it lasts. For many days before the actual festival, says Colonel Dalton, the young people in the villages may be seen moving about in groups gaily dressed or forming circles, in the midst of which the prettiest girls dance with their long hair loose on their shoulders. But on these occasions the girls do not like to dance before the men of their own village. Professor Kovalevsky observes that in some parts of Russia, the bride is always taken from another village than the bridegroom, and, even in provinces in which no similar custom is known to exist, the bridegroom is constantly spoken of as a foreigner, Chaujay. Chaujananin, and his friends and attendants are represented as coming with him from a distant country in order to take away the future spouse. Sir Richard Burton says, as a general rule, Somali women prefer amorettes with strangers, following the well-known Arab proverb, "The newcomer filleth the eye." We have seen how variously defined the prohibited degrees are in the laws of nations. Facts show that the extent to which relatives are not allowed to intermarry is nearly connected with their close living together. Generally speaking, the prohibited degrees are extended much farther among savage and barbarous peoples than in civilized societies. As a rule, the former, if they have not remained in the most primitive social condition of man, live, not in separate families, but in large households or communities, all the members of which dwell in very close contact with each other. The communism in the family life of the exogamous Indians of North America has been exhaustively illustrated by Mr. Morgan in his work on Houses and House Life of the American Aborigines. The household of the Mandans, he says, consisting of from 20 to 40 persons, the households of the Columbian tribes of about the same number, the Shoshone household of 7 families, the households of the Sacs, of the Iroquois, and of the Creeks, each composed of several families, are fair types of the households of the northern Indians at the epoch of their discovery. The fact is also established that these tribes constructed, as a rule, large joint tenement houses, each of which was occupied by a large household composed of several families, among whom provisions were in common, and who practiced communism in living in the household. Among the Iroquois, each household was made up on the principle of kinship through females, so that the married women, usually sisters, own or collateral, being of the same gens or clan together with their children made a family circle, within which, as we have seen, intermarriage was entirely prohibited. The Sentinel in California live sometimes from 20 to 30 together in the same immense dome-shaped or oblong lodge of willow poles, including all who are blood relations. According to Eged, the Greenlanders, who prohibit marriage between cousins, continue after marriage to live in their parents' house together with other kindred, and what they get they all enjoy in common. The Chippewas, who consider cousins German in the same light as brothers and sisters, but do not recognize relationship beyond this degree, are divided into small bands consisting of but few families each. Among the exogamous Yupes, the houses are the abode of numerous families, and sometimes of a whole horde. Among the Yagins, who regard marriage between first and second cousins as incestuous, occasionally as many as 5 families are to be found living in a wigwam, but generally 2 families. The Australian Aborigines live mostly in small hordes, often consisting of from 30 to 50 men, women, and children. Such a horde, according to Mr. Smythe, is in fact but an enlargement of a family circle, and none within it can intermarry. Among the FATs, in whose clan system the prohibition of incest is a fundamental law, each clan is regarded as one family. Childova, says Mr. MacDonald, calls her own mother mother, and all her mother's tribe clan sisters mother, and calls by the name of father not only her own father but all his tribe clan brothers, and they all call the child their child. The Malays, according to Professor Wilkin, live, as a rule, in large houses containing a great number of differently related persons. In Nanusa, Dr. Hickson remarks, I understood that marriage was not permitted between members of the same household. The enormous households of the Nanusa archipelago are probably the remnants of a much more complete system of intratribal clanships, which has become almost obliterated in the more highly developed races of Sangir and Sayao. Among the Nairs, a household, the members of which are strictly prohibited from sexual relation with each other, includes, as a rule, many allied men, women, and children who not only live together in large common houses, but possess everything in common. Among the Kafirs, the dimensions of a kraal are determined by the number of a man's family and dependents, the family consisting of the father together with his children, including married sons. The South Slavonians live in house communities, each consisting of a body of from 15 to 60 members or even more, who are blood relations to the second or third degree, of course only on the male side. These related families associate in a common dwelling or group of dwellings, governed by a common chief. At the present moment, Sir Henry Maine remarks, the common residence of so many persons of both sexes in the same household may be said to be only possible through their belief that any union of kinsmen and kinswomen would be incestuous. The South Slavonian table of prohibited degrees is extremely wide. Again, Professor Kohler points out the connection between the extensive prohibitions of the Hindus and their large households. In Wales there existed, as a national institution, a joint family called Trev, consisting of 4 generations. Marriage, says Mr. Lewis, was to be outside the Trev or kindred who lived together within one enclosure. Montesquieu, indeed, observed long ago that marriage between cousins was prohibited by peoples among whom brothers and their children used to live in the same house. Chez ces pupils, he says, le marriage entre cousins germains doit erder regarder comme contraire à la nature chez les autres, non. According to him, this prohibition has the same origin as the aversion to sexual relations between brothers and sisters, i.e., les peers et les mères ayant voulu conserver les mowers de leurs enfants et leurs maisons pures. Holding a similar opinion, Dr. Bertolin maintains that, properly speaking, it was not consanguinity, but the purity of home, that the ancient legislators were thinking of when they forbade close intermarriage. It is scarcely necessary to say how far I am from thinking that these prohibitions are, in the first place, due to the providence of parents or legislators. On the other hand, where the families live more separately, such extensive prohibitions to close intermarrying do not generally exist. Among the Asana Indians of Brazil, who prefer marriage with relations, cousins with cousins, uncles with nieces, and nephews with aunts, each family has a separate house. The endogamous Maris, who frequently marry near relations, have their villages generally scattered over a large plot of ground, the personal rights of possession being held most sacred. There is no national bond of union amongst them, says Mr. Yate. Each one is jealous of the authority and power of his neighbor. The hand of each individual is against every man, and every man's hand against him. Among the Todas, who live in strict endogamy, families reside in permanent villages having each a certain tract of grazing ground around it, and containing from 2 to 3 huts. Most of these huts consist of only one room or cabin, and each room holds one entire subdivision of a family. The Bushmans, among whom no degree of consanguinity prevents a matrimonial connection, except between brothers and sisters, parents and children, live a solitary life in small family huts, not high enough to admit even of a bushman standing upright within it. As regards the Waniaro, whose table of prohibited degrees is unusually small, Emin Pasha states, brother, sister, brother-in-law, and son-in-law are the recognized grades of relationship. I have never noticed any intimate connection between more distant relations. The Sinhalese, who frequently marry their cousins on the paternal side, have from time immemorial lived either in very small villages, consisting of a few houses, or in detached habitations, separated from each other. Each dwelling is a little establishment in itself, and each little village, so far as its wants are concerned, may be considered independent. They seldom visit each other, except it be to beg or borrow something. Even near relations manifest no affection to each other in their visits, but sit with the gravity of strangers. It is easy to explain, says Ewald, why among the Hebrews marriage between brothers and sisters in the widest sense was forbidden, while that between cousins was permitted. The latter did not form one united household, and the more each house stood strictly by itself in the ancient fashion, the wider seemed the separation between cousins. Tacitus states that the ancient Germans, whose prohibitions against incest seem to have included only the nearest relations, lived in scattered families at some distance from each other. And a comparison between the forbidden degrees of the Greeks and Romans clearly shows where we have to seek the real cause of the prohibitions. Among the former, even very close relationship was no hindrance to intermarriage, whereas, among the latter, it was not allowed between rather distantly related persons. This difference, as Rossbach justly points out, was due to the fact that the family feeling of the Greeks was much weaker than that of the Romans, among whom, in early times, a son used to remain in his father's house even after marriage, so that cousins on the father's side were brought up as brothers and sisters. Later on, the several families separated from the common household, and the prohibited degrees were considerably retrenched. The reader may perhaps be disposed to reproach me for selecting only such instances as are in favor of my theory, but statistical data will show that such an imputation would be groundless. In speaking of the classificatory system of relationship, I pointed out that this system springs, to a great extent, from the close living together of considerable numbers of kinsfolk. Now it is most interesting to note that Dr. Tyler, by his method of adhesions, has found the two institutions, exogamy and classificatory relationship, to be in fact two sides of one institution. In reckoning, he says, from the present schedules the number of peoples who use relationship names more or less corresponding to the classificatory systems here considered, they are found to be 53, and the estimated number of these which might coincide accidentally with exogamy, were there no close connection between them, would be about 12. But in fact, the number of peoples who have both exogamy and classification is 33, this strong coincidence being the measure of the close casual connection subsisting between the two institutions. The adherence is even stronger as to cross-cousin marriage, i.e., that the children of two brothers may not marry, nor the children of two sisters, though the child of the brother may marry the child of the sister, of which 21 cases appear in the schedules, no less than 15 of the peoples practicing it being also known as exogamous. Among the Reddys, a father's elder brother and a mother's elder sister are called, respectively, great father and great mother, and a father's younger brother and a mother's younger sister, respectively, lesser father and lesser mother, whereas the father's sisters and the mother's brothers are denoted by quite different terms. Mr. Kearns remarks that they consider the difference as well as the distance of relationship between these two groups of relations to be so great that they think it unlawful and incestuous to marry the daughter of a father's brother or of a mother's sister, she being equal to a sister, whilst it is perfectly legal to marry the daughter of a father's sister or of a mother's brother. We have seen that the prohibitions against incest are very often more or less one-sided, applying more extensively either to the relations on the father's side or to those on the mother's, according as descent is reckoned through men or women. We have also seen that the line of descent is intimately connected with local relationships, and we may now fairly infer that the same local relationships exercise a considerable influence on the table of prohibited degrees. Among the Rajangs of Sumatra, says Marston, a marriage must not take place between relations within the third degree, But there are exceptions for the descendants of females who, passing into other families, become as strangers. A Chinese woman on marriage alienates herself from her own family to be incorporated into that of her husband. Hence, as Mr. Medhurst observes, children of brothers and sisters may marry at pleasure, while those of brothers cannot be united on pain of death. In a large number of cases, prohibitions of intermarriage are only indirectly influenced by the close living together. Aversion to the intermarriage of persons who live in intimate connection with each other has provoked prohibitions of the intermarriage of relations, and as kinship is traced by means of a system of names, the name comes to be considered identical with relationship. This system, as Dr. Tyler remarks, is necessarily one-sided. Though it will keep up the record of descent either on the male or female side, it cannot do both at once. The other line, not having been kept up by such means of record, even where it is recognized as a line of relationship, is more or less neglected and is soon forgotten. Hence, the prohibited degrees often extend very far on the one side, but not on the other. We have seen many instances of a common surname being a bar to intermarriage. This is especially the case with peoples among whom the clannish feeling is highly developed. Thus, even the commonest Chinese are often able to trace their descent through lines of ancestry more remote than any that England's most ancient families can claim. And, among the Ossetes, a man is bound to take blood revenge for a cousin 100 times removed who bears his name, whereas relationship on the mother's side is not recognized. Generally speaking, the feeling that two persons are intimately connected in some way or other may, through an association of ideas, give rise to the notion that marriage or intercourse between them is incestuous. Hence the prohibitions of marriage between relations by alliance and by adoption. Hence, too, the prohibitions on the ground of what is called spiritual relationship. The Emperor Justinian passed a law forbidding any man to marry a woman for whom he had stood as godfather in baptism, the tie of the godfather and godchild being so analogous to that of the father, and child as to make such a marriage appear improper. In the Roman Church, sponsorship creates a bar to the marriage even of co-sponsors, and the restriction can be removed only by a dispensation. In Eastern Europe, the groomsman at a wedding comes under a set of rules which forbids intermarriage with the family of the bride to exactly the same extent as if he were naturally the brother of the bridegroom. A similar cognatio spiritualis, according to the old law books of India, occurs between a pupil and his guru, that is, the teacher who instructs him in the Veda. The pupil lived in his guru's house for several years and regarded him almost as a father. Hence, adultery with a guru's wife was considered a mortal sin. But how, then, are we to explain the exceptions, apparent or real, to the rule that close living together inspires an aversion to intermarriage? How are we to explain the fact that, besides tribes that are exogamous, there are others that are endogamous, and that, besides peoples with very extensive laws against intermarriage, there are others among whom unions take place between very near relations, such as brothers and sisters, and even parents and children? In the next chapter, we shall examine the psychological principle which underlies the endogamous marriage. For the present, it is sufficient to say that endogamy never, except in cases of extreme isolation, seems to occur among peoples living in very small communities with close connections between their members. Concerning the Australians, Mr. Kerr expressly states that those tribes which are endogamous are, as a rule, stronger in numbers than those in which exogamous marriage obtains. The marriage of brother and sister means, as we have seen, in most cases, marriage between a half-brother and a half-sister, having the same father but different mothers. Such marriages are not necessarily contrary to the principle here laid down. Polygyny breaks up the one family into as many subfamilies as there are wives who have children, and it is not possible for the father of these subfamilies to be a member of each of them in the same sense as the father is a member of the monogamous family. Nor are the children of the different mothers brought into such close contact as the children of one mother, every wife with her own family forming a little separate group and generally living in a separate hut. On the contrary, hatred and rivalry are of no rare occurrence among the members of the various subfamilies. In the Pelu Islands, according to Herr Kubery, it very seldom happens that the several wives of the same man even see each other. After speaking of the marriage of half-brother and half-sister allowed among the ancient Arabs, Professor Robertson Smith remarks, Whatever is the origin of bars to marriage, they certainly are early associated with the feeling that it is indecent for housemates to intermarry. Most of the recorded instances of intermarriage of brother and sister refer to royal families, to the exclusion of others, and there is no difficulty in accounting for incestuous unions of this sort. Among lower races, as well as in Europe, it is considered improper for royal persons to contract marriage with persons of less exalted birth. But whilst European princes may go to some friendly court for their consorts, a similar course is not open to African or Asiatic potentates. Incestuous unions may also take place on account of necessity, as among the Wataita, or on account of extreme isolation, as among the Karens of the Tenasserim provinces, several of the small tribes of Brazil, and especially the Vedas of Ceylon. Among the wild Vedas, the different families are separated from each other by great distances, and it is only accidentally or occasionally that any others besides the members of one family are brought together. The reason for the practice of marrying a sister, says Professor Virchow, was probably the same everywhere, in the royal families as with the naked Vedas, the lack of suitable women or of women altogether. Certain instances of incestuous connection are evidently the results of vitiated instincts, the origin of which we are not able to trace. It is a remarkable fact that several of the peoples among whom incestuous intercourse is said to be practiced are, at the same time, expressly stated to indulge in bestiality or other unnatural vices. This shows that their sexual feelings are altogether in a perverted state. Much stress has been laid by anthropologists on the few instances of peoples who habitually or occasionally contract unions, which we should consider criminal. They have been taken for surviving types of the primitive condition of man, proving that sentiments such as those which among ourselves restrain the sexual instincts are not innate. But it is obvious that they prove nothing of the kind. Students of early history have often paid too much regard to exceptions and too little to rules, overlooking the fact that there is no rule which has no exceptions. It may be objected that no feeling of incest exists among the lower animals. According to Mr. Huth, incest is constantly practiced by animals and habitually by those which are polygamous. But, as we have previously seen, among species that live in families, the young, without exception, leave the family as soon as they are able to shift for themselves, and Mr. Huth has adduced not the slightest evidence for his statement that polygamy among animals means the closest incest. The hypothesis here advocated can, I think, account for all the facts given in the last chapter. It explains how the horror of incest may be independent of experience as well as of education. Why the horror of incest refers not only to relations by blood, but very frequently to persons not at all so related. Why the prohibitions of consanguineous marriages vary so considerably with regard to the prohibited degrees, applying, however, almost universally to persons who live in the closest contact with each other. And why these prohibitions are so commonly extended much farther on the one side, the paternal or the maternal, than on the other. The question now arises: how has this instinctive aversion to marriage between persons living closely together originated? We have seen that a certain degree of similarity as regards the reproductive system of two individuals is required to make their union fertile and the progeny resulting from this union fully capable of propagation. It might, then, be supposed that the highest degree of similarity must be the most beneficial, but in all probability this is not the case. It seems to be necessary not only that the sexual elements which unite shall be somewhat like, but that they shall be in some way different. The similarity must not be too great. Mr. Darwin, by his careful studies on the effects of cross and self-fertilization in the vegetable kingdom, contributed more largely than anyone else to the discovery of this law. He watched, from germination to maturity, more than 1,000 individual plants, produced by crossing and self-fertilization, belonging to 57 species, 52 genera, and 30 large families, and including natives of the most various countries. The result established by this research was that cross-fertilization is generally beneficial and self-fertilization injurious, which is shown by the difference in height, weight, constitutional vigor, and fertility of the offspring from crossed and self-fertilized flowers, and in the number of seeds produced by the parent plants. Hence, Whenever plants which are the offspring of self-fertilization are opposed in the struggle for existence to the offspring of cross-fertilization, the latter have the advantage. And this follows, according to Mr. Darwin, from individuals of two distinct kinds having been subjected during previous generations to different conditions, or to their having varied from some unknown cause in a manner commonly called spontaneous, because of that innate tendency to vary and to advance in organization which exists in all beings, so that in either case their sexual elements have been in some degree differentiated. As for the animal kingdom, Mr. Darwin remarks that almost all who have bred many kinds of animals and have written on the subject have expressed the strongest conviction on the evil effects of close interbreeding. Indeed, says Sir J. Sebright, I have no doubt but that, by this practice being continued, animals would, in course of time, degenerate to such a degree as to become incapable of breeding at all. I have tried many experiments by breeding in and in upon dogs, fowls, and pigeons. The dogs became, from strong spaniels, weak and diminutive lapdogs. The fowls became long in the legs, small in the body, and bad breeders. Mr. Huth, on the other hand, denies that breeding in and in, however close, has proved to be in itself hurtful, and quotes the evidence of numerous breeders whose choicest stocks have always been so bred. But in these cases, as Mr. Wallace remarks, there has been rigid selection by which the weak or the infertile have been eliminated, and with such selection, there is no doubt that the ill effects of close interbreeding can be prevented for a long time. But this by no means proves that no ill effects are produced. The consensus of opinion on this point among eminent breeders is indeed overwhelming and cannot be reasoned away. According to Cramp's experiment with the brown rat, Mus decumanus, 39 animals out of 153 born by related parents, i.e., 25.5%, died soon after birth, whereas of 299 animals of parents not related this was the case with 28 only, i.e., 8.4%. The animals of incestuous broods were much smaller and lighter than others, and their fecundity was diminished. Mr. Huth himself observed, when breeding rabbits in and in, that after the fourth generation there was a diminution of fecundity analogous to the disgust that the stomach would feel at the same diet long continued, though he found no evil effect in any other way. On the contrary, the inandin bred offspring were somewhat heavier than the non-related parent animals. Professor Preyer has made a similar observation with regard to guinea pigs. Breeding in and in produced a considerable loss of fertility, but was accompanied with an increase of weight. This seems to indicate that the effects of close interbreeding are not always the same. There are certainly breeders who prefer connecting together the animals nearest allied in blood to one another. But, as Dr. Mitchell observes, when breeding in and in has been practiced with so-called good results, the issue is nothing but the development of a saleable defect, which, from the animal's point of view, must be regarded as wholly unnatural and artificial, and not calculated to promote its well-being or natural usefulness. Many writers suppose that all the evils from close interbreeding depend upon the combination and consequent increase of morbid tendencies common to both parents, the state of whose health decides whether union would be favorable or not to the offspring. If the parents are perfectly healthy, says M. Pouchett, and exempt from all commencing degeneracy, they can only give birth to children at least as healthy as themselves. But if the same degeneracy has already tainted both the parents, the offspring will show it in a greater degree and will tend towards entire disappearance. The same opinion is held by Sir John Sebright. But being, as an experienced breeder, well aware of the injurious results which almost always follow from interbreeding animals too closely, he adds that, according to his belief, there never did exist an animal without some defect, in constitution, in form, or in some other essential quality, or that at least a tendency to the same imperfection generally prevails in the same family. Mr. Darwin, however, has shown it to be highly probable that, though the injury has often partly resulted from the combination of morbid tendencies, the general cause is different. Considering the number of self-fertilized plants that were tried, he thinks it is nothing less than absurd to suppose that in all these cases the mother plants, though not appearing in any way diseased, were weak or unhealthy in so peculiar a manner that their self-fertilized seedlings, many hundreds in number, were rendered inferior in height, weight, constitutional vigor, and fertility to their crossed offspring. Moreover, self-fertilization and close interbreeding induce sterility, and this indicates something quite different from the augmentation of morbid tendencies common to both parents. Hence, it seems to be almost beyond doubt that, just as the sterility of distinct species when first crossed, and of their hybrid offspring, depends on their sexual elements having been differentiated in too great a degree, the evils of close interbreeding, or self-fertilization in plants, result chiefly from their sexual elements not having been sufficiently differentiated. But we do not know why a certain amount of differentiation is necessary or favorable for the fertilization or union of two organisms, any more than for the chemical affinity or union of two substances. It must, however, be observed that no case of complete sterility is met with in self-fertilized seedlings, as is so common with hybrids, and that interbreeding even of the nearest relations may sometimes, under very favorable circumstances, be continued through several generations without any evil results making their appearance. It is impossible to believe that a law which holds good for the rest of the animal kingdom, as well as for plants, does not apply to man also, but it is difficult to adduce direct evidence for the evil effects of consanguineous marriages. We cannot expect very conspicuous results from other alliances than those between the nearest relations, between brothers and sisters, parents and children. And the injurious results, even of such unions, would not necessarily appear at once. Sir J. Sebright remarks that there may be families of domestic animals which go through several generations without sustaining much injury from having been bred in and the offspring of self-fertilized plants do not always show any loss of vigor in the first generations. Man cannot, in this respect, be subjected to experiments like those tried in the case of other animals, and habitual intermarriage of the very nearest relations is, as we have seen, exceedingly rare. Mr. Adam argues that there is no proof of the physical deterioration of those divisions of mankind amongst whom incestuous unions are known more or less to have prevailed, as the Egyptians and Persians. But among these nations, marriage certainly did not always take place between closely related persons, and breeders of domestic animals inform us that the mixing in even of a drop of unrelated blood is sufficient almost to neutralize the injurious effects of long-continued close interbreeding. Again, Mr. Huth asserts that, though the Ptolemies habitually married their sisters, nieces, and cousins, they were neither sterile nor particularly short-lived. Mr. Galton, on the contrary, sees in Ptolemaic experience a proof that close intermarriage is followed by sterility. In 10 marriages between brothers and sisters, uncles and nieces, or between first cousins, the average number of children was not quite 2, and 3 of the unions were entirely sterile. The Vedas of Ceylon are probably the most in-and-in-bred people that ever existed. Among them, the practice of a man marrying his younger sister did not occur only occasionally. According to Mr. Bailey, it was the proper marriage. Among the Bainten Vedas, it may be said to have been, for perhaps 2 generations or so, extinct, whilst among those of Nilgala, it is at most only disappearing. Mr. Bailey believes that this practice is quite sufficient to account for the short stature as well as the weak and vacant expression of this people. He did not find many traces of insanity, idiocy, and epilepsy, maladies which such marriages, according to a common belief, might be supposed to produce. But in other respects, he says, the injurious effects of this custom would seem to be plainly discernible. The race is rapidly becoming extinct. Large families are all but unknown, and longevity is very rare. I have been at some pains to obtain reliable data to elucidate these points. Out of 72 Vedas in Nilgala, 50 were adults and 22 children. In one small sept or family, there were 9 adults and 1 child. In another, 1 child and 8 adults, and so on. In Bainten, out of 308 Vedas, 175 were adults and 133 children. Here the disproportion is not so marked, but in one of the smaller tribes, more isolated than the rest, there were 20 adults and but 4 children. The paucity of children, I think, must be ascribed to the degeneracy produced by such close intermarriages, for I have never heard a suspicion of infanticide existing among them. Out of 50 adults in Nilgala, only 1 appeared to have numbered 70 years, and but 8 to have exceeded 50. In Bainten, of 175 adults, 2 only seem to have reached their 70th, and but 14 to have exceeded their 50th year. Such statistics seem to show the practical results of such connections. The Nilgala Vedas, who still maintain an almost total isolation from other people, are rapidly disappearing. The Vedas of Binten, who have abandoned the pernicious custom which I have described and still intermarry among themselves, are becoming extinct, though more gradually. With the exception of this case, the closest kind of intermarriage which we have opportunities of studying is that between first cousins. Unfortunately, the observations hitherto made on the subject are far from decisive. Several writers, as M. Perrier, Dr. Voisin, and Mr. Huth, believe that there are no injurious results at all from those marriages, unless the parents are afflicted with the same hereditary morbid tendencies, whilst others, as M. Devey and M. Boudin, express the most alarming opinions as to the bad effects of consanguineous marriages. Such alliances are supposed to bring evils of many different kinds upon a population, as sterility, idiocy, epilepsy, insanity, deaf-mutism, congenital malformations in the offspring, cretinism, albinoism, and c. But how little the statements of the various writers agree with each other appears. For instance, from the fact that M. Boudin found the proportion of deaf-mutes born in consanguineous marriages in the Imperial Institution of Deaf-Mutes at Paris to be 28-35%, whereas, according to Dr. Mitchell, it amounts to 5-17% in Scotch and English institutions. As it is impossible to dwell here upon the investigations of the several writers, of which Mr. Huth has given so complete an account, I shall confine myself to a statement of the general results attained by those investigators who have founded their inquiries on a more trustworthy statistical basis. Adopting a method different from that of his predecessors, Professor G. H. Darwin has endeavored first to discover the proportion of consanguineous marriages in the whole population, and then to find out whether the offspring of those marriages exhibit a greater percentage of individuals defective in one way or another than the offspring of non-consanguineous marriages. His investigations tend decidedly to invalidate the exaggerated conclusions of many previous writers, but he thinks that there are nevertheless grounds for asserting that various maladies take an easy hold of the offspring of consanguineous marriages. He did not find evidence that the marriage of first cousins had any effect in the production of infertility, deaf-mutism, insanity, or idiocy, but he observed a slightly lowered vitality amongst the offspring of first cousins and a somewhat higher death rate than amongst the families of non-consanguineous marriages. Moreover, the numbers of boating men belonging to the 20 boats at Oxford and 30 at Cambridge, in the first and second division, and those of selected athletes from some schools in England, justified, to some extent, the belief that offspring of first cousins are deficient physically, whilst at the same time they negative the views of alarmist writers on the subject. It is curious that, in spite of such unambiguous statements, Mr. Darwin's paper has generally been quoted as an evidence of the perfect harmlessness of first cousin marriages. M. Stieta has found that, in the departments of France, the number of bodily or mentally infirm people increases almost constantly in proportion to the number of consanguineous marriages, as will be seen from the following table. Number of consanguineous number of group, departments, marriages in infirm people in each thousand marriages, inhabitants. I 43 Roman 2, 38 Roman 3, 95 Roman 4, 24 V, 58 Roman 6, 8 Roman 7, 85 Roman 8, 225, I Roman 4, 265 V, Roman 8, 81. The Danish physician, Dr. Mig, published in 1879 a book on marriage between blood relations, which unfortunately has received much less attention than it deserves. Thanks to the trustworthiness of the method, the number of cases considered, and the author's impartiality, it is probably the most important statistical contribution hitherto issued on this subject. Dr. Mig found, from the information he received from various parts of Denmark, that in that country, or at least in the parishes of it which came under his observation, there occur, among the children of related persons, comparatively more idiots, lunatics, epileptics, and deaf-mutes than among others. He considers it probable, too, though not proved, that such children die in a higher ratio and are more liable to certain diseases. But on the other hand, he did not notice any perceptible difference in fertility between consanguineous and crossed marriages. In these inquiries, Dr. Mig followed the method applied by the Norwegian physician Ludvig Dahl 20 years earlier. Through careful investigation of 246 marriages, 85 of which were between first cousins and 4 between still nearer relations, this inquirer was led to the conclusions that consanguineous marriages are somewhat less fertile than crossed marriages, that they produce comparatively many more stillborn and sickly children, and that insanity, idiocy, deaf-dumbness, and epilepsy occur about 11 times as often among the offspring of relations as among the offspring of unrelated parents. But he admitted that the numbers compared were too small to make his conclusions decisive. These results are, of course, to a great extent conjectural, but it is noteworthy that, of all the writers who have discussed the subject, the majority, and certainly not the least able of them, have expressed their belief in marriages between first cousins being more or less unfavorable to the offspring. And no evidence which can stand the test of scientific investigation has hitherto been adduced against this view. Some writers have, indeed, cited instances of communities where consanguineous marriages have occurred constantly without any evil effects having appeared. Thus, the Pitcairn Island, uninhabited till the year 1790, was at that time peopled by 9 white men and 6 men and 12 women of Tahiti. In 1800, the population consisted of 1 man, 5 women, and 19 children, and the descendants of these persons are stated by later travelers to be strong and healthy without any traces of degeneration. Omitting whatever else may be said against this case as evidence for the harmlessness of consanguineous marriages, I need only call attention to the facts that, since the colonization of this island, a few strangers have joined the little colony, that it was once removed to Norfolk Island, and that, of those who returned, one was a Norfolk Islander who had married a Pitcairn girl, that the island has frequently been visited by ships with their crews, and that, as Beechey expressly states, the same restrictions with regard to intermarriage of relations exist here as in England. There are several isolated communities in Java, Peru, Great Britain, France, Scandinavia, and C, which intermarry solely among themselves without any evil effects being discernible. An often quoted case is the community of Bats, 3,300 persons, situated near Croisic on a peninsula. The inhabitants of this community have been in the habit of closely intermarrying among themselves from time immemorial. Nevertheless, they are almost all very well in health without any hereditary affection. But Dr. Voisin observes, les conditions climatériques de la commune de Bats, son voisinage de la mer, el hygiene et les habitudes de ses habitants, semblant es accorder pour imperture la dégénérescence de l'espèce, et paracent expliquer l'iniquité des marriages intraconsanguins, qui essaient pratiquent depuis plusieurs cycles. In other isolated communities, the population is not so numerous, and the sanitary conditions are not perhaps so favorable. But in any case, we may say that this local endogamy is generally something quite different from marriage with near relations. Dr. Mitchell found that, in almost all the isolated communities along the coasts of Scotland, which had been given as instances of close interbreeding, such marriages were comparatively rare. According to Dr. Mig, the like is true of the population of Lio and Strino in Denmark. And Dr. Andrew Wood states, of the fisher folk of New Haven, that, though they keep themselves much segregated, they are very careful regarding intermarriage, and look upon the union of relatives as an infringement of the laws of morality. Moreover, even if it could be proved that, in particular cases, close intermarrying, though continued for a long time, has been followed by no bad consequences, this would be no evidence that consanguineous marriages are as a rule innocuous. In some parishes of Denmark, Dr. Mig found no evil effects of such marriages, whilst in others they were very conspicuous. And from the investigations of Mr. Darwin, it appears that, notwithstanding the injury which most plants suffer from self-fertilization, a few have almost certainly been propagated in a state of nature for thousands of generations without having been once intercrossed. It is impossible to understand, he says, why some individuals even of the same species are sterile, whilst others are quite fertile with their own pollen. There is evidence that the bad consequences of self-fertilization and close interbreeding may almost fail to appear under favorable conditions of life. In Andean bred plants, when allowed enough space and good soil, frequently show little or no deterioration, whereas, when placed in competition with another plant, they often perish or are much stunted. Cramp's experiments with brown rats proved that the breeding in Andean was much less injurious if the offspring of the related parents were well fed and taken care of than if it was otherwise. And this is in striking accordance with Dr. Mitchell's observations as to consanguineous marriages in Scotland. The results there appear to be least grave and are frequently almost nil if the parents and children live in tolerable comfort, without anxiety or much thought for the morrow, and easily earning enough to procure good food and clothing. In short, when they work, but do not struggle for existence. On the other hand, when they are poor, pinched for food, scrimp of clothing, badly housed, and exposed to misery, when they have to toil and struggle for the bare necessaries of life, never having enough for today and being always fearful of tomorrow, the evil may become very marked. If this is the case, we must expect to find that consanguineous marriages are much more injurious in savage regions, where the struggle for existence is often very severe, than they have proved to be in civilized society, especially as it is among the well-off classes that such marriages occur most frequently. In England, according to Mr. G. H. Darwin, cousin marriages among the aristocracy are probably 4.5%. Among the middle and upper middle class, or among the landed gentry, 3.5%. But in London, comprising all classes, they are probably only 1.5%. He thinks that the slightness of the evils which he found to result from first cousin marriages, perhaps, depends upon the fact that a large majority of Englishmen live under what are on the whole very favorable circumstances. We must also, however, remember that there has been a great mixture of races in Europe, and that this necessarily makes marriage of kinsfolk less injurious, so far as the evil results of such unions depend upon too great a likeness between the sexual elements. The conclusion that closely related marriages produce more destructive effects among savage than civilized peoples derives, perhaps, some additional probability from certain ethnological facts. These facts may, at least, serve to show that such marriages, and the experience of isolated communities, are not everywhere in favor of Mr. Huth's conclusions. Several statements on the subject have, indeed, scarcely any value as direct evidence for the harmfulness of consanguineous marriages, but to 2 or 3 considerable weight must be attached. According to V. Martius, who is a great authority on Brazilian ethnography, it is a well-established fact, observed everywhere, that the smaller and more isolated of the Indian communities, scarcely any members of which marry members of other communities, are much more liable to every kind of deterioration than the larger groups. It is probable, Mr. Bates, another most capable judge, remarks with reference to the savage tribes on the upper Amazons, that the strange inflexibility of the Indian organization, both bodily and mental, is owing to the isolation in which each small tribe has lived, and to the narrow round of life and thought and close intermarriages for countless generations, which are the necessary results. Their fecundity is of a low degree, for it is very rare to find an Indian family having so many as 4 children, and we have seen how great is their liability to sickness and death on removal from place to place. Touching the Asana Indians, Mr. Wallace asserts that they are said not to be nearly so numerous, nor to increase so rapidly, as the Uapays, which may perhaps be owing to their marrying with relations, while the latter prefer strangers. And V. T. Schutte supposes that the low fecundity of the Badacudos is caused by their endogamous habits, for when their women marry out of their own horde, especially with whites or Negroes, they are generally very fertile. The Caledonian Indians of the Isthmus of Darien, according to Mr. Gisborne, are bound never to cross the breed with foreigners, hence intermarriage is very constant, and, as he remarks, the race degenerates. The Pueblos in New Mexico, too, are said to deteriorate because of their constant intermarriage in the same village. As regards the Hottentots, Barrow remarks, the impolitic custom of hoarding together in families and of not marrying out of their own kraals has no doubt tended to enervate this race of men and reduce them to their present degenerated condition, which is that of a languid, listless, phlegmatic people, in whom the prolific powers of nature seem to be almost exhausted. Few of the women have more than 2 or 3 children, and many of them are barren. But this is not the case when a Hottentot woman is connected with a white man. The fruit of such an alliance, says Barrow, is not only in general numerous, but they are beings of a very different nature from the Hottentot. In 2 early marriages, the licentious habits of both sexes, and the intermarriage of near relatives, the Reverend J. Sibrey finds the causes of the infertility of the women of Madagascar. Among the Garos, the chiefs have, in comparison with the lower classes, degenerated physically, and Colonel Dalton is inclined to think that this degeneration is a result of close interbreeding. The Lundusi Dyaks, according to Sir Spencer St. John, have decreased greatly in numbers, from 1,000 families to 10. They complain bitterly, he says, that they have no families, that their women are not fertile. Indeed, there were but 3 or 4 children in the whole place. The men were fine-looking, and the women well-favored and healthy, remarkably clean and free from disease. We could only account for their decreasing numbers by their constant intermarriages. Mr. Foreman thinks that the low intellect and mental debility perceptible in many families among the domesticated natives of the Philippines are due to consanguineous marriages. Mr. Batchelor connects the rapid decrease of the Ainos with their endogamous habits. And Mr. Mead remarks, with regard to the Maoris, that one of the principal causes of the diminishing population is said to be their intermarriages, which cause barrenness among the women. Of no little interest to us are the todas of the Nilgiri Hills. Mr. Marshall remarks that, among them, relationship is intimate far beyond that witnessed in any country approaching civilization. Intimate to such a degree that the whole tribe, where not parents and children, brothers and sisters, are all first cousins, descended from lines of first cousins prolonged for centuries. As regards the general appearance of the people, a large proportion of both sexes and of all ages are doubtless in excellent health, and their fecundity, according to Dr. Short, is by no means of a low degree. Nevertheless, the todas are dying out. In infancy, the mortality is so great that, as a rule, there is in each family only a small number of children. It is rarely that there are more than 2 or 3 children, says the missionary Metz, and it is not at all an uncommon thing to find only a single child, while many families have none at all. The numbers of the todas have, consequently, for years past been gradually declining, and probably the time is not far distant when they will have passed away. Of course, we do not know whether this depends upon their close intermarriages, but there is, at any rate, some reason to suspect that this is the case. That the intermarrying has not produced more evil effects on the population may possibly be owing to the wealth for which the Nilgiri Hills are remarkable, and to their climate, which, for mildly invigorating properties and equable seasonal changes throughout the year, is perhaps unrivaled anywhere within the tropics. Another very much Inandin-bred people are the Persians. Among them, husband and wife are generally of the same family and very often cousins. Yet Dr. Pollack, who has lived in Persia for 9 years, partly as a teacher in the medical school of Tehran, partly as physician to the Shah, and during this residence has had excellent opportunities of acquainting himself with the conditions of the people, has not observed that the diseases which are supposed to result from consanguineous marriages prevail more frequently there than elsewhere. Nor has he found that the Persian women are generally less fertile than others. Yet the families are exceedingly small, as the mortality among children is enormous. Of 6, perhaps 2 as a rule survive, but very often none at all, most of them dying in their 2nd year. Dr. Pollack believes indeed that on an average, scarcely more than 1 living child comes to each woman. A princess in Tehran was looked upon quite as a wonder because she had 8 children alive, and the European physician was asked if he ever before in his own country had seen a similar case. More important than any of these statements is the following testimony concerning the Karens of Burma, for which I am indebted to the Reverend Dr. Alonzo Bunker, who has been a resident among that people during more than 20 years. He says that, in some of their villages, exogamy prevails, in others endogamy, but marriages between parents and children, brothers and sisters, are prohibited everywhere, and even first cousins very seldom marry, though there is no law against such connections. There is a striking difference with regard to stature, health, strength, and fecundity between the inhabitants of the exogamous and those of the endogamous villages, the latter being much inferior in all these respects. Dr. Bunker has no doubt that this inferiority is owing to the intermarriage of kinsfolk, and he asserts that even the natives themselves ascribe it to this cause, though they obstinately keep up the old custom, regarding marriages out of their own village as highly unbecoming. In cases in which missionaries have been able to persuade young men to choose wives from another village, Dr. Bunker assures me that the good effects of a cross appeared at once. There are some other peoples who ascribe evil results to close intermarriage. Mr. Cousins informs me that the Cisnatalian Kafirs believe that their offspring would be of a more sickly nature if such were allowed. And Mr. Isles writes that the Zulus, on the border of Pondoland, regard sterility and deformity as consequences of consanguineous unions. The Australian Diary, according to Mr. Gasson, have a tradition that, after the creation, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and others of the closest kin intermarried promiscuously, until the bad effects of these marriages became manifest. A council of the chiefs was then assembled to consider in what way the evil might be averted, and the result of their deliberations was a petition to the Muramura, or Good Spirit. In answer to this, he ordered that the tribe should be divided into branches, and distinguished one from the other by different names, after objects animate and inanimate, such as dogs, mice, emu, rain, and so forth, and that the members of any such branch should be forbidden to marry other members of the same branch. Again, touching the Kenai, in the northwestern part of North America, Richardson states, "It was the custom that the men of one stock should choose their wives from another, and the offspring belonged to the race of the mother. This custom has fallen into disuse, and marriages in the same tribe occur. But the old people say that mortality among the Kenai has arisen from the neglect of the ancient usage." In a Greenland Eskimo tale, the father of Kakamak, finding that all his grandchildren have died before reaching the age of puberty, suggests to his son-in-law, "Perhaps we are too near akin." Two Mohammedan travelers of the 9th century tell us that the Hindus never married a relation because they thought alliances between unrelated persons improved the offspring. In Hadith, the collection of Mohammedan traditions, it is said, "Marry among strangers, thus you will not have feeble posterity." This view, says Goldziher, coincides with the opinion of the ancient Arabs that the children of endogamous marriages are weakly and lean. To this class also belongs the proverb of Al-Maidani, "Marry the distant, marry not the near," in relationship. A poet praising a hero says, "He is a hero, not born by the cousin of his father. He is not weakly, for the seed of relations brings forth feeble fruit." In opposition to the view that these opinions are the results of experience, it may be urged that any infraction of the customs or laws of ancestors is commonly thought to call down divine vengeance. Father Veniaminoff tells us that, among the early Aleuts, incest, which was considered the gravest crime, was believed to be always followed by the birth of monsters with walrus tusks, beard, and other disfiguration. And among the Kafirs, according to Mr. Finn, it is a general belief that the offspring of an incestuous union will be a monster, a punishment inflicted by the ancestral spirit. But whatever may be said of the other cases referred to, no such explanation can possibly hold good for the Arabs. Among them, marriage with a near relation involved no infringement of their marriage regulations. On the contrary, in spite of the opinions in favor of exogamy, the preference for marriage with a cousin was dominant among them, and a man had even a right to the hand of his bint am, the daughter of a paternal uncle. Taking all these facts into consideration, I cannot but believe that consanguineous marriages, in some way or other, are more or less detrimental to the species. And here, I think, we may find a quite sufficient explanation of the horror of incest, not because man at an early stage recognized the injurious influence of close intermarriage, but because the law of natural selection must inevitably have operated. Among the ancestors of man, as among other animals, there was no doubt a time when blood relationship was no bar to sexual intercourse. But variations, here as elsewhere, would naturally present themselves, and those of our ancestors who avoided inandine breeding would survive, while the others would gradually decay and ultimately perish. Thus an instinct would be developed which would be powerful enough, as a rule, to prevent injurious unions. Of course, it would display itself simply as an aversion on the part of individuals to union with others with whom they lived. But these, as a matter of fact, would be blood relations, so that the result would be the survival of the fittest. Whether man inherited the feeling from the predecessors from whom he sprang, or whether it was developed after the evolution of distinctly human qualities, we do not know. It must necessarily have arisen at a stage when family ties became comparatively strong, and children remained with their parents until the age of puberty or even longer. Exogamy, as a natural extension of this instinct, would arise when single families united in small hordes. It could not but grow up if the idea of union between persons intimately associated with one another was an object of innate repugnance. There is no real reason why we should assume, as so many anthropologists have done, that primitive men lived in small endogamous communities, practicing incest in every degree. The theory does not accord with what is known of the customs of existing savages, and it accounts for no facts which may not be otherwise far more satisfactorily explained. The objection will perhaps be made that the aversion to sexual intercourse between persons living very closely together from early youth is too complicated a mental phenomenon to be a true instinct, acquired through spontaneous variations intensified by natural selection. But there are instincts just as complicated as this feeling, which, in fact, only implies that disgust is associated with the idea of sexual intercourse between persons who have lived in a long-continued, intimate relationship from a period of life at which the action of desire is naturally out of the question. This association is no matter of course, and certainly cannot be explained by the mere liking for novelty. It has all the characteristics of a real, powerful instinct, and bears evidently a close resemblance to the aversion to sexual intercourse with individuals belonging to another species. Besides the horror of incest, there is another feeling to which reference may here be made. L'Amour, says Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, ni result quedes contrasts, et plus ils sont grands plus il a d'énergie. C'est si que pourra prouver par mille traits de histoire. L'influence des contrastes en amour est si certain, quen voyant l'amant en put faire le portrait de l'objet, et mais sans l'avoir vu, pour vous quan sache seulement quil est affecté d'une forte passion. Schopenhauer likewise observes that every person requires from the individual of the opposite sex a one-sidedness which is the opposite of his or her own. The most manly man will seek the most womanly woman, and vice versa. Weak or little men have a decided inclination for strong or big women, and strong or big women for weak or little men. Blondes prefer dark persons or brunettes, snub-nosed persons hook-nosed, persons with excessively slim, long bodies and limbs, those who are stumpy and short, and so on. A similar view is held by M. Prosper Lucas, Mr. Alexander Walker, Professor Mantegazza, Mr. Grant Allen, and other writers. In The Love of the Sexes, says Professor Bain, the charm of disparity goes beyond the standing differences of sex, as in contrasts of complexion and of stature. Some writers have suggested that love thus excited by differences is favorable to fecundity, those marriages in which it exists being more prolific than others. Thus Mr. Andrew Knight, a most experienced breeder, remarks, I am disposed to think that the most powerful human minds will be found offspring of parents of different hereditary constitutions. I prefer a male of a different color from the breed of the female, where that can be obtained, and I think that I have seen fine children produced in more than one instance, where one family has been dark and the other fair. I am sure that I have witnessed the bad effects of marriages between two individuals very similar to each other in character and color, and springing from ancestry of similar character. Such have appeared to me to be like marriages between brothers and sisters. These statements, of course, prove nothing, but they may perhaps derive some value from the fact that they are made by so many different observers. The statistical investigation of Professor Alphonse de Candolle, bearing upon the same question, rests on firmer ground. He has found, from facts collected in Switzerland, North Germany, and Belgium, that marriages are most commonly contracted between persons with different colors of the eye, except in the case of brown-eyed women, who are generally considered more attractive than others. He has noted, further, that the number of children is considerably smaller in families where the parents have the same color of the eye than where the reverse is the case. But Professor Wittrock could not, in Sweden, find any such difference in fecundity between the two categories of marriages. And Mr. Galton observes, whatever may be the sexual preferences for similarity or for contrast, I find little indication in the average results obtained from a fairly large number of cases, of any single measurable personal peculiarity, whether it be stature, temper, eye color, or artistic tastes, influencing marriage selection to a notable degree. If contrasts instinctively seek each other, this may partly account for the readiness with which love awakens love. Everyone knows some unhappy lover who has never been able to win the heart of the person he adores. But in most cases, I should say, love is mutual. And this, perhaps, is owing not only to the contagiousness of the passion, but also to the attractive power of contrasts, which acts equally upon both parties. Thus, we might explain, to some extent, the extreme variation of tastes, and the fact that, besides the general standard of beauty common to the whole race, there exists a more detailed ideal special to each individual. Chapter 16. Sexual selection as influenced by affection and sympathy, and by calculation. Sexual love is the passion which unites the sexes. The stimulating impressions produced by health, youth, and beauty, and ornaments and other artificial means of attraction are all elements of this feeling. The antipathy to sexual intercourse with individuals of another species and the horror of incest belong to the same phenomenon. But the psychology of love is by no means exhausted by this. Simple et primitif comme toutes les forces colossales, says Professor Mantegazza, l'amour paraît portant former des éléments de toutes les passions humaines. Around the sexual appetite as the leading element there are aggregated many different feelings, such as admiration, pleasure of possession, love of freedom, self-esteem, and love of approbation. A complete analysis of love would fill a volume. Here I shall discuss only one of the most important elements of this highly compound feeling, the sentiment of affection. In the lower stages of human development, sexual affection is much inferior in intensity to the tender feelings with which parents embrace their children. And among several peoples, it seems to be almost unknown. Thus, speaking of the Hovas in Madagascar, Mr. Sibrey says that, among them until the spread of Christianity, there was no lack of strong affection between blood relations, parents and children, brothers and sisters, grandparents and grandchildren. But the idea of love between husband and wife was hardly thought of. On the Gold Coast, says Major Ellis, love, as understood by the people of Europe, has no existence. At Winneba, according to Mr. Duncan, not even the appearance of affection exists between husband and wife, and almost the same is asserted by M. Sabatier with reference to the Cabals, by Signor Bonfanti with reference to the Bantu race. Munzinger says that, among the Biniamer, it is considered even disgraceful for a wife to show any affection for her husband. The Chittagong Hill tribes, according to Captain Lewin, have no idea of tenderness, nor of chivalrous devotion. Marriage is among them regarded as merely a convenient and animal connection. In the island of Ponape, according to Dr. Finch, love in our sense of the term is entirely unknown. As regards the Eskimo of Newfoundland, Heriot asserts, like all other men in the savage state, they treat their wives with great coldness and neglect, but their affection towards their offspring is lively and tender. In Greenland, a man thought nothing of beating his wife, but it was an heinous offense for a mother to chastise her children. Almost the same is said of the Cutchin by Mr. Jones and of the Eskimo of Norton Sound by Mr. Dahl. According to Mr. Morgan, the refined passion of love is unknown to the North American Indians in general. Such statements, however, may easily be misleading. The love of a savage is certainly very different from the love of a civilized man. Nevertheless, we may discover in it traces of the same ingredients. There are facts which tend to show that even very rude savages may have conjugal affection. Nay, that among certain uncivilized peoples it has reached a remarkably high degree of development. Among the wretched Bushmans, according to Mr. Chapman, there is love in all their marriages. Among the races of the Upper Congo, love is ennobled by a certain poetry, and with the Tuaregs, there is a touch of almost chivalrous sentiment in the relations between men and women. Regarding the man-eating Neam, Dr. Schwainfurth asserts that they display an affection for their wives, which is unparalleled among other natives of an equally low grade. The Hos are good husbands and wives, and although they have no terms in their own language to express the higher emotions, they feel them all the same. The missionary Jellinghouse found tokens of affectionate love between married people among the Mundacals, Mr. Fawcett among the Savaras, Sir Spencer St. John among the Sea Dyaks, Mr. Mann among the Andamanese. In New Caledonia, says M. Monselin, el amor existe, et j'ai des suicides par amour. In Samoa, stories of affectionate love between husband and wife are preserved in song. In Tonga, according to Mariner, most of the women were much attached to their husbands, and in Fiji, says Dr. Seaman, even widowers in the depth of their grief have frequently terminated their existence when deprived of a dearly beloved wife. In several of the Australian tribes, married people are often much attached to each other and continue to be so even when they grow old. Concerning the Aborigines of Victoria, Daniel Bunce says it is an error to suppose that there exists no settled love or lasting affection between the sexes. Among the Narranieri, Mr. Taplin has known as well-matched and loving couples as he has among Europeans, and, according to Mr. Bonney, husband and wife among the natives of the River Darling rarely quarrel, and they show much affection for each other in their own way. Among the Eskimo of the northeast coast of North America, visited by Lyon, young couples are frequently seen rubbing noses, their favorite mark of affection, with an air of tenderness. The Takalis, as Harmon informs us, are remarkably fond of their wives, and Mr. Catlin goes even so far as to deny that the North American Indians are, in the least, behind us in conjugal, in filial, and in paternal affection, a statement with which Mr. Morgan does not agree. Mr. Brett asserts that, among the natives of Guyana, instances of conjugal attachment are very frequent. Azara and Mantegazza found tokens of it among some other South American tribes, and the rude Fuegians are said to show a good deal of affection for their wives. It is, indeed, impossible to believe that there ever was a time when conjugal affection was entirely wanting in the human race. Though originally of far less intensity than parental love, especially on the mother's side, as being of less importance for the existence of the species, yet it seems, in its most primitive form, to have been as old as marriage itself. It must be a certain degree of affection that induces the male to defend the female during her period of pregnancy, but often it is the joint care of the offspring, more than anything else, that makes the married couple attached to each other. With reference to the Dakotas, Mr. Prescott remarks that, as children increase, the parents appear to be more affectionate. Of course, it is impossible to suppose that mutual love can generally be the motive which leads to marriage when the wife is captured or purchased from a foreign tribe. In the main, Mr. Hall's assertion as to the Eskimo visited by him, that love, if it come at all, comes after the marriage, holds good for many savage peoples. Among the Australians, for instance, according to Mr. Bruce Smythe, love has often no part in the preparations for marriage. The bride is dragged from her home, she is unwilling to leave it, and if fears are entertained that she will endeavor to escape, a spear is thrust through her foot or her leg. A kind husband will, however, ultimately evoke affection, and fidelity and true love are not rare in Australian families. The affection accompanying the union of the sexes has gradually developed in proportion as altruism in general has increased. Thus, love has only slowly become the refined feeling it is in the heart of a highly civilized European. In Eastern countries, with their ancient civilization, there exists even now but little of that tenderness towards the woman which is the principal charm of our own family life. In China, up to recent times, it was considered good form for a man to beat his wife, and if the Chinaman of humble rank spared her a little, he did so only in order not to come under the necessity of buying a successor. In Hindu families, according to Dubois, sincere mutual friendship is rarely met with. It is in vain, he says, to expect between husband and wife that reciprocal confidence and kindness which constitute the happiness of a family. The object for which a Hindu marries is not to gain a companion to aid him in enduring the evils of life, but a slave to bear children and be subservient to his rule. The love of which the Persian poets sing has either a symbolic or a very profane meaning. Among the Arabs, says Burckhardt, the passion of love is, indeed, much talked of by the inhabitants of towns, but I doubt whether anything is meant by them more than the grossest animal desire. Mr. Fink remarks that in the whole of the Bible there is not a single reference to romantic love, and even in Greece, according to some authorities, the love of the sexes was little more than sexual instinct. It is also obvious that marriage cannot be contracted from affection, where the young women before marriage are kept quite apart from the men, as is done in Eastern countries. In China, it often happens that the parties have not even seen each other till the wedding day, and, In Greece, custom was scarcely less rigorous in this respect. In vain, Plato urged that young men and women should be more frequently permitted to meet one another, so that there should be less enmity and indifference in the married life. Plutarch hopes that love will come after marriage. The feeling which makes husband and wife true companions for better and worse can grow up only in societies where the altruistic sentiments of man are strong enough to make him recognize woman as his equal, and where she is not shut up as an exotic plant in a greenhouse, but is allowed to associate freely with men. In this direction, European civilization has been advancing for centuries, and there can be no reason to fear that it will ever be permanently diverted from the path by which alone some of the most important of its ends can be attained. When affection came to play a more prominent part in human sexual selection, higher regard was paid to intellectual, emotional, and moral qualities, through which the feeling is chiefly provoked. Later on, we shall see how great are the consequences which spring from this fact. For the present it may be enough to say that the preference given to higher qualities by civilized men contributes much to the mental improvement of the race. Dr. Stark observes that the intemperate, profligate, and criminal classes do not commonly marry, and the like is to a large extent true of persons who are very inferior in intellect, emotions, and will. Affection depends in a very high degree upon sympathy. Though distinct aptitudes, these two classes of emotions are most intimately connected. Affection is strengthened by sympathy, and sympathy is strengthened by affection. Community of interests, opinions, sentiments, culture, and mode of life, as being essential to close sympathy, is therefore favorable to warm affection. If love is excited by contrast, it is so only within certain limits. The contrast must not be so great as to exclude sympathy. Great difference of age is fatal to close sympathy. Wieland noted that most people who fall in love do so with persons of about their own age, and statistics prove the observation to be correct. Men who marry comparatively late in life usually avoid too great difference in age. The foundation of this admiration and preference, modified by age, says Mr. Walker, appears to be the similarity of objects and interests which are inseparable from similar periods of life, the association of these with a similar intensity of sexual desire, the consequent production of similar sympathy, and the resolve that it shall be permanent. A very important factor is similarity in the degree of cultivation. It seldom happens that a gentleman falls in love with a peasant girl or an artisan with a lady. This does more than almost anything else to maintain the separation of the different classes and to preserve the existing distribution of wealth among the various groups of society. Want of sympathy prevents great divisions of human beings, such as different races or nations, hereditary castes, classes, and adherents of different religions, from intermarrying, even where personal affection plays no part in the choice of the mate. Thus many uncivilized peoples carefully avoid marrying out of their own tribe, the chief reason being, I think, the strong dislike which distinct savage and barbarous nations have for one another. Mr. McLennan called such peoples endogamous, in contradistinction to peoples who are exogamous, i.e., do not marry within their own tribe or clan. But this classification has caused much confusion, exogamy and endogamy not being real contraries. For there exists among every people an outer circle, to use Sir Henry Maine's very appropriate terminology, out of which marriage is either prohibited or generally avoided, as well as an inner circle, including the clan, or, at any rate, the very nearest kinsfolk, within which no marriage is allowed. Like the inner circle, the outer circle varies considerably in extent. Renger states that many of the Indian races of Paraguay are too proud to intermarry with any race of a different color, or even of a different stock. In Guyana and elsewhere, Indians do not readily intermix with Negroes, whom they despise. Among the Isthmians of Central America, marriage was not contracted with strangers or people speaking a different language. And in San Salvador, according to Palacio, a man who had intercourse with a foreign woman was killed. Mr. Powers informs us of a Californian tribe who would put to death a woman for committing adultery with or marrying a white man. And among the Barralongs, a Bechuana tribe, the same punishment was formerly inflicted on anyone who had intercourse with a European. Among the Kabyles, le marriage avec une négresse en est passe défendu en principe, mais la famille s'opposerait à une pareille union. The Chinese, according to Mr. Jamieson, refuse marriage with the surrounding barbarous tribes, with whom, as a rule, they have no dealings, either friendly or hostile. The black and fairer people of the Philippines have from time immemorial dwelt in the same country without producing an intermediate race. The Bugis of Perak have kept themselves very distinct from the people among whom they live, and in Sumatra, it is a rare thing for a Malay man to marry a Kubu woman. The Mundakals severely punish a girl who is seduced by a Hindu, whereas intercourse with a man of their own people is regarded by most of them as quite a matter of course. And, in Ceylon, even those Vedas who live in settlements, although they have long associated with their neighbors, the Sinhalese, have not yet intermarried with them. Count de Gobineau remarks that not even a common religion and country can extinguish the hereditary aversion of the Arab to the Turk, of the Kurd to the Nestorian of Syria, of the Magyar to the Slav. Indeed, so strong among the Arabs is the instinct of ethnical isolation that, as a traveler relates, at Jeddah, where sexual morality is held in little respect, a Bedouin woman may yield herself for money to a Turk or European, but would think herself forever dishonored if she were joined to him in lawful wedlock. Marriages between Lapps and Swedes very rarely occur, being looked upon as dishonorable by both peoples. They are equally uncommon between Lapps and Norwegians, and it hardly ever happens that a Lapp marries a Russian. At various times, Spaniards in Central America, Englishmen in Mauritius, Frenchmen in Réunion and the Antilles, and Danish traders in Greenland have been prevented by law from marrying natives. Among the Hebrews, during the early days of their power and dominion, marriages with aliens seem to have been rare exceptions. The Romans were prohibited from marrying barbarians. Valentinian inflicted the penalty of death for such unions. Tacitus was of opinion that the Germans refused marriage with foreign nations, and the like seems to have been the case with the Slavs. Among several peoples, marriage very seldom, or never, takes place even outside the territory of the tribe or community. This is the case with many tribes of Guatemala, the Ots, Navajos, and Pueblos. In the village of Shawil in southern Mexico, according to Mr. Stevens, every member must marry within the rancho, and no such thing as a marriage out of it had ever occurred. They said it was impossible, it could not happen. This was a thing so little apprehended that the punishment for it was not defined in their penal code. But being questioned, after some consultations, they said that the offender, whether man or woman, would be expelled. Speaking of the Chaymas in New Andalusia, among whom marriages are contracted between the inhabitants of the same hamlet only, v. Humboldt says, savage nations are subdivided into an infinity of tribes, which, bearing a cruel hatred toward each other, form no intermarriages, even when their languages spring from the same root, and when only a small arm of a river or a group of hills separates their habitations. This holds good especially for several of the Brazilian tribes. In ancient Peru, it was not lawful for the natives of one province or village to marry those of another. In equatorial Africa, according to Mr. Duchelu, the non-cannibal tribes do not intermarry with their cannibal neighbors, whose peculiar practices are held in abhorrence. Barrow states that the Hottentots always marry within their own kraal, and a Bushman woman would regard intercourse with anyone out of the tribe, no matter how superior, as a degradation. Among the Hovas, the different tribes, clans, and even families as a rule do not intermarry, as Mr. Sibry says, in order to keep landed property together, as well as from a strong clannish feeling. Mr. Swan informs me that, among the Waguha of West Tanganyika, marriages out of the tribe are avoided, though not prohibited, and Archdeacon Hodgson writes that this is very often the case in eastern Central Africa. In India, there are several instances of tribe or clan endogamy. The Tippuras and Abors, for example, view with abhorrence the idea of their girls marrying out of their own clan, and Colonel Dalton was gravely assured that, when one of the daughters of Padam so demeans herself, the sun and the moon refuse to shine, and there is such a strife in the elements that all labor is necessarily suspended, till by sacrifice and oblation the stain is washed away. The Ainos not only despise the Japanese as much as the Japanese despise them, but are not very sociable even among themselves. One village does not like to marry into another. The same may be said of the Surmata Islanders, whilst the Minnehassers, the Dyaks, and the natives of New Guinea and New Britain, as a general rule, marry within their own tribe. Among the New Zealanders, according to Mr. Yate, great opposition is made to anyone taking, except for some political purpose, a wife from another tribe, and marriage generally takes place between relatives. In Australia, there are groups of tribes, so-called associated tribes, generally speaking the same dialect, who are in the habit of uniting for common defense and other purposes. Marriage between the members of associated tribes is the rule, but many tribes are mostly endogamous. In ancient Wales, according to Mr. Lewis, marriage was to be within the clan. At Athens, at least in its later history, if an alien lived as a husband with an Athenian woman, he was liable to be sold as a slave and to have his property confiscated. And if an Athenian lived with a foreign woman, she was liable to like consequences, and he to a penalty of 1,000 drachmae. Marriage with foreign women was unlawful for all Spartans and was made unlawful for the Heraclidae by a separate retra. At Rome, any marriage of a citizen with a woman who was not herself a Roman citizen or did not belong to a community possessing the privilege of connubium with Rome, which was always expressly conferred, was invalid. No legitimate children could be born of such a marriage. In early times, it was even customary for a father to seek, for his daughter, a husband from his own gens, marriage out of it being mentioned as an extraordinary thing. Prohibitions of intermarriage do not refer only to persons belonging to different nations or tribes. Very often they relate also to persons belonging to different classes or castes of the same community. Yet in many, perhaps most, cases these prohibitions originally coincided. Castes are frequently, if not always, the consequences of foreign conquest and subjugation, the conquerors becoming the nobility and the subjugated the commonalty or slaves. Thus, before the Norman conquest, the English aristocracy was Saxon, after it Norman. The descendants of the German conquerors of Gaul were, for 1,000 years, the dominant race in France, and until the 15th century all the higher nobility were of Frankish or Burgundian origin. The Sanskrit word for caste is varna, i.e. color, which shows how the distinction of high and low caste arose in India. That country was inhabited by dark races before the fairer Aryans took possession of it, and the bitter contempt of the Aryans for foreign tribes, their domineering spirit, and their strong antipathies of race and of religion found vent in the pride of class and caste distinctions. Even to this day, a careful observer can distinguish the descendants of conquerors and conquered. No sojourner in India, says Dr. Stevenson, can have paid any attention to the physiognomy of the higher and lower orders of natives without being struck with the remarkable difference that exists in the shape of the head, the build of the body, and the color of the skin between the higher and the lower castes into which the Hindu population is divided. This explanation of the origin of Indian castes is supported by the fact that it is in some of the latest Vedic hymns that we find the earliest references to those four classes, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaisyas, and the Sudras, to which all the later castes have been traced back. The Incas of Peru were known as a conquering race, and the ancient Mexicans represented the culture heroes of the Toltecs as white. Among the Beni Amer, the nobles are mostly light-colored, while the commoners are blackish. The Polynesian nobility have a comparatively fair complexion and seem to be the descendants of a conquering or superior race. The chiefs and persons of hereditary rank and influence in the islands, says Ellis, are, almost without exception, as much superior to the peasantry or common people in stateliness, dignified deportment, and physical strength as they are in rank and circumstances, although they are not elected to their station on account of their personal endowments, but derive their rank and elevation from their ancestry. This is the case with most of the groups of the Pacific, but particularly so in Tahiti and the adjacent islands. Among the Shans, according to Dr. Anderson, the majority of the higher classes seem to be distinguished from the common people by more elongated oval faces and a decidedly Tartar type of countenance. In America, at the time of the earliest European immigration, a kind of caste distinction arose, white blood being synonymous with nobility. And, in La Plata, Spaniards, mestizos, and Indians were separated from each other even in church. As descendants of different ancestors, members of noble families keep up their separate position and remain almost as foreigners to the people among whom they live. Speculating on the want of sympathy among the various classes in societies in which such distinctions are recognized, Count de Tocqueville says, each caste has its own opinions, feelings, rights, manners, and modes of living. Thus the men of whom each caste is composed do not resemble the mass of their fellow citizens. They do not think or feel in the same manner, and they scarcely believe that they belong to the same human race. When the chroniclers of the Middle Ages, who all belonged to the aristocracy by birth or education, relate the tragical end of a noble, their grief flows apace. Whereas they tell you at a breath, and without wincing, of massacres and tortures inflicted on the common sort of people. Not that these writers felt habitual hatred or systematic disdain for the people. War between the several classes of the community was not yet declared. They were impelled by an instinct rather than by a passion, as they had formed no clear notion of a poor man's sufferings. They cared but little for his fate. Then, in proof of this, the writer gives extracts from Madame de Sévigné's letters, displaying a cruel jocularity which, in our day, the harshest man writing to the most insensible person of his acquaintance would not venture wantonly to indulge in. And yet Madame de Sévigné was not selfish or cruel. She was passionately attached to her children and ever ready to sympathize with her friends, and she treated her servants and vassals with kindness and indulgence. It is to this want of affection and sympathy between the different layers of society, together with the vain desire of keeping the blood pure, that the prohibition of marriage out of the class, or the general avoidance of such marriages, owes its origin. Among the Ots, for instance, who take great pride in honorable birth, a patrician loses caste unless he marries a woman of corresponding rank in his own or another tribe. Among the Isthmians of Central America, the lords married only the daughters of noble blood, and, in Guatemala, marriage with a slave reduced the freeman to a slave's condition. The tribes of Brazil also consider such alliances highly disgraceful. Nowhere are the different orders of society more distinctly separated from each other than in the South Sea Islands. In the Marian group, it was the common belief that only the nobles were endowed with an immortal soul, and a nobleman who married a girl of the people was punished with death. In Polynesia, also, the commoners were looked upon by the nobility almost as a different species of beings. Hence, in the higher ranks, marriage was concluded only between persons of corresponding position. And if, in Tahiti, a woman of condition chose an inferior person as a husband, the children he had by her were killed. In the Indian archipelago, marriages between persons of different rank are, as a rule, disapproved, and in some places they are prohibited. Among the Hovas of Madagascar, the three great divisions, the nobles, the commoners, and the slaves, with few exceptions, cannot intermarry. Neither do the three different classes of slaves marry each other. Almost the same rule holds good for the different orders of the Beni Amer and Maria. Whilst, among the Teta, the Smiths form an hereditary and utterly despised caste by themselves, being obliged to marry solely with members of their own caste. By several African peoples, however, slaves and freemen are allowed to intermarry. The Inezes of Arabia never intermarry with the Shona, handicraftsmen, or artisans, nor do they ever marry their daughters to fellahs or to inhabitants of towns. In India, intermarriage between different castes was in Manu's time permissible, but is now altogether prohibited. Of the original 4 castes, the Brahmins alone have retained their purity to any extent, but there is an almost endless number of trade castes, resulting chiefly from associations of men engaged in the same occupation. Moreover, as Sir Monier Williams remarks, we find castes within castes, so that even the Brahmins are broken up and divided into numerous races, which again are subdivided into numerous tribes, families, or subcastes, which do not intermarry. Class endogamy prevails in Ceylon, Siam, and Korea, and in the Chittagong district, when a slave marries, the person chosen must be a slave. In China, play actors, policemen, boatmen, and slaves are not allowed to marry women of any other class than that to which they respectively belong. And in Japan, before the year 1868, when a new order of things was introduced, the different classes of nobles were not permitted to intermarry with each other or with common people. In Europe, there have been similar prohibitions. In Rome, plebeians and patricians could not intermarry till the year 455 BC, nor were marriages allowed between patricians and clients. Cicero himself disapproved of intermarriages of ingenui and freedmen, and though such alliances were generally permitted under the emperors, yet a senator could not marry a freed woman, nor a patroness her liberated slave. Between freemen and slaves contubernium could take place, but not marriage. Among the Teutonic peoples, in ancient times, Any freeman who had intercourse with a slave was punished with slavery, and a woman guilty of such a crime might be killed. In the Scandinavian countries, slavery came to an end at a comparatively early period, but in Germany it was succeeded by serfdom, and equality of birth continued to be regarded as an indispensable condition of lawful marriage. As late as the 13th century, any German woman who had intercourse with a serf lost her liberty. From the class of freemen, both in Germany and in Scandinavia, the nobility gradually emerged as a distinct order, and marriages between persons of noble birth and persons who, although free, were not noble, came to be considered misalliances. In Sweden, in the 17th century, such marriages were punished. Modern civilization tends to pull down the barriers which separate the various classes of society, just as it tends to diminish the differences in interests, habits, sentiments, and knowledge. Birth no longer determines to the same extent as before a man's social position, and nobility has become a shadow of what it was. Thus there survive but few traces of the former class endogamy. According to German civil law, the marriage of a man belonging to the high nobility with a woman of inferior birth is still regarded as a disparagem, and the woman is not entitled to the rank of her husband, nor is the full right of inheritance possessed by her or by her children. Although in no way prevented by law, marriages out of the class are generally avoided by custom. The outer or endogamous limit within which a man or woman must marry, says Sir Henry Maine, has been mostly taken under the shelter of fashion or prejudice. It is but faintly traced in England, though not wholly obscured. It is, or perhaps was, rather more distinctly marked in the United States through prejudices against the blending of white and colored blood. But in Germany, certain hereditary dignities are still forfeited by a marriage beyond the forbidden limits. And in France, in spite of all formal institutions, marriages between a person belonging to the noblesse and a person belonging to the bourgeoisie, distinguished roughly from one another by the particle de, are wonderfully rare, though they are not unknown. Different nations, like the different classes of society, have been gradually drawing nearer to each other. National prejudices have diminished, and international sympathy has increased. During the Middle Ages, a foreigner was called in Germany ein Elender, because he stood outside the law. Today he enjoys the protection of the law in all civilized countries, and is not as a foreigner an object of prejudice. This widening of sympathy and improved means of communication have of course made intermarriages between the several nations much more common than they used to be. Religion, finally, has formed a great bar to intermarriage. In British India, the descendants of all the Mohammedan races, Arab, Iranian, Turanian, Mongol, and Hindu converts, intermarry, but there are few unions between Christian men and Mohammedan women. Indeed, according to Mr. Lane, such a marriage is not permitted under any circumstances, and cannot take place otherwise than by force. On the other hand, it is held lawful for a Mohammedan to marry a Christian or a Jewish woman, if induced to do so by excessive love of her, or if he cannot obtain a wife of his own religion. In this case, however, the offspring must follow the father's faith, and the wife does not inherit when the husband dies. Marriage with a heathen woman is never permitted to a Mussulman. It is mainly religion that has kept the Jews a relatively pure race. The Jew, says Dr. Neubauer, has no preference for, or any aversion from one race or another, provided he can marry a woman of his religion, and vice versa. Indeed, the Jewish law does not recognize marriage with a person of another belief, though there are instances of such marriages in the early days of Israel. During the Middle Ages, marriage between Jews and Christians was prohibited by the Christians also, and universally avoided. The folklore of Europe, Mr. Jacobs remarks, regarded the Jews as something infrahuman, and it would require an almost impossible amount of large toleration for a Christian maiden of the Middle Ages to regard union with a Jew as anything other than unnatural. Mr. Jacobs thinks it may be doubted whether even at the present day there is one mixed marriage to 500 pure Jewish marriages. St. Paul indicates that a Christian was not allowed to marry a heathen, and Tertullian calls such an alliance fornication. In early times, the Church often encouraged marriages of this sort as a means of propagating Christianity, and it was only when its success was beyond doubt that it actually prohibited them. The Council of Elvira expressly forbade Christian parents to give their daughters in marriage to heathens, ordering that those who did so should be excommunicated. Even the adherents of different Christian confessions have been prohibited from intermarrying. In the Roman Church, the prohibition of marriage with heathens and Jews, impedimentum cultus disparitatis, was soon followed by the prohibition of mixed marriages, impedimentum mixti religionis, and the Protestants also originally forbade such unions. The Greek Church, on the other hand, made in this respect a distinction between schismatici, or those who dissent from the Church in non-essential points only, and heretici, or those who dissent from its fundamental doctrines. Mixed marriages are not now contrary to the civil law either in Roman Catholic or in Protestant countries, but in countries belonging to the Orthodox Greek Church, the ecclesiastical restrictions have been adopted by the state. In Russia, Greece, and Serbia, Roman Catholics and Protestants are regarded as schismatici, but in the Turkish countries as heretici. It is noteworthy that, in countries which are partly Roman Catholic, partly Protestant, mixed marriages form only a comparatively small percentage of the whole number of marriages. In no respect has modern civilization acted more beneficently than as a promoter of religious toleration. In our time, difference of faith discourages sympathy to a much less extent than it did in former ages. Hence, the number of mixed marriages everywhere tends to increase. In Bavaria, for instance, they amounted in 1830-1850 to 28% of the whole number of marriages, in 1850-1860 to 36%. In 1860-1870 to 44%. In 1870-1875 to 56%. And in 1876-1877 to 66%. While therefore, civilization has narrowed the inner limit, within which a man or woman must not marry, it has widened the outer limit within which a man or woman may marry, and generally marries. The latter of these processes has been one of vast importance in man's history. Originating in race or caste pride, or in religious intolerance, the endogamous rules have, in their turn, helped to keep up and strengthen these feelings. Law is by nature conservative, maintaining sentiments developed under past conditions. It is only by slow degrees that the ideas of a new time become strong enough to release mankind from ancient prejudices. We have hitherto dealt only with the poetry of sexual selection. Love, now something is to be said of its prose, dry calculation. And we may conveniently begin with man's appreciation of woman's fertility, as this has some of the characteristics of an instinct. Desire for offspring is universal in mankind. Abortion, indeed, is practiced now and then, and infanticide frequently takes place among many savage peoples, but these facts do not disprove the general rule. Speaking of the Crees, Chipewans, and other Indians on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains, Harman says that all Indians are very desirous of having a numerous offspring. Among the Angalics, children are anxiously desired, even when women have no husbands. Among the Mayas, disappointed couples prayed earnestly and brought many offerings to propitiate the god whose anger was supposed to have deferred their hopes. Be numerous in offspring and descendants is a frequent marriage benediction or salutation in Madagascar. For to die without posterity is looked upon as a great calamity and is termed dead as regards the eye. A Negro considers childlessness the greatest disaster which can happen to him. Bosman once asked one of the king's captains in Feta how many children he had, and he answered, sighing, that he was so unhappy as not to have many. He could not pretend to have had above 70, including those who were dead. Among the Waganda and Wanioro, great rejoicings take place in the case of the birth of twins. The shaman heathens of Siberia regarded an abundance of children and cattle as the most essential condition of a man's happiness. Honest people have many children, a Japanese proverb says. The Chinese regard a large family of sons as a mark of the divine favor, and to become the father of a son is described in Indian poems as the greatest happiness which may fall to the share of a mortal. In Persia, childlessness is considered the most horrible calamity. One of the chief blessings that Moses in the name of God promised the Israelites was a numerous progeny, and the ancient Romans regarded the procreation of legitimate children as the real end of marriage. He who has no children has no happiness either, the South Slavonians say, and German folklore compares a marriage without offspring with a world without sun. A woman, therefore, is valued not only as a wife, but as a mother. Nowhere has greater stress been laid on this idea than in ancient Lacedaemon. A husband, if he considered that the unfruitfulness of the marriage was owing to himself, gave his matrimonial rights to a younger man, whose child then belonged to the husband's family. And to the wives of men who, for example, fell in battle before having children, other men, probably slaves, were assigned, that there might be heirs and successors to the deceased husband. Among many peoples, the respect in which a woman is held is proportionate to her fecundity, and a barren wife is frequently despised as an unnatural and useless being. In Angola, according to Livingstone in the native dances, when anyone may wish to deride another, in the accompanying song a line is introduced: "So and so has no children, and never will get any." The offended woman feels the insult so keenly that it is not uncommon for her to rush away and commit suicide. Among the Creeks, a man always calls his wife his son's mother, and among the Todas, in addressing a man with the casual question, "Are you married?" the ordinary way of putting it would be to say, "Is there a son?" It is obvious, then, that fecundity must be one of the qualities which a man most eagerly requires from his bride. Mr. Reed tells us that, in certain parts of Africa, especially in malarious localities, where women are so frequently sterile, no one cares to marry a girl till she has borne a child. And among the Vadiaks, according to Dr. Butch, a girl gets married sooner if she is a mother. We have seen several instances of husband and wife not living together as married people before the birth of a child. Among the Creeks, marriages were contracted for a year, but if they proved fruitful, they were, as a rule, renewed. Again, with regard to an order of the Essenes, Josephus states that, considering succession to be the principal part of human life, they tried their spouses for 3 years, and then married them only if there was a prospect of the union being fruitful. Among many peoples, it is the practice for a man to repudiate a barren wife. The desire for offspring, with its consequence, the appreciation of female fecundity, is due to various causes. First, there is in man an instinct for reproduction. Mr. Marshall remarks, "Of this desire for progeny I have seen many examples amongst the Todas, so strongly marked, but to all appearances apart from the sense of personal ambition, and separate from any demands of religion or requirements for support in old age, as to give the impression that it was the primitive faculty of philoprogenitiveness, acting so insensibly, naturally, as to have the character more of a plain instinct than of an intelligent human feeling. With this instinct, a feeling of parental pride is associated. Children, says Hobbes, are a man's power and his honor. Among the Hebrews and the ancient Aryan nations, the desire for offspring, particularly sons, had its root chiefly in religious belief, being a natural outcome of the idea that the spirits of the dead were made happy by homage received at the hands of their male posterity. The same is the case with the Chinese and Japanese, and perhaps, to a certain extent, with some peoples at a lower stage of civilization. The savage believes that the life which goes on after death differs in nothing from this life, that wants and pursuits remain as before, that consequently the dead man's spirit eats and drinks, and needs fire for warmth and cooking. It is, of course, his surviving descendants who have to see that he is well provided for in these respects. Hence the offerings to deceased ancestors for various periods after death and the feasts for the dead. Among the Thlingets, according to Homburg, it sometimes happens that a man spends his whole fortune as well as his wife's marriage portion on such a feast, and has to live as a poor man for the rest of his life. But no doubt children are most eagerly longed for by savage men because they are of use to him in his lifetime. They are easily supported when young, and in times of want they may be left to die or be sold. When a few years old, the sons become able to hunt, fish, and paddle, and later on they are their father's companions in war. The daughters help their mother to provide food, and when grown up, they are lucrative objects of trade. Finally, when old, the parents would often suffer want had they not their children to support them. Hence, in a savage condition of life, children are the chief wealth of the family. And the same is the case at somewhat higher stages of social development. Mr. Lane remarks that in Egypt, at the age of 5 or 6 years, the children become of use to tend the flocks and herds, and at a more advanced age, until they marry, they assist their fathers in the operations of agriculture. The poor in Egypt have often to depend entirely upon their sons for support in their old age, but many parents are deprived of these aids and consequently reduced to beggary or almost to starvation. To a certain extent, this holds good for the uneducated classes in Europe also. With the progress of civilization, the desire for offspring has become less intense. The religious motive has of course died out in the Christian world, and in proportion as social life becomes more complicated, and a professional education becomes more necessary for success in the struggle for existence, children, at least in the upper classes, and among townspeople, put their parents to expense instead of being a source of wealth. A childless couple may indeed deplore the absence of children, but a woman is no longer held in respect only or principally as a mother. And marriage, according to modern ideas, is something more than an institution for the procreation of legitimate offspring. Yet it is remarkable that, in Switzerland, although barrenness is no sufficient reason for a man to repudiate his wife, 2/5 of the total number of divorces take place between married people who have no children, whilst the sterile marriages amount only to 1/5 of the number of marriages. A wife is of use to her husband not merely because she gives him laborers, but also because she herself is a laborer. Drying and preparing fish and meat, lighting and attending to the fire, transporting baggage, picking berries, dressing hides and making clothes, cooking food and taking care of the children. These are, in the savage state, the chief pursuits of a wife. Among agricultural and cattle farming peoples, she has besides to cultivate the soil and to tend the cattle. A wife, therefore, is chosen partly because of her ability to perform such duties. Thus, among the Greenlanders, cleverness in sewing and skill in the management of household affairs are the most attractive qualities of a woman. Among other Eskimo tribes and in Tierra del Fuego, middle-aged men will connect themselves with old women who are best able to take care of their common comforts. The inland Colombians, according to Mr. Bancroft, make capacity for work the standard of female excellence. And, among the Turkomans, young widows fetch double the price of spinsters, because they are more accustomed to hard labor and more experienced in household concerns. A husband's function is to protect his family from enemies and to prevent them falling into distress. A woman, as we have already seen, even instinctively prefers a courageous and strong man to one who is cowardly and feeble. But reflection also makes her choose a man who is well able to defend her and to provide food. Among the Comanches, says Mr. Parker, young girls are not averse to marry very old men, particularly if they are chiefs, as they are always sure of something to eat. At more advanced stages of civilization, money and inherited property often take the place of skill, strength, and working ability. Thus, wife purchase and husband purchase still persist in modern society, though in disguised forms. Chapter 17. Marriage by Capture and Marriage by Purchase. The practice of capturing wives prevails in various parts of the world, and traces of it are met with in the marriage ceremonies of several peoples, indicating that it occurred much more frequently in past ages. Speaking of the inhabitants of Unimak, Cox says that they invaded the other Aleutian Islands and carried off women, the chief object of their incursions. Among the Ots, a man occasionally steals a wife from the women of his own tribe, whilst the Bonaks of California usually take women in battle from other tribes, and the Macas Indians of Ecuador acquire wives by purchase if the woman belongs to the same tribe, but otherwise by force. All the Carib tribes used to capture women from different peoples and tribes, so that the men and women nowhere spoke the same tongue, and V. Mardia states that, in Brazil, some tribes habitually steal their neighbors' daughters. Among the Mosquito Indians, after the wedding is all arranged and the presents paid, the bridegroom seizes his bride and carries her off, followed by her female relatives, who pretend to try to rescue her. The Araucanians considered the carrying off of the bride by pretended violence an essential prerequisite to the nuptials, and according to Mr. E. R. Smith, it is even a point of honor with the bride to resist and struggle, however willing she may be. The Uaupés have no particular ceremony at their marriages, except that of always carrying away the girl by force or making a show of doing so, even when she and her parents are quite willing. Almost the same is said of the Fuegians, though among them the capture is sometimes more than a ceremony. Anderson remarks that, among the Bushmans, woman is only too often belly tedirimakasa. Speaking of the Bechuanas, Mr. Kildare says, As regards wedding ceremonies, there is one of casting an arrow into the hut by the bridegroom, which is worthy of notice as symbolic. Among the Wakamba, marriage is an affair of purchase, but the bridegroom must then carry off the bride by force or stratagem. The Wataita and Wachaga of eastern equatorial Africa have also a marriage ceremony of capture. And the like is the case with the inland Negroes mentioned by Lord Kames and the Abyssinians. Among the tribes of eastern Central Africa described by Mr. MacDonald, marriage by capture occurs not as a symbol only. According to a common belief, the Australian method of obtaining wives is capture in its most brutal form. But contrary to Mr. Howitt, Mr. Kerr informs us that only on rare occasions is a wife captured from another tribe and carried off. The possession of a stolen woman would lead to constant attacks, hence the tribes set themselves very generally against the practice. Even elopements, according to Mr. Matthew, are now usually more fictitious than real. But there are strong reasons for believing that formerly, when the continent was only partially occupied, elopements from within the tribe frequently occurred. In Tasmania, the capture of women for wives from hostile and alien tribes was generally prevalent. Among the Maoris, the ancient and most general way of obtaining a wife was for the man to get together a party of his friends and carry off the woman by force, apparent or actual. A similar practice occurs on the larger islands of the Fiji group, in Samoa, Tukopia, New Guinea, and extremely frequently in the Indian archipelago and among the wild tribes of India. Among the Arabs, Tartars, and other peoples of Central Asia, as also in European Russia, traces of capture occur in the marriage ceremony, whilst the Tangatans, Samoyeds, Vadiaks, and Si are still in the habit of stealing wives or elope with their sweethearts if the bridegroom cannot afford to pay the fixed purchase sum. Among the Laplanders, Esthonians, and Finns, marriage by capture occurred in former days, and in some parts of Finland symbolical traces of it in the marriage ceremony have been found in modern times. The same practice prevailed among the peoples of the Aryan race. According to the laws of Manu, one of the 8 legal forms of the marriage ceremony was the Rakshasa rite, i.e., the forcible abduction of a maiden from her home while she cries out and weeps after her kinsmen have been slain or wounded and their houses broken open. This rite was permitted for the Kshatriyas by the sacred tradition. According to Dionysius of Halicarnassus, marriage by capture was at one time customary throughout ancient Greece and, as Plutarch informs us, it was retained by the Spartans as an important symbol in the marriage ceremony. Even now, according to Sacolarios, capture of wives occasionally occurs in Greece. Among the Romans, the bride fled to the lap of her mother and was carried off by force by the bridegroom and his friends. In the historical age, this was a ceremony only, but at an earlier time the capture seems to have been a reality. Les premiers ramens, says M. Ordelin, d'après leurs traditions héroïques, ont été obligés de recourir à la surprise et à la force pour enlever leurs premières femmes. The ancient Teutons frequently captured women for wives. Speaking of the Scandinavian nations, Olaus Magnus says that they were continually at war with one another, propter raptas virgins aut eripiendas. Among the Welsh, on the morning of the wedding day, the bridegroom, accompanied by his friends on horseback, carried off the bride. The Slavs in early times, according to Nestor, practiced marriage by capture, and in the marriage ceremonies of the Russians and other Slavonian nations, reminiscences of this custom still survive. Indeed, among the South Slavonians, capture de facto was in full force no longer ago than the beginning of the present century. According to Olaus Magnus, it prevailed in Muscovy, Lithuania, and Livonia, and according to Seigneur de Gaillard, the symbol of it occurred in his time in Poland, Prussia, and Samogithia. The list of peoples among whom marriage by capture occurs, either as a reality or as a symbol, might easily be enlarged. There are peoples, however, who seem to have nothing of the kind. As regards the Chinese, Mr. Jamieson says, of the capture of wives there is, as far as I am aware, historically no trace, nor is the form to be found among any of the ceremonies of marriage with which I am acquainted. Moreover, it is doubtful whether the ceremonies given as instances of symbolical capture are, in every case, survivals of capture de facto, in the real sense of the term, that is, taking the woman against not only her own will, but that of her parents. Mr. Spencer suggests that one origin of the form of capture may be the resistance of the pursued woman, due to coyness, partly real and partly assumed, and though this suggestion has been much attacked, it can scarcely be disproved. On the east coast of Greenland, according to Dr. Nansen, the only method of contracting a marriage is still for the man to go to the girl's tent, catch her by the hair or anything else which offers a hold, and drag her off to his dwelling without further ado. Violent scenes are often the result, as single women always affect the utmost bashfulness and aversion to any proposal of marriage, lest they should lose their reputation for modesty. But the woman's relations meanwhile stand quietly looking on, as the struggle is considered a purely private affair, and the natural desire of the Greenlander to stand on a good footing with his neighbor prevents him from attempting any interference with another's business. Again, according to Mr. Abercrombie, marriage with capture, by which he understands capture of a bride, associated with some other form of marriage, such as that by purchase, may be regarded rather as a result of the innate universal desire to display courage, than as a survival of a still older practice of taking women captive in time of war. Mr. McLennan thinks that marriage by capture arose from the rule of exogamy, but there are peoples, the Maoris, Ots, and Sea, among whom this practice occurs or has remained as a symbol, who are, nevertheless, what Mr. McLennan would call endogamous. We are not entitled to say that, wherever exogamy can be found, we may confidently expect to find, after due investigation, at least traces of a system of capture. On reckoning up the peoples among whom the combination of capture and exogamy is met with, Dr. Tyler observes that the number, though enough to show that they coexist freely, falls short of what would justify the inference that they are cause and effect. It seems to me extremely probable that the practice of capturing women for wives is due chiefly to the aversion to close intermarriage, existing, as we have seen, among endogamous tribes also, together with the difficulty a savage man has in procuring a wife in a friendly manner, without giving compensation for the loss he inflicts on her father. Being something quite different from the wrestling for wives, already mentioned as the most primitive method of courtship, marriage by capture flourished at that stage of social growth when family ties had become stronger, and man lived in small groups of nearly related persons, but when the idea of barter had scarcely occurred to his mind. From the universality of the horror of incest, and from the fact that primitive hordes were in a chronic state of warfare with one another, the general prevalence of this custom may be easily explained. But as it is impossible to believe that there ever was a time when friendly negotiations between families who could intermarry were altogether unknown, we cannot suppose that capture was at any period the exclusive form of contracting marriage, although it may have been the normal form. In Australia, where marriage by capture takes place between members of hostile communities only, we are aware of no tribe, exogamous or endogamous, living in a state of absolute isolation. On the contrary, every tribe entertains constant relations, for the most part amicable, with one, two, or more tribes, and marriages between their members are the rule. Moreover, the custom, prevalent among many savage tribes, of a husband taking up his abode in his wife's family seems to have arisen very early in man's history. And Dr. Tyler's schedules show that there are in different parts of the world even 12 or 13 well-marked exogamous peoples among whom this habit occurs. As appears from the instances quoted, the practice of capturing wives is, in the main, a thing of the past. Among most existing uncivilized peoples, a man has, in some way or other, to give compensation for his bride. Marriage by capture has been succeeded by marriage by purchase. The simplest way of purchasing a wife is no doubt to give a kinswoman in exchange for her. The Australian male, says Mr. Kerr, almost invariably obtains his wife or wives, either as a survivor of a married brother, or in exchange for his sisters, or later on in life for his daughters. A similar exchange is sometimes effected in Sumatra. Much more common is the custom of obtaining a wife by services rendered to her father. The man goes to live with the family of the girl for a certain time, during which he works as a servant. This practice, with which Hebrew tradition has familiarized us, is widely diffused among the uncivilized races of America, Africa, Asia, and the Indian archipelago. Often it is only those men who are too poor to pay cash that serve in the father-in-law's house till they have given an equivalent in labor. But sometimes not even money can save the bridegroom from this sort of servitude. In some cases, he has to serve his time before he is allowed to marry the girl. In others, he gets her in advance. Again, among several peoples already mentioned, the man goes over to the woman's family or tribe to live there forever. But Dr. Stark suggests that this custom has a different origin from the other, being an expression of the strong clan sentiment and not a question of gain. According to Mr. Spencer, the obtaining of wives by services rendered, instead of by property paid, constitutes a higher form of marriage and is developed along with the industrial type of society. This modification, he says, practicable with difficulty among rude predatory tribes, becomes more practicable as there arise established industries affording spheres in which services may be rendered. But it should be noticed that, even at a very low stage of civilization, a man may help his father-in-law in fishing and hunting, whilst industrial work promotes accumulation of property, and consequently makes it easier for the man to acquire his wife by real purchase. We find also the practice of serving for wives prevalent among such rude races as the Fuegians and the Bushmans, and in the Audiobook saga, Vigster says to the Berserk Halli, who asked for the hand of his daughter Asdi, "As you are a poor man, I shall do as the ancients did and let you deserve your marriage by hard work." It seems then almost probable that marriage by services is a more archaic form than marriage by purchase, but generally they occur simultaneously. The most common compensation for a bride is property paid to her owner. Her price varies indefinitely. A pretty, healthy, and able-bodied girl commands, of course, a better price than one who is ugly and weak, a girl of rank, a better price than one who is mean and poor, a virgin, generally a better than a widow or a repudiated wife. Among the Californian Karok, for instance, a wife is seldom purchased for less than half a string of dentalium shell, but when she belongs to an aristocratic family, is pretty, and skillful in making acorn bread and weaving baskets, she sometimes costs as high as 2 strings. The bride price, however, varies most according to the circumstances of the parties and according to the value set on female labor. In British Columbia and Vancouver Island, the value of the articles given for the bride ranges from £20 to £40 sterling. The Indians of Oregon buy their wives for horses, blankets, or buffalo robes. Among the Shastika in California, a wife is purchased of her father for shell money or horses, 10 or 12 cayuse ponies being paid for a maid of great attractions. Again, the Navajos of New Mexico consider 12 horses so exorbitant a price for a wife that it is paid only for one possessing unusual qualifications, such as beauty, industry, and skill in their necessary employments. And the Patagonians give mares, horses, or silver ornaments for the bride. In Africa, not horses but cattle are considered the most proper equivalent for a good wife. Among the Kaffirs, 3, 5, or 10 cows are a low price, 20 or 30 a rather high, but according to Barrow, a man frequently obtained a wife for an ox or a couple of cows. The Damaras are so poor a people that they are often glad to take 1 cow for a daughter. Among the Banii, many heads of cattle or goats are given to induce the parents of the girl to give her up, as it is termed, i.e., to forego all claim on her offspring, for if nothing is given, the family from which she comes can claim the children as part of itself. In Uganda, the ordinary price of a wife is either 3 or 4 bullocks, 6 sewing needles, or a small box of percussion caps, but Mr. Wilson was often offered one in exchange for a coat or a pair of shoes. In the Mangoni country, 2 skins of a buck are considered a fair price, and among the Negroes of Bondo, a goat. Whereas, among the Mandingos, as we are told by Calier, no wife is to be had otherwise than by the presentation of slaves to the parents of the mistress. The Chulims paid from 5 to 50 rubles for a wife, the Tiralanses usually from 5 to 10. Rich Bashkirs pay sometimes even 3,000 rubles, but the poorest may buy a wife for a cartload of wood or hay. In Tartary, parents sell a daughter for some horses, oxen, sheep, or pounds of butter. Among the Samoyeds and Ostiaks, for a certain number of reindeer. Among the Indian Kisans, 2 baskets of rice and a rupee in cash constitute the compensatory offering given to the parents of the girl. Among the Mismais, a rich man gives for a wife 20 mithans, a kind of oxen, but a poor man can get a wife for a pig. In Timor-Laut, according to Mr. Forbes, no wife can be purchased without elephant's tusks, In the Caroline Islands, the man makes a present to the father of the girl whom he marries, consisting of fruits, fish, and similar things. In Samoa, the bride price included canoes, pigs, and foreign property of any kind which might fall into their hands and, among the Fijians, the usual price is a whale's tooth or a musket. Among some peoples, marriage may take place on credit, though generally, the wife and her children cannot leave the parental home until the price is paid in full. In Unyoro, according to Emin Pasha, when a poor man is unable to procure the cattle required for his marriage at once, he may, by agreement with the bride's father, pay them by installments. The children, however, born in the meantime belong to the wife's father, and each of them must be redeemed with a cow. Marriage by exchange or purchase is not only generally prevalent among existing lower races, it occurs, or formerly occurred, among civilized nations as well. In Central America and Peru, a man had to serve for his bride. In China, a present is given by the father of the suitor, the amount of which is not left to the goodwill of the parties, as the term present would suggest, but is exactly stipulated for by the negotiators of the marriage. Hence, as Mr. Jamieson remarks, it is no doubt a survival of the time when the transaction was one of ordinary bargain. In Japan, the proposed husband sends certain prescribed presents to his future bride, and this sending of presents forms one of the most important parts of the marriage ceremony. In fact, when once the presents have been sent and accepted, the contract is completed, and neither party can retract. Mr. Kuchler says he has been unable to find out the exact meaning of these presents. The native books on marriage are silent on the subject, and the Japanese themselves have no other explanation to give than that the custom has been handed down from ancient times. But from the facts recorded in the next chapter, it is evident that the sending of presents is a relic of a previous custom of marrying by purchase. In all branches of the Semitic race, men had to buy or serve for their wives, the mohar or mar being originally the same as a purchase sum. In the books of Ruth and Hosea, the bridegroom actually says that he has bought the bride, and the modern Jews, according to Michaelis, have a sham purchase among their marriage ceremonies, which is called marrying by the penny. In Mohammedan countries, marriage differs but little from a real purchase. The same custom prevailed among the Chaldeans, Babylonians, and Assyrians. Speaking of the ancient Finns, the Finnish philologist and traveler, Castrain, remarks, "There are many reasons for believing that a cap full of silver and gold was one of the best proxies in wooing among our ancestors." Evident traces of marriage by purchase are indeed found in the Kalevala and the Cantiletter, and in parts of Finland, symbols of it are still left in the marriage ceremony. Among the East Finnish peoples, marriage by purchase exists even now, or did so till quite lately. Wife purchase, as Dr. Winternitz remarks, was the basis of Indo-European marriage before the separation of peoples took place. The Hindu bride in Vedic times had to be won by rich presents to the future father-in-law, and one of the 8 forms of marriage mentioned, though disapproved of by Manu, the Asura form, was marriage by purchase. According to Dubois, to marry and to buy a wife are in India synonymous terms. Aristotle tells us that the ancient Greeks were in the habit of purchasing wives, and in the Homeric age a maid was called letter 1F00 lambda phi epsilon sigma letter 1F77 beta omicron iota alpha, i.e., one who yields her parents many oxen as presents from her suitor. Among the Thracians, according to Herodotus, marriage was contracted by purchase, so also throughout Teutonic antiquity. The ancient Scandinavians believed that even the gods had bought their wives. In Germany, the expression to purchase a wife was in use till the end of the Middle Ages, and we find the same term in Christian Roman IV's Norwegian law of 1604. As late as the middle of the 16th century, the English preserved in their marriage ritual traces of this ancient legal procedure. Whilst in Thuringia, according to Franz Schmidt, the betrothal ceremony even to this day indicates its former occurrence. Purchase, as Dr. Schrader remarks, cannot with equal certainty be established as the oldest form of marriage on Roman soil. But the symbolical process of coemptio, the form of marriage among the plebeians, preserved a reminiscence of the original custom in force if not at Rome, at least among the ancestors of the Romans. In Ireland and Wales in ancient times, the bride price consisted usually of articles of gold, silver, and bronze, sometimes even of land. The Slavs also used to buy their wives, and among the South Slavonians, the custom of purchasing the bride still partially prevails or recently did so. In Serbia, at the beginning of the present century, the price of girls reached such a height that Black George limited it to 1 ducat. In spite of this general prevalence of marriage by purchase, we have no evidence that it is a stage through which every race has passed. It must be observed, first, that in sundry tribes the presents given by the bridegroom are intended not exactly to compensate the parents for the bride, but rather to dispose them favorably to the match. Colonel Dalton says, for example, that among the Padams, one of the lowest peoples of India, it is customary for a lover to show his inclinations whilst courting by presenting his sweetheart and her parents with small delicacies, such as field mice and squirrels, though the parents seldom interfere with the young couple's designs, and it would be regarded as an indelible disgrace to barter a child's happiness for money. The Ainos of Yesso, says Mr. Bykemore, do not buy their wives, but make presents to the parents of sake, tobacco, and fish, and the amount of these gifts is never settled beforehand. The game and fruits given by the bridegroom immediately before marriage, among the Puris, Corotos, and Coropos, seem to V. Martius to be rather a proof of his ability to keep a wife than a means of exchange, whereas the more civilized tribes of the Brazilian Aborigines carry on an actual trade in women. Speaking of the Yukon Hatana, a tribe of Alaska, Petrov states that the custom of purchasing wives does not exist among them. The Californian Wintun, who rank among the lower types of the race, generally pay nothing for their brides. The Niam and some other African peoples, most of the Chittagong Hill tribes, the aboriginal inhabitants of Kola and Kabror, of the Aru archipelago, who live in trees or caves, and apparently also the Andamanese are in the habit of marrying without making any payment for the bride. Among the Vedas, according to M. Le Mesurier, no marriage presents are given on either side, but Mr. Hartshorne states that a marriage is attended with no ceremony beyond the presentation of some food to the parents of the bride. In Ponape, says Dr. Finch, marriage is not based on purchase, but this is contrary to the general custom in the Carolines, as also in the adjacent Pelu Islands, where women are bought as wives by means of presents to the father. In the Kingsmill group, according to Wilkes, a wife is never bought, but it is generally supposed that each party will contribute something towards the household stock. With regard to the Hawaiians, Ellis remarks, we are not aware that the parents of the woman received anything from the husband or gave any dowry with the wife. And Mr. Angas even asserts that the practice of purchasing wives is not generally adopted in Polynesia. But the statement is doubtful, as, at least in Samoa, Tahiti, and Nukuhiva, the bridegroom gains the bride by presents to her father. And in Melanesia, marriage by purchase is certainly universal. Among the South Australian Kurnai, according to Mr. Howitt, marriages were brought about most frequently by elopement, less frequently by capture, and least frequently by exchange or by gift. Purchase of wives may, with even more reason than marriage by capture, be said to form a general stage in the social history of man. Although the two practices often occur simultaneously, the former has, as a rule, succeeded the latter, as barter in general has followed upon robbery. The more recent character of marriage by purchase appears clearly from the fact that marriage by capture very frequently occurs as a symbol where marriage by purchase occurs as a reality. Moreover, there can be little doubt that barter and commerce are comparatively late inventions of man. Dr. Peschel, indeed, contends that barter existed in those ages in which we find the earliest signs of our race. But we have no evidence that it was in this way that the cave dwellers of Perigord, of the reindeer period, obtained the rock crystals, the Atlantic shells, and the horns of the polished saiga antelope, which have been found in their settlements. And we may not in any case conclude that commerce has existed in all ages and among all inhabitants of the world. There are even in modern times instances of savage peoples who seem to have a very vague idea of barter, or perhaps none at all. Concerning certain Solomon Islanders, Les Billardière states, we could not learn whether these people are in the habit of making exchanges, but it is very certain that it was impossible for us to obtain anything from them in this way. Yet they were very eager to receive everything that we gave them. For some time after Captain Weddell began to associate with the Fuegians, they gave him any small article he expressed a wish for, without asking any return, but afterwards they acquired an idea of barter. Nor did the Australians whom Cook saw and the Patagonians visited by Captain Wallis in 1766 understand traffic, though they now understand it. Again, with regard to the Andamanese, Mr. Mann remarks, they set no fixed value on their various properties, and rarely make or procure anything with the express object of disposing of it in barter. Apparently, they prefer to regard their transactions as presentations, for their mode of negotiating is to give such objects as are desired by another in the hope of receiving in return something for which they have expressed a wish, it being tacitly understood that unless otherwise mentioned beforehand, no present is to be accepted without an equivalent being rendered. The natural consequence of this system is that most of the quarrels which so frequently occur among them originate in failure on the part of the recipient in making such a return as had been confidently expected. It must also be noted that those uncivilized peoples among whom marriage by purchase does not occur are, for the most part, exceedingly rude races. As M. Koenigswarter and Mr. Spencer have suggested, the transition from marriage by capture to marriage by purchase was probably brought about in the following way. Abduction, in spite of parents, was the primary form. Then there came the offering of compensation to escape vengeance, and this grew eventually into the making of presents beforehand. Thus, among the Ots, according to Mr. Sproat, when a man steals a wife, a purchase follows, as the friends of the woman must be pacified with presents. In New Guinea and Bali, as also among the Chukmas and Araucanians, it often happens that the bridegroom carries off, or elopes with, his bride and afterwards pays a compensation price to her parents. Among the Bodo and Mek, who still preserve the form of forcible abduction in their marriage ceremony, the successful lover, after having captured the girl, gives a feast to the bride's friends and with a present conciliates the father, who is supposed to be incensed. The same is reported of the Maoris, whilst among the Tangatans, according to Przewalski, the ravisher who has stolen his neighbor's wife pays the husband a good sum as compensation, but keeps the wife. It is a matter of no importance in this connection that among certain peoples, the price of the bride is paid not to the father, but to some other nearly related person, especially an uncle, or to some other relatives as well as to the father. In any case, the price is to be regarded as a compensation for the loss sustained in the giving up of the girl, and as a remuneration for the expenses incurred in her maintenance till the time of her marriage. Sometimes, as among several Negro peoples, daughters are trained for the purpose of being disposed of at a profit, but this is a modern invention, irreconcilable with savage ideas. Thus, among the Kafirs, the practice of making an express bargain about women hardly prevailed in the first quarter of this century, and the verb applied to the act of giving cattle for a girl, according to Mr. Shooter, involves not the idea of an actual trade, but rather that of reward for her birth and nurture. To most savages there seems nothing objectionable in marriage by purchase. On the contrary, Mr. Bancroft states that the Indians in Colombia consider it in the highest degree disgraceful to the girl's family if she is given away without a price. And, in certain tribes of California, the children of a woman for whom no money was paid are accounted no better than bastards, and the whole family are contemned. It was left for a higher civilization to raise women from the state of debasement. In the next chapter, we shall consider the process by which marriage ceased to be a purchase contract, and woman an object of trade. Chapter 18. The decay of marriage by purchase, the marriage portion. It has often been said that the position of women is the surest gauge of a people's civilization. This assertion, though not absolutely, is approximately true. The evolution of altruism is one of the chief elements in human progress, and consideration for the weaker sex is one of the chief elements in the evolution of altruism. According as more elevated ideas regarding women grew up among the so-called civilized peoples, the practice of purchasing wives was gradually abandoned and came to be looked upon as infamous. The wealthier classes took the first step, and poorer and ruder persons followed their example. It is of no little interest to follow the course of this process. In India, in ancient times, the asura form or marriage by purchase was lawful for all the four castes. Afterwards it fell into disrepute and was prohibited among the Brahmins and Kshatriyas, but it was approved of in the case of a Vaisya and of a Sudra. Manu forbade it altogether. No father who knows the law, he says, must take even the smallest gratuity for his daughter, for a man who, through avarice, takes a gratuity is a seller of his offspring. Purchase survived as a symbol only in the arsha form, according to which the bridegroom sent a cow and a bull or two pairs to the bride's father. Manu expressly condemns those who call this gift a gratuity. Hence the arsha form was counted by Manu and other lawgivers as one of the legitimate modes of marriage. The Greeks of the historical age had ceased to buy their wives, and in Rome, conferitio, which suggested no idea of purchase, was in the very earliest known time the form of marriage in force among the patricians. Among clients and plebeians also, the purchase of wives came to an end in remote antiquity, surviving as a mere symbol in their coemptio. Among the Germans, according to Grimm, it was only Christianity that abolished marriage by purchase. Lafourière and Königswerder think it prevailed among the Saxons as late as the reign of Charles the Great, and that in England it was prohibited by Seanut. In Lex Alaminorum, Lex Ripuarium, Gragas, and the Norwegian laws, real purchase money is not spoken of, and there is reason to believe that the munder, mentioned in the elder Gulalag, had gradually lost its original meaning of price for a bride. In the Talmudic law, the purchase of wives appears as merely symbolic, the bride price being fixed at a nominal amount. The Mohammedan mar is also frequently merely nominal. Among the Finns, the purchase of wives had disappeared in the remote times when their popular songs originated. Though it still was usual for a bridegroom to give presents to his bride and her parents, passages in the songs indicate that not even the memory of a real purchase survived. In China, although marriage presents correspond exactly to purchase money in a contract of sale, the people will not hear of their being called a price, which shows that, among them also, some feeling of shame is attached to the idea of selling a daughter. We may discern two different ways in which this gradual disappearance of marriage by purchase has taken place. It has been suggested that the sum with which the bridegroom bought the bride became a payment for the guardianship of her. However this may be, the purchase money became in time smaller and smaller, and took in many cases the form of more or less arbitrary presents. Only a relic of the ancient custom, as we have seen, was left, often appearing as a sham sale in the marriage ceremonies. Another mode of preserving the symbol of sale was the receipt of a gift of real value, which was immediately returned to the giver. This arrangement is said by Epistamba to have been prescribed by the Vedas in order to fulfill the law, that is, the ancient law by which the binding form of marriage was a sale. Generally, however, not the same but another gift is presented in return. Thus, at Athens, at some time which cannot be determined, but which was undoubtedly earlier than the age of Solon, the dower in the modern sense arose. And, as has been suggested, this portioning of the bride by her father or guardian very probably implied originally a return of the price paid. Again, in China, exchange of presents takes place between the guardians of the bridegroom and the guardians of the bride, and this exchange forms the subject of a long section in the Penal Code. For, the marriage articles and betrothal presents once exchanged, the parties are considered irrevocably engaged. In Japan, the bride gives certain conventional presents to her future husband and his parents and relatives, and, as to the value of these presents, she should always be guided by the value of those brought by the bridegroom. Among the ancient Germans, according to Tacitus, the wife in her turn presented the husband with some kind of arms, and this mutual exchange of gifts formed the principal bond of their union. Grimm also suggests that the meaning of the Teutonic dowry was partly that of a return gift. On the other hand, the purchase sum was transformed into the mourning gift and the dotal portion. A part, afterwards the whole, was given to the bride either directly by the bridegroom or by her father. Manu says, "When the relatives do not appropriate for their use the gratuity given, it is not a sale. In that case the gift is only a token of respect and of kindness towards the maidens." This gift was called kulka, or her fee, but its close connection with a previous purchase appears from the fact that it passed in a course of devolution to the woman's brothers, and one rendering of the text of Gautama which regulates this succession, even allowed the fee to go to her brothers during her life. In modern India, according to Dubois, men of distinction do not appropriate the money acquired by giving a daughter in marriage, but lay it out in jewels, which they present to the lady on the wedding day. Among the Greeks of the Homeric age, the father did not always keep the wedding presents for his own use, but bestowed them, wholly or in part, on the daughter as her marriage portion. At a later period, the bridegroom himself gave the presents to his wife, when he saw her unveiled for the first time, or after the new letter 1F7a, Xi mu upsilon sigma tau, iota kappa, letter 1F75. Among the Teutons, the same process of development took place. Originally, the purchase sum went to the guardian of the bride, partly, perhaps, to her whole family, but by and by it came to be considered her own property, as Tacitus says, dotum non uxor marito sed uxari meritus offert. This was the case among the Scandinavians at the date of the inditing of their laws, and among the Langobardi from the 7th century. La dot, says M. Janalhiak, NS. Chose quella preda la coemption en usage dans la loi salique. El fut dine a la femme au lieu de l'herder ses parents, quini recurrent plus quella solidum et denarium, ou le prix fictif, et après la mort de l'épos, une partie de la dot. In lex alaminorum and lex ripuarum, only a dos which the wife receives directly from her husband is spoken of. And it seems probable that the mourning gift, which has survived very long in Europe, originated in the purchase sum or formed a part of it, though it has often been considered a pretium virginitatis. According to ancient Irish law, a part of the coibh, or bridal gift, went to the bride's father, or, if he was dead, to the head of her tribe. But another part was given by the bridegroom to the bride herself after marriage. The same was the case with the Welsh cowil, and the Slavonic word for bride price, vino, came to be frequently used for dues. Speaking of the ancient Babylonians, Herodotus says that the marriage portions were furnished by the money paid for the beautiful damsels. Among the Hebrews, as it seems the mohar, or a part of it, was given to the bride herself. We read in the book of Genesis that Abraham's servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. Professor Robertson Smith is inclined to believe that in Arabia before Mohammed, a custom had established itself by which the husband ordinarily made a gift, under the name of sadaq, to his wife upon marriage, or by which a part of the mar was customarily set aside for her use. But under Islam, the difference between mar and sadaq disappeared, the price paid to the father becoming the property of the woman. But it is not only in the history of the great civilized nations that we find marriage by purchase falling into decay. Among several peoples who are still in a savage or semi-civilized state, the custom of purchasing the wife has been modified, and of a few it is expressly stated that they consider such a traffic disgraceful. The change has taken place in exactly the same way as we have seen to be the case with higher races. On the one hand, the purchase has become more or less a symbol. In some cases, the gift no longer represents the actual value of the girl. In others, it is followed by a return gift. Thus, in Oregon, the wife's relations always raise as many horses or other property for her dower as the bridegroom has sent the parents, but scrupulously take care not to turn over the same horses or the same articles. The Ots consider it a point of honor that the purchase money given for a woman of rank shall, some time or other, be returned in a present of equal value. Similar statements are made with reference to the Patagonians, Mismais, and certain tribes in the Indian archipelago. Among the Bagobos of the Philippines, if the newly married couple are satisfied with each other, the father of the wife gives the half of the purchase sum back to the husband, whilst, in Seria, the girl's father, at the wedding, has to return even 5 times the price which he received from the bridegroom's father at the espousals, the return gift, however, becoming the common property of the married couple. Among the Badagas of the Nilgiris also, the return gift is generally greater in value than the sum which has been paid for her. Several other peoples contract marriages by an exchange of presents. On the other hand, there are peoples among whom the purchase sum, or a part of it, is given to the bride either by her father or by the bridegroom himself. But, as this may be an indirect way of compensating the bridegroom for the price he has paid, it is in many cases almost impossible to distinguish between this custom and the one last mentioned. It is equally hard to distinguish between the cases in which the bride receives a part of the price from her father, and those in which she receives a gift from the bridegroom directly. But perhaps the greatest difficulty of all is to make out whether the presents obtained from the bridegroom formed originally a part of the bride price or were only a means of gaining her own consent. Among the Eskimo, the lover presents clothes to the lady, who puts them on and is thenceforth his wife. Among the Dakotas, men ask for consent to marriage by sending the price of the girl, and in addition often give presents to the object of their esteem. Speaking of the South American guanas, Azari says, "Touts les ceremonies du marriage si réduisent à un petit present quella mari fait à sa prétendue." Again, among the Javanese, Kalmucks, and Al el Shamal, a Bedouin tribe of Syria, the money or articles which the father receives for his daughter are generally looked upon as a settlement or provision for the wife. And among the Pelu Islanders, Mismais, Bashkirs, Vadiaks, and Si, she receives a larger or smaller part of the bride price. From marriage by purchase, we have thus reached the practice of dower, which is apparently the very reverse of it. But, as we have seen, the marriage portion derives its origin partly from the purchase of wives. Where, as among the Maria, the endowment becomes the exclusive property of the husband, it is, no doubt, intended to be a compensation for the bride price. Whilst, among other peoples, money or goods for which the man has bought his wife are handed over to her by the father as a marriage portion which, in a certain way, belongs to her. Yet, as we shall see directly, the dowry does not in every case spring from a previous purchase. The marriage portion serves different ends, often indissolubly mixed up together. It may have the meaning of a return gift. It may imply that the wife as well as the husband is expected to contribute to the expenses of the joint household. It is also very often intended to be a settlement for the wife in case the marriage be dissolved through the husband's death or otherwise. But as in such instances, the husband generally has the usufruct of the portion, as long as the union lasts. It is in many cases impossible to discern whether the original meaning was that of a return gift to the man or of a settlement for the woman. We read in the Laws of Manu, what was given before the nuptial fire, what was given on the bridal procession, what was given in token of love, and what was received from her brother, mother, or father, that is called the sixfold property of a woman. Such property, as well as a gift subsequent and what was given to her by her affectionate husband, shall go to her offspring, even if she dies in the lifetime of her husband. The Hindu law recognizes the dominion of a married woman over this property, her stridhan, but the husband has nevertheless power to use and consume it in case of distress. At Athens, the administration of the dower certainly belonged to the husband, who might defray with it the expenses of the marriage, and even had a right to alienate the movable objects forming a part of the marriage portion. But it did not become his property. If the marriage tie was dissolved through divorce or through the husband's death, the dower had to be restored to the woman, who, as a security for this restitution, had a mortgage, consisting generally of a piece of real property. Or if, in case of divorce, the husband did not restore the dower, he paid, whilst it was retained, 9 oboli every month as interest. The Roman dues was intended to be the wife's contribution towards the expenses of the marriage state. It became the husband's property, as if it were a patrimony which he had a right not only to administer, but even to dispose of independently of the will of his wife. This confusion of the dower with the patrimony was tolerable as long as marriage was contracted for life, but became very disastrous during the period when divorces were frequent. At the end of the Republican era, therefore, the husband's right to dispose of his wife's marriage portion was limited. It had to be restored in case of divorce, as also in case of the marriage being dissolved through the husband's death. The Lex Julia de Adulteris prevented him from alienating dotal land without the wife's consent or mortgaging it even with her consent. And the legislation of Justinian prevented alienation with the wife's consent and declared the law on the subject applicable to provincial land. The general tradition of the Roman dues was carried on by the Church, the practical object being to secure for the wife a provision of which the husband could not wantonly deprive her, and which would remain to her after his death. The Roman dotal right, more or less modified in the laws of the different countries, underlies modern European legislation. The husband generally administers and has the use of his wife's dotation, but it remains her property. Among the Germans of early times, the bride price which was handed over to the woman as her marriage portion became her exclusive property, of which the husband could not dispose. Besides this das, she received from her parents an endowment as a sort of compensation for her inheritance or as an advance on it. This also was her private property, at least so far that it went to her if the marriage was dissolved. Among the Slavs, the dower seems originally to have been given to the wife as a security in the event of her needing independent support, and among the Poles and Bohemians, the husband could make no use of it unless he left his own goods as a deposit. In Wales, a woman received not only a part of the bride price, cawil, but also a marriage portion from her father called agwetti, representing the tinker of the Irish, which during cohabitation belonged to husband and wife jointly. In case they separated before the end of 7 years, the wife was to receive this portion back, and in any case, even if she left her husband for no reason before the 7th year, she had her cawil. If the separation took place after this period, the property which the wife brought with her was divided. The Hebrews, in early times, generally gave daughters as a dowry only a part of the mohar. Afterwards, a woman who married was endowed with a portion called nejunia, of which the husband had the usufruct as long as the marriage lasted. The Mohammedans, as a rule, settle very large dowers on their wives, and it is generally stipulated that 2/3 of the dowry shall be paid immediately before the marriage contract is made, whilst the remaining third is held in reserve to be paid to the wife in case of her being divorced against her own consent or in case of the husband's death. And whatever property the wife receives from her parents or any other person on the occasion of her marriage, or otherwise, is entirely at her own disposal, and not subject to any claim of her husband or his creditors. Speaking of newly married people among the Mexicans, Acosta says, when they went a house they made an inventory of all the man and wife brought together, of provisions for the house, of land, of ewels and ornaments, which inventories every father kept, for if it chanced they made any divorce, as it was common amongst them when they agree not, they divided their goods according to the portion that every one brought. Among races at a lower stage of civilization, the dowry commonly subserves a similar end. That is, in case of separation or divorce, the wife gets back her marriage portion, though the husband, as it seems in most cases, has the usufruct of it as long as marriage lasts. But in savage life, the dowry plays no important part. Often nothing of the kind exists, and where it does, the portion generally consists of some food, clothes, household goods, or other trifles, and occasionally of cattle. Ultimately, as we have seen, the dowry is due to a feeling of respect and sympathy for the weaker sex, which, on the whole, is characteristic of a higher civilization. And, as we have spoken of a stage of marriage by capture and another stage of marriage by purchase, we may now speak of a third, where fathers are bound by law or custom to portion their daughters. Thus, the Hebrews and Mohammedans consider it a religious duty for a man to give a dower to his daughter. In Greece, the dowry came to be thought almost necessary to make the distinction between a wife and a concubine pi alpha lambda, lambda alpha kappa, letter 1F75. And Isias says that no decent man would give his legitimate daughter less than 1/10 of his property. Indeed, so great were the dowers given that, in the time of Aristotle, nearly 2/5 of the whole territory of Sparta were supposed to belong to women. In Rome, even more than in Greece, the marriage portion became a mark of distinction for a legitimate wife. It was the duty of the wife to provide her husband with dues, and a woman herself had a legal claim to be provided with a dower by her father or other paternal ascendants. And though later on, Justinian in several of his constitutions declares that dues is obligatory for persons of high rank only, the old custom did not fall into desuetude. The Prussian Landrecht still prescribes that the father, or eventually the mother, shall arrange about the wedding and fit up the house of the newly married couple. According to the Code Napoleon, on the other hand, parents are not bound to give a dower to their daughters, and the same principle is generally adopted by modern legislation. Yet there is still a strong feeling, especially in the so-called Latin countries, in favor of dotation. This feeling, as Sir Henry Maine remarks, is the principal source of those habits of saving and hoarding, which characterize the French people, and is probably descended, by a long chain of succession, from the obligatory provisions of the marriage law of the Emperor Augustus. In this course of development, the marriage portion has often become something quite different from what it was originally. It has in many cases become a purchase sum by means of which a father buys a husband for his daughter, as formerly a man bought a wife from her father. Euripides, transferring to the heroic age the practice of his own time, makes Medea complain that her sex had to purchase husbands with great sums of money. Pars minima est ipsa puella sui, the Latin poet sings. And in our days, a woman without a marriage portion, unless she has some great natural attractions, runs the risk of being a spinster forever. This state of things naturally grows up in a society where monogamy is prescribed by law, where the adult women outnumber the adult men, where many men never marry, and where married women too often lead an indolent life. Chapter 19. Marriage Ceremonies and Rites. Among primitive men, marriage was, of course, contracted without any ceremony whatever, and this is still the case with many uncivilized peoples. Among the Eskimo, visited by Captain Hall, there is no wedding ceremony at all, nor are there any rejoicings or festivities. The parties simply come together and live in their own tupik or igloo. The Bonacks of California, according to Mr. Johnston, have no marriage ceremony. The man simply speaks to the girl's parents and to the girl herself, and if the couple live together for some time harmoniously, they are considered husband and wife. Among the Comanches, too, there is no marriage ceremony of any description. And the same is said of several other Aboriginal tribes of America, as also of the Autanatas of New Guinea, the Solomon Islanders, and the Tasmanians. In Australia, wedding ceremonies are unknown in most tribes, but it is said that in some there are a few unimportant ones. In the hill tribes of North Arakan, marriage is a simple contract unaccompanied by ceremony. So also among the Kajas, Chalicata Mismais, Aino, Negroes of Bondo and C. Marriage ceremonies arose by degrees and in various ways. When the mode of contracting a marriage altered, the earlier mode, from having been a reality, survived as a ceremony. Thus, as we have seen, the custom of capture was transformed into a mere symbol, after purchase was introduced as the legal form of contracting a marriage. In other instances, the custom of purchase has survived as a ceremony, after it has ceased to be a reality. According as marriage was recognized as a matter of some importance, the entering into it came, like many other significant events in human life, to be celebrated with certain ceremonies. Very commonly, it is accompanied by a wedding feast. Among the Nufi people, for example, the nuptials consist of the payment of the bride price followed by eating and drinking. Among the Waniaro, the wedding is celebrated by a great deal of feasting, and the bride is taken by a procession of friends to her new lord. Often the feast continues for several days, a week, or even longer. In Mykonos of the Cyclades, according to Mr. Bent, 10 or 15 days of festivity usually accompany a marriage. Among some peoples, the expenses are defrayed by the bridegroom, in others by the father of the bride. Probably in the former cases, the feast is considered almost a part of the purchase sum, whilst in the latter it is, perhaps, occasionally regarded as a compensation for the bride price. The marriage ceremony often indicates in some way the new relation into which the man and woman enter to each other. Sometimes it symbolizes sexual intercourse, but far more frequently the living together, or the wife's subjection to her husband. Among the Navajos, the ceremony merely consisted in eating maize pudding from the same platter, and among the Santals, says Colonel Dalton, the social meal that the boy and girl eat together is the most important part of the ceremony, as by the act the girl ceases to belong to her father's tribe and becomes a member of her husband's family. Eating together is, in the Malay archipelago, the chief and most widespread marriage ceremony. The same custom occurs among the Hovas, Hindus, Esthonians, in Ermland in Prussia, and in Sardinia. Again, in some Brazilian tribes, marriage is contracted by the husband and wife drinking brandy together. In Japan, where the ceremony seems to be regarded as the least important part of the whole proceeding, it consists in the drinking by both parties, after a prescribed fashion, of a fixed number of cups of wine. In Scandinavia, the couple used to drink the contents of a single beaker, a custom which also occurs in Russia. The joining of hands, or the bridegroom's taking the bride by the hand, is, as Dr. Winternitz remarks, one of the most important marriage ceremonies among all Indo-European peoples. The same custom occurs among the Orang Banua of Malacca, whilst among the Orang Sakai, the little finger of the right hand of the man is joined to that of the left hand of the woman. At Kaja weddings, the couple about to be married merely sit together in one seat and receive their friends, to whom they give a dinner or feast. Among the Vedas of Ceylon, the bride ties a thin cord of her own twisting round the bridegroom's waist, and they are then husband and wife. This string is emblematic of the marriage tie, and, as he never parts with it, so he clings to his wife through life. The Hindu bride and bridegroom, again, have their hands bound together with grass. Among the Gonds and Korkus, the actual marriage ceremonies consist, in part, of eating together, tying the garments together, dancing together round a pole, being half drowned together by a douche of water, and the interchange of rings, all of which may be supposed to symbolize the union of the parties. In many parts of India, bride and bridegroom are, for the same reason, marked with one another's blood, and Colonel Dalton believes this to be the origin of the custom, now so common, of marking with red lead. Thus, the Parkayas use a red powder called sindur, the bridegroom sealing the compact by touching and marking with it the forehead of his bride. Among the Australian Narranieri, on the other hand, a woman is supposed to signify her consent to the marriage by carrying fire to her husband's hut and making his fire for him. The Negroes of Longo contract their marriages by the bridegroom's eating from 2 dishes, which the bride has cooked for him in his own hut. In Dahomey, according to Mr. Forbes, there is no ceremony in marriage, except where the king confers the wife, in which instance the maiden presents her future lord with a glass of rum. In Croatia, the bridegroom boxes the bride's ears in order to indicate that henceforth he is her master. And in ancient Russia, as part of the marriage ceremony, the father took a new whip, and after striking his daughter gently with it, told her that he did so for the last time, and then presented the whip to the bridegroom. Many of the ceremonies observed at our own weddings belong to the classes here noticed. The best man seems originally to have been the chief abettor of the bridegroom in the act of capture. The nuptials are generally celebrated with a feast in the house of the bride's father, and the wedding ring is a symbol of the close union which exists between husband and wife. Even the religious part of the ceremony has its counterpart among many pagan nations. It was natural that a religious character should be given to nuptials, as well as to other events of importance, by the invoking of divine help for the future union. In Hudson's Island, says Turner, hardly anything could be done without first making it known to the gods and begging a blessing, protection, or whatever the case might require. Among the Dyaks, one of the eldest male members of the assembled party smears at the wedding the hands of the bridegroom and bride with the blood of a pig and a fowl, implores the protection of the male spirit, Bak, and the female spirit, Hero Bakak, and recommends the married couple to their care, wishing them all sorts of earthly blessings. Among the Gonds, sacrifice to the gods and unlimited gorging and spirit drinking are usually the wind-up of the wedding. In Patagonia, the husband, after having brought the bride into his hut, makes a sacrifice to the foul spirit. And the Macatecas, a tribe subject to the Mexican Empire, fasted, prayed, and sacrificed to their gods for the space of 20 days after their marriage. Most commonly, a priest is called to perform the religious rite. The marriages of the Fijians, Wilkes says, are sanctioned by religious ceremonies. The ambadi, or priest, takes a seat, having the bridegroom on his right and the bride on the left hand. He then invokes the protection of the god or spirit upon the bride, after which he leads her to the bridegroom and joins their hands with injunctions to love, honor, and obey, to be faithful and die with each other. This, however, happens principally among the chiefs. Among the common people, the marriage rites are less ceremonious, the priest of the tribe only coming to the house and invoking happiness upon the union. The Tahitians, too, considered the sanction of the gods essential to the marriage contract. The preliminaries being adjusted, the parties repaired to the temple, where the priest addressed the bridegroom usually in the following terms: "Will you not cast away your wife?" To which the bridegroom answered, "No." Turning to the bride, he proposed to her a like question and received a similar answer. The priest then addressed them both, saying, "Happy will it be if thus with you too." He then offered a prayer to the gods on their behalf, imploring that they might live in affection and realize the happiness marriage was designed to secure. In the Kingsmill Islands, the priest presses the foreheads of the young couple together and pours on their heads a little coconut oil. Then he takes a branch of a tree, dips it in water, and sprinkles their faces, at the same time praying for their future happiness and prosperity. Among the Kukis, the young couple are led before the Thempu, or priest, who presents them with a stoop of liquor out of which they both drink, while he continues muttering some words in his unknown language. And, among the Kayuntha and Garos, a priest beseeches the gods to bless the union. Among the Igorotes of Luzon, it is a priestess that performs the marriage ceremony, praying to the spirits of the deceased in the presence of all the kinsfolk of the couple. The Jakuts require the shaman's assistance for their nuptials, and so did formerly the Kalmucks. The religious ceremonies connected with marriage are not limited to prayers, sacrifices, and other means of pleasing the gods. Efforts are also made to ascertain their will beforehand. In Siam, the parents of the parties solicit the opinion of some fortune teller on the point whether the year, month, and day of the week when the couple were born will allow of their living happily together as husband and wife. Among the Chukmas, omens are carefully observed, and many a promising match has been put a stop to by unfavorable auguries. The same is the case with other peoples of India, the Mongols, some Turkish nations, and in several countries it is considered a thing of the utmost importance to find out the right day for the wedding, by consulting the stars or otherwise. Among civilized nations, marriage is almost universally contracted with religious ceremonies either with or without the assistance of a priest. The ancient Mexicans were married by their priests, and so were the Chibchas and Mayas. In Nicaragua, the priest, in performing the ceremony of marriage, took the parties by the little finger and led them to a fire which was kindled for the occasion. He instructed them in their duty, and when the fire became extinguished, the parties were looked upon as husband and wife. By Buddhist monks, marriage is regarded only as a concession to human frailty, and in Buddhistic countries, it is therefore a simple civil contract. Nevertheless, it is commonly contracted with some religious ceremony, and often with the assistance of a lama. In China, the bridal pair are conducted to the ancestral hall, where they prostrate themselves before the altar, on which the ancestral tablets are arranged. Among the Hebrews, marriage was no religious contract, and there is no trace of a priestly consecration of it either in the scriptures or in the Talmud. Yet, according to Ewald, it may be taken for granted that a consecration took place on the day of betrothal or wedding, though the particulars have not been preserved in any ancient description. Among the Mohammedans also, marriage, though a mere civil contract, is concluded with a prayer to Allah. Les lois des pupils de l'Antiquité, M. Glasson says, avian un caractère à la fois religieux et civil. Il n'est donc pas étonnant qu'elles ayant le plus souvent fait du mariage un acte à la fois religieux et civil. In Egypt, at least during the Ptolemaic period, the wedding is supposed to have been accompanied by a religious ceremony. Among the ancient Persians, the betrothal was performed by a priest, who joined the hands of the couple whilst reading some prayers. The Hindus used by prayers and sacrifices to invoke the help of the gods at their weddings. According to Sir W. H. Macnaghten, marriage is among them not merely a civil contract, but a sacrament, forming the last of the ceremonies prescribed to the 3 regenerate classes and the only one for Sudras, and an unmarried man has been declared to be incapacitated from the performance of religious duties. In Greece, marriages were generally, though not always, contracted at the divine altars and confirmed by oaths, the assistance of a priest, however, not being requisite. Before the marriage was solemnized, the gods were consulted and their assistance implored by prayers and sacrifices, which were usually offered to some of the deities that superintended the union of the sexes, by the parents or other relations of the persons to be married. For marriage, as Musonius says, stands under the protection of great and powerful gods, and Plato teaches us that a man shall cohabit only with a woman who has come into his house with holy ceremonies. From the Homeric age, we have no instances of marriages being contracted with sacrifices and religious rites, but we must not therefore take for granted that they were entirely wanting. The Teutons, according to Weinhold, looked upon marriage as an important and holy undertaking, about which it was necessary that the gods should be consulted, and offerings were probably in use among all peoples of this branch of the Aryan race. The Romans, at their nuptials, made a sacrifice named libum ferium to the gods, and the couple were united with prayer. In the mode of marriage called conferitio, the Pontifex Maximus seems to have instructed them in the formulas, and some modern authorities even believe that he performed the marriage ceremony. But Rossbach thinks that this was scarcely the case in early times, when every housefather himself was a priest. Besides sacrifices and prayers, auspices formed a very important part of a Roman wedding, and if the gods were found to be opposed to the match, the nuptials were put off or the match was abandoned. Even Cicero considered it wicked to marry without auspices. It has been suggested that, among primitive Aryans, religious ceremonies were requisite for the validity of marriage. This was certainly not the case in historical times either among the Greeks or among the Teutons, and at Rome, such ceremonies were obligatory only in conferitio. But this form of marriage, peculiar to the patricians, derived its origin from a very early period, and Rossbach remarks that the farther back we go in antiquity, the more strictly we find the religious ceremonies attended to. In conferitio, they were essential even in the eye of the law, whilst in coemptio and usus sacrifices and auspices were merely of secondary importance. Later on, when indifference to the old faith increased, they became more and more uncommon, till at the end of the period of the pagan emperors, they were almost exceptional, being regarded as a matter of no significance. Christianity gave back to marriage its religious character. The founder of the Christian Church had not prescribed any ceremonies in connection with it, but in the earliest times, the Christians, of their own accord, asked for their pastor's benediction. This was not, indeed, a necessity, and for widows sacerdotal nuptials were not even allowed. Yet from St. Paul's words, tau letter 1f78 mu upsilon sigma tau, letter 1f75 rho iota omicron nu tau, omicron letter 1f6, tau omicron mu epsilon gamma alpha, letter 1f10, sigma tau letter 1f77 nu. In the Vulgate translated, Sacramentum hoc magnum est. The dogma that marriage is a sacrament was gradually developed. Though this dogma was fully recognized in the 12th century, marriage was, nevertheless, considered valid without ecclesiastical benediction till the year 1563, when the Council of Trent made it an essentially religious ceremony. Luther's opinion that all matrimonial affairs belong not to the Church, but to the jurists, was not accepted by the legislators of the Protestant countries. Marriage certainly ceased to be thought of as a sacrament, but continued to be regarded by the Protestants as a divine institution. Hence, sacerdotal nuptials remained as indispensable as ever. It was the French Revolution that first gave rise to an alteration in this respect. The Constitution of the 3rd September, 1791, declares in its 7th article, title Roman II, La loi consider le mariage quoi comme contrat civil. Le pouvoir législatif établir pour tous les habitants, sans distinction, le mode par lequel les naissances, marriages et daces seront constatés, et il designera les officiers publics qui en recevront les actes. To this obligatory civil act, a sacerdotal benediction may be added, if the parties think proper. Since then, civil marriage has gradually obtained a footing in the legislation of most European countries, in proportion as liberty of conscience has been recognized. The French system has lately been adopted in Germany and Switzerland, whilst other nations have been less radical. Tantat, says M. Glasson, on le choix entre le mariage civil ou le mariage religieux, ainsi sens quelle union bénie à l'église vaut en merme temps, d'après la loi, comme un mariage civil. C'est ce qui loue en Angleterre et en Espagne. Tantat le mariage religieux est une condition de la validité du mariage civil, comme en Roumanie. En Italy, on pute indifferement célèbre l'une ou l'autre des deux unions la première. Enfin, il y a des pays où le mariage civil joue un rôle purement secondaire. En Autriche, en Portugal, en Suède, en Norvège, il est subsidiaire. En Russie il en a été établi que pour les sectaires. Civil marriage, implying the necessity of the union being sanctioned by secular authority, is not a merely European institution. Among the ancient Peruvians, the king convoked annually, or every 2 years, at Cusco all the marriageable young men and maidens of his family. After calling them by name, he joined their hands and delivered them to their parents. Such marriages among that class were alone denominated lawful, and the governors and chiefs were, by their offices, obliged to marry, after the same formalities, the young men and women of the provinces over which they presided. In Nicaragua also, marriage was a civil rite, performed by the cacique. And among the savage Pomo of California, who have 2 chiefs, a war chief and a peace chief, the latter, as being a kind of censor morum, has to perform the marriage ceremonies, so far as they extend, i.e., he causes the parties to enter into a simple covenant in presence of their parents and friends. Again, among certain tribes no marriage is permitted without the chief's approval. But such cases seem to be exceptions among non-European peoples, especially those of a lower culture, marriage being generally considered a private matter, with which the authorities or the community have nothing to do, if only it takes place between persons who, by law or custom, are permitted to intermarry. In this chapter, reference has often been made to the validity of marriage. A lawful marriage is, indeed, quite a different thing from a marriage in the natural history sense of the term. The former, which is contracted under the formalities and in accordance with the stipulations prescribed by the written or unwritten laws of the country, implies the recognition by society both of the validity of the union and the legitimacy of the children. Every people is not so happy as the Nukahievans, among whom, according to Lisiansky, no such thing as a legitimacy is known. The Greeks regarded a union into which the woman entered without dowry as concubinage rather than as marriage. Among other peoples, purchase is the only way of contracting a valid marriage. So it was with the ancient Germans and Scandinavians. So it is with the Californian Kerak, among whom the children of a woman who is not purchased are accounted no better than bastards and constitute a class of social outcasts who can intermarry only among themselves. Often certain ceremonies are required for a marriage to be legal. Thus the Romans considered an alliance made without sponsalia, nuptiae, and dues, concubinage. Among the Nez Perces in Oregon, the consent of the parents is all that is necessary for a marriage to be valid. Sometimes, when the parents refuse their consent, a runaway match occurs. But it is not regarded as a legal marriage, and the woman thereafter is considered a prostitute and is treated accordingly. Chapter 20. The forms of human marriage. Most of the lower animal species are by instinct either monogamous or polygynous. With man, every possible form of marriage occurs. There are marriages of one man with one woman, monogamy, of one man with many women, polygyny, of many men with one woman, polyandry, and, in a few exceptional cases, of many men with many women. Polygyny was permitted by most of the ancient peoples with whom history acquaints us, and is, in our day, permitted by several civilized nations and the bulk of savage tribes. The ancient Chibchas practiced polygyny to a large extent. Among the Mexicans and the Peruvian Incas, a married man might have, besides his legitimate wife, less legitimate wives or concubines. The same is the case in China and Japan, where the children of a concubine have the same legal rights as the children of a wife. In Korea, the mandarins are even bound by custom, besides having several wives, to retain several concubines in their yamen. Tradition shows polygyny and concubinage to have been customary among the Hebrews during the patriarchal age. Esau married Judith and Basemeth, Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Later on, we read of Solomon, who had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and of Rehoboam, who took 18 wives and 80 concubines. Indeed, polygyny was so much a matter of course that the law did not even criticize it. According to the Talmudic rite also, it was permitted, though the number of legitimate wives was restricted to 4. Among European Jews, it was still practiced during the Middle Ages, and among Jews living in Mohammedan countries, it occurs even to this day. The Quran allows a man to take 4 legitimate wives, and he may take as many concubines as he likes. Between a wife and a concubine, the difference is, indeed, not great. The former has her father as her protector, whilst the latter is defenseless against the husband. A slave, on the other hand, is not permitted to have more than 2 wives at the same time. Diodorus Siculus informs us that the Egyptians were not restricted to any number of wives, but that everyone married as many as he chose, with the exception of the priesthood, who were by law confined to one consort. The Egyptians had concubines also, most of whom appear to have been foreign women, war captives, or slaves, and these were members of the family, ranking next to the wives and children of their lord, and probably enjoying a share of the property after his death. With regard to the Assyrians, Professor Rawlinson states that, so far as we have any real evidence, their kings appear as monogamists, but he thinks it is probable that they had a certain number of concubines. In Media, on the other hand, polygyny was commonly practiced among the more wealthy classes, and the Persian kings, particularly in later times, had a considerable number of wives and concubines. None of the Hindu law books restricts the number of wives whom a man is permitted to marry. We find undoubted cases of polygyny in the hymns of the Rig Veda, and several passages in the laws of Manu provide for a plurality of wives without any restriction. Speaking of the modern Hindus, Mr. Balfour says, By the law, a Hindu may marry as many wives, and by custom keep as many concubines as he may choose. The Greeks of the Homeric age frequently had concubines, who lived in the same house as the man's family, and were regarded half as wives. Polygyny, in the fullest sense of the term, appears to be ascribed to Priam, but to no one else. At a later period, a kind of concubinage seems to have been recognized in Greece by law and scarcely proscribed by public opinion, and bigamy was practiced by the tyrants in some of the Greek colonies. The Romans were more strictly monogamous. Among them, concubinage was always well distinguished from legal marriage, and, according to Rossbach, was much less common in early times than subsequently. Among the Teutons, at the beginning of their history, we come across plurality of wives in the West, and especially in the North. The Scandinavian kings indulged in polygyny, and it does not seem to have been restricted to them only. Nor was it unknown to the pagan Russians. In the Finnish poems, though polygyny is not mentioned, there are passages which seem to indicate that it was not entirely unheard of among the Finns of early times. Even in the Christian world, open polygyny has occasionally been permitted, or at least tolerated. It was frequently practiced by the Merovingian kings, and one law of Charles the Great seems to imply that it was not unknown even among priests. Soon after the Peace of Westphalia, bigamy was allowed in some German states where the population had been largely reduced during the 30 Years' War. And in modern Europe, polygyny, as Mr. Spencer remarks, long survived in the custom which permitted princes to have many mistresses, polygyny in this qualified form remaining a tolerated privilege of royalty down to late times. Moreover, St. Augustine said expressly that he did not condemn polygyny, and Luther allowed Philip the Magnanimous of Hessen, for political reasons, to marry 2 women. Indeed, he openly declared that, as Christ is silent about polygyny, he could not forbid the taking of more than 1 wife. The Mormons, as all the world knows, regard polygyny as a divine institution. Among many savage peoples, polygyny is developed to an extraordinary extent. In Unyoro, according to Emin Pasha, it would be absolutely improper for even a small chief to have fewer than 10 or 15 wives, and poor men have 3 or 4 each. Serpa Pinto tells us of a minister in the Barrows, who at the time of his visit to that country had more than 70 wives. In Fiji, the chiefs had from 20 to 100 wives, and among all of the North American tribes visited by Mr. Catlin, it is no uncommon thing to find a chief with 6, 8, or 10, and some with 12 or 14 wives in his lodge. The king of Longo is said to have 7,000 wives. It is a more noteworthy fact that among not a few uncivilized peoples, polygyny is almost unknown or even prohibited. The Wyandots, according to Harriet, restricted themselves to 1 wife, and among the Iroquois, polygyny was not permitted, nor did it ever become a practice. It is said that, among the Californian Kinkla and Yurok, no man has more than 1 wife. The Karok do not allow bigamy even to the chief, and though a man may own as many women for slaves as he can purchase, he brings obloquy upon himself if he cohabits with more than 1. Nor does polygyny occur among the Simas, the Coco-Maricopas, and several other tribes on the banks of the Gila and the Colorado, nor among the Maquis in New Mexico and certain nations who inhabit the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. And in several tribes of South America, the men are stated to have but 1 wife. The Guanches of the Canary Islands, except the inhabitants of Lanzarote, lived in monogamy, and the same is the case with the Kwasama tribe in Angola, the Tuaregs, and the Bini Mzab. Among all the Moorish tribes in the Western Sahara, Vincent did not meet a single man who had a plurality of wives. In Asia, we find many instances of strictly monogamous peoples. The Vedas in Ceylon are so rigorous in this respect that infidelity never seems to occur among them. In the Andaman Islands, according to Mr. E.H. Mann, bigamy, polygamy, polyandry, and divorce are unknown, and the Nicobar Islanders, at least those on the most northern island, Car Nicobar, have but 1 wife and look upon unchastity as a very deadly sin. Among the Kok and Old Kookies, polygyny and concubinage are forbidden, whilst among the Padams, Mikras, and Mundakals, a man, though not expressly forbidden to have many wives, is blamed if he has more than 1. The Badagas of the Nilgiri Hills, the Nagas of Upper Assam, the Kisans, and Mechas confine themselves to 1 consort at the same time. And so do the Emrus and Tauntha, who do not consider it right for a master to take advantage of his position, even with regard to the female slaves in his house. Among the Santals, says Mr. E. G. Man, a woman reigns alone in her husband's wigwam, as there is seldom, if ever, a second wife or concubine to divide his affections, polygamy, although not exactly prohibited, being not very popular with the tribe. Among the Karens of Burma and certain tribes of Indochina, the Malay Peninsula, and the Indian archipelago, polygyny is said either to be forbidden or unknown. The Igorotes of Luzon are so strictly monogamous that, in case of adultery, the guilty party can be compelled to leave the hut and the family forever. The Hill Dayaks marry but one wife, and a chief who once broke through this custom lost all his influence. Adultery is entirely unknown among them. The Ulfura of Minahassa were formerly monogamists, and the occasional occurrence of polygyny in later times, according to Dr. Hickson, was a degeneration from the old customs, brought about perhaps by Mohammedan influence. In Santa Cristina or Tawada, Marquesas Islands, monogamy is said to be the exclusive form of marriage. Among the Papuans of Dori, not only is polygyny forbidden, but concubinage and adultery are unknown. In Australia, Mr. Kerr has discovered some truly monogamous tribes. In the Eucla tribe, none of the men have more than one wife. Among the Kerala and Tunbury tribes, dwelling on the lower Diamantina, polygyny is not allowed. And in the Buria tribe, the possession of more than one wife is absolutely forbidden, or was so before the coming of the whites. In certain American tribes, the chiefs alone are permitted to have a plurality of wives. A similar exclusive privilege seems to have been granted to the nobility in ancient Peru. Among the Ainos of Yessi, according to V. Siebold, only the chief of the village, and in some places, the wealthier men are allowed to have more than one wife. Even where polygyny is permitted by custom or law, it is by no means so generally practiced as is often supposed. Almost everywhere it is confined to the smaller part of the people, the vast majority being monogamous. We are told that in the New Hebrides, all the men are polygamists, generally having 3 or 4 wives apiece. That among certain Kafir tribes, the average number of wives to each married man amongst the common people is about 3. That, among the Mas, a poor man has generally 2 wives. But there is sufficient evidence that such peoples form exceptions to an almost universal rule. In a sociological study on the Lower Congo, Mr. Phillips remarks, "It is a mistaken opinion that in a polygamous society, most men have more than one wife. The relative numbers of the sexes forbid the arrangement being extended to the whole population. Really only the wealthier can indulge in a plurality of wives, the poorer having to be content with one or often with none." Proyart says the same of the people of Longo, adding that the rich, who can use the privilege of having many wives, are far from being numerous, and like statements are made with reference to several other Negro peoples. Among many Kafir tribes, the Bechuanas, Hottentots, and Eastern Central Africans, monogamy is the rule. Whilst, amongst the Tuaregs, Teta, Maria, Bini Amer, and Si, polygyny is expressly stated to be confined to a few men only. La plupart des Kabyles, say Messrs. Hanetau and Letternex, Enant, Crune Femme, and in Egypt, according to Mr. Lane, not more than one husband in 20 has 2 wives. We may indeed say with Munzinger that even in Africa, the chief center of polygynous habits, polygyny is an exception. It is so among all Mohammedan peoples, in Asia and Europe, as well as in Africa. In India, says Sid Amir Ali, more than 95% of Mohammedans are at the present moment, either by conviction or necessity, monogamists. Among the educated classes versed in the history of their ancestors and able to compare it with the records of other nations, the custom is regarded with disapprobation amounting almost to disgust. In Persia, according to Colonel MacGregor's statement, only 2% of the population enjoy the questionable luxury of a plurality of wives. Moreover, although polygyny is sanctioned by custom among the Cochin Chinese, the Siamese, the Hindus, and many other races of India, the mass of these peoples are in practice monogamous. In China, among the laboring classes, it is rare to find more than one woman to one man, and Dr. Gray thinks that, in the earliest ages, concubinage was a privilege of the wealthy classes only. Among the peoples of Central and Northern Asia, and generally, among all the uncivilized or semi-civilized peoples belonging to the Russian Empire, polygyny is, or before the introduction of Christianity, was, an exception. In the Indian archipelago, says Mr. Crawford, polygyny and concubinage exist only among a few of the higher ranks, and may be looked upon as a kind of vicious luxury of the great, for it would be absurd to regard either one or the other as an institution affecting the whole mass of society. The truth of this assertion is fully confirmed by Raffles, as regards the Javanese, by Lowe and Boyle, as regards the Malays of Sarawak, by Marston, Wilkin, and Forbes as regards the Sumatrans, by Schadenberg as regards the Addas of the Philippines, and so on. In various parts of the Australian continent, monogamy is said to be the rule. In the Larrakia tribe, Port Darwin, for instance, only about 10% of those who are married have 2 wives. In Tasmania, polygyny, if not unknown, was quite exceptional. Among the Maoris, according to Diefenbach, it is very uncommon. In the Sandwich Islands, it was practiced only by the chiefs, whose means enabled them to maintain a plurality of wives. Indeed, in almost every group of the Pacific Islands, polygyny is expressly stated to be an exception. The same is the case with the American Aborigines. Daliger states that, on the west coast of Greenland in his time, hardly 1 man in 20 had 2 wives, and it was still more uncommon for 1 man to have 3 or 4. Among the Tlingits, as a rule, a man had but 1 wife. The Aborigines of Hispaniola, with the exception of the king or chief, seemed to Columbus to live in monogamy. And Mr. Bridges writes that, in Tierra del Fuego, polygyny is practiced, in some districts very rarely, in others more frequently, but in no part generally. All the statements we have from the ancient world seem to indicate that polygyny was an exception. Speaking of the Hebrews, Dr. Shepig says that, although our information about the marital affairs of common Hebrews is too scanty to entitle us to conclude, from the scarcity of cases of polygyny recorded, that such cases were actually rare, we may assume that keeping up several establishments was too expensive for any but the rich. In Egypt, as we may infer from the numerous ancient paintings illustrative of domestic life in that country, polygyny was of rare occurrence, and Herodotus expressly affirms that it was customary for the Egyptians to marry only 1 wife. Spiegel thinks that the ancient Persians were as a rule monogamous, and Sir Henry Maine and Dr. Schrader make a similar suggestion as to the early Indo-Europeans in general. Among the West Germans, according to Tacitus, only a few persons of noble birth had a plurality of wives, and, in India, polygyny as a rule was confined to kings and wealthy lords. In a hymn of the Rig Veda, which dwells upon the duality of the 2 Aswins, the pairs of deities are compared with pairs of almost everything that runs in couples, including a husband and wife, and 2 lips uttering sweet sounds. Where polygyny occurs, it is modified as a rule in ways that tend towards monogamy. First, through the higher position granted to one of the wives, generally the first married. Secondly, through the preference given by the husband to his favorite wife as regards sexual intercourse. Among the Greenlanders, Tlingits, Kaniagmuts, Crees, and probably most of the North American tribes who practice polygyny, the first married wife is the mistress of the house. The Aleuts distinguish the first or real wife from the subsequent wives by a special name. Among the Ots, the children of a chief's extra wives have not the father's rank. The Algonquins, says Harriet, permit 2 wives to 1 husband, but the one is considered of a rank superior to the other, and her children alone are accounted legitimate. Among the Mexicans, Mayas, Chibchas, and Peruvians, the first wife took precedence of the subsequent wives, or, strictly speaking, they had only 1 true and lawful wife, though as many concubines as they liked. In Nicaragua, bigamy, in the juridical sense of the term, was punished by exile and confiscation of property, and in Mexico, neither the wives of second rank nor their children could inherit property. Among the Mosquitos, Tamanacs, Yuapays, Mundrukus, and other South American peoples, the first wife generally has superiority in domestic affairs. Among the Brazilian Aborigines, however, no difference in rights exist between the children of different wives. The first wife is superior in authority to the others among the Western Victorians, Narranieri, Maoris, and Sea and Samoa. A chief had, besides his wife, 1, 2, or 3 concubines. And in Tahiti, according to Ellis, It was rather a system of concubinage than a plurality of wives that prevailed among the higher chiefs, the woman to whom the chief was first united in marriage, or whose rank was nearest his own, being generally considered his wife in the proper sense of the term, while the others held an inferior position. In the Indian archipelago, according to Mr. Crawford, the wife of the first marriage is always the real mistress of the family. The rest are often little better than her handmaids. The same holds good for the Burmese, according to Lieutenant General Fitch, for the Santals, according to Colonel Dalton. In Siam, the wife who has been the object of the marriage ceremony, Khan Mak, takes precedence of all the rest, and she and her descendants are the only legal heirs to the husband's possessions. Among the Khamtis, Samoyeds, and other Asiatic peoples, the first wife is always the mistress of the household and the most respected in the family. Whilst among the Ainos, Mongols, and Tangatans, one man can take only one lawful wife, though as many concubines as he pleases. But except among the Ainos, the children of concubines are illegitimate and have no share in the inheritance. The polygyny of China is a legalized concubinage, and the law actually prohibits the taking of a second wife during the lifetime of the first. The wife is invested with a certain amount of power over the concubines, who may not even sit in her presence without special permission. She addresses her partner with a term corresponding to our husband, whilst the concubines call him master. These are generally women with large feet and of low origin, not unfrequently slaves or prostitutes, whereas the wife is almost invariably, except of course in the case of Tartar ladies, a woman with small feet. A wife cannot be degraded to the position of a concubine, nor can a concubine be raised to the position of a wife so long as the wife is alive, under a penalty in the one case of 100, in the other of 90 blows. But the question upon which the legitimacy of the offspring depends is not whether the woman is wife or concubine, but whether she has been received into the house of the man or not. In Mohammedan countries, in households where 2 or more wives belong to one man, the first married generally enjoys the highest rank. She is called the Great Lady, and is commonly united with her husband for life. But all the children of the man are considered equally legitimate, even those born of female slaves. Among the Negro peoples, the principal wife, to whom the housekeeping and command over all the rest are entrusted, is in most cases the one first married. She has certain privileges, and in many cases can be repudiated only if she has been unfaithful to her husband. Among the Edias of Fernando Po, it was for the first wife alone that a man had to serve several years with his father-in-law. Speaking of the Eastern Central African tribes, Mr. MacDonald says, as a rule, a man has one wife that is free, while the other 3 or 4 are slaves. The chief wife is generally the woman that was married first. The chief wife has the superintendence of the domestic and agricultural establishment. She keeps the others at their work and has power to exercise discipline upon them. Generally, it is only by inheriting the possessions of an elder brother that a man procures more than one free wife. Among the Damaras and other South African tribes, the eldest son of the principal or first wife inherits his father's property. Speaking of the Basutos, Mr. Casales observes, a very marked distinction exists between the first wife and those who succeed her. The choice of the great wife, as she is always called, is generally made by the father, and is an event in which all the relations are interested. The others, who are designated by the name of Sarit, heels, because they must on all occasions hold an inferior position to the mistress of the house, are articles of luxury, to which the parents are not obliged to contribute. The chief of the Basutos, when asked by foreigners how many children he has, alludes in his answer only to those of his first wife, and if he says he is a widower, this means that he has lost his real wife, and has not raised any of his concubines to the rank she occupied. Among the Zulus, the chief wife is the one first married, and this is often, but not always, the case among the Kafirs. According to Rachan, polygyny in Madagascar is, in fact, a sort of concubinage. Eber suggests that the kings of ancient Egypt, although they might have many concubines, had only one real wife, as there is no instance of 2 consorts given in the inscriptions. Professor Rawlinson makes a similar remark as to the polygyny of the Persian kings. Regarding the Hindus, Mr. Main says, a peculiar sanctity seems to have been attributed to the first marriage, as being that which was contracted from a sense of duty, and not merely for personal gratification. The first married wife had precedence over the others, and her firstborn son over his half-brothers. It is probable that originally the secondary wives were considered as merely a superior class of concubines, like the handmaids of the Jewish patriarchs. It was necessary that the first married wife should be of the same caste as her husband. She sat by him at marriages and other religious ceremonies, was head of the family, and entitled to adopt a son if she had no sons at the time of her husband's death. The modified polygyny of the ancient Assyrians and Greeks has been already noted. The ancient Scandinavians had almost always only one legitimate wife, though as many concubines as they chose. Touching the pagan Russians, Ewer says that of the wives of a prince one probably had precedence. Among the Mormons, Sir R.F. Burton observes, the first wife, as among polygamists generally, is the wife and assumes the husband's name and title. The difference in the position held by the several wives belonging to one man shows itself also in the demand of various peoples that the first wife shall be of the husband's rank, whilst the succeeding wives may be of lower birth. As just mentioned, there is another way in which polygyny is modified. Among certain peoples, the husband is bound by custom or law to cohabit with his wives in turn. The Caribs, when they married several sisters at the same time, lived a month with each in her separate hut. Among the wild Indians of Chile, according to Mr. Darwin, the Cazique lives a week in turn with each of his wives. The Kaffirs have an old traditional law requiring a husband who has many wives to devote 3 succeeding days and nights to each of them. A Mohammedan is obliged to visit his 4 legal wives by turns, and the same custom prevails, according to Krasheninnikov, in Kamchatka. The Negroes often follow a like rule in order to keep peace in the family. And in Samoa, the system adopted when a person has several wives is to allow each wife to enjoy 3 days' supremacy in rotation. But such arrangements are, no doubt, exceptions, and it is doubtful whether in these cases theory and practice coincide. A marriage may, in fact, be monogamous, though from a juridical point of view, it is polygynous. It is not uncommon for an Indian, says Carver, although he takes to himself so many wives, to live in a state of continence with many of them for several years. And those who do not succeed in pleasing the husband may continue in their virgin state during the whole of their lives. Among the Apache, the chiefs can have any number of wives they choose, but one only is the favorite. In Bakara, a rich man generally has 2, 3, or 4 wives, yet according to Georgi, one of them, as a rule, holds precedence in the husband's love. Speaking of the modern Egyptians, Mr. Lane says, in general, the most beautiful of a man's wives or slaves is, of course, for a time his greatest favorite. But in many, if not most, cases, the lasting favorite is not the most handsome. Sometimes the wife who has proved most fruitful and given birth to the healthiest children is most favored by the husband. And, among the Indians of western Washington and northwestern Oregon, according to Dr. Gibbs, the man usually lives with his first wife, at least after his interest in subsequent wives has cooled down. But it is generally the youngest wife who is the favorite. An Arabian sheik said to Sir S. W. Baker, I have 4 wives. As one has become old, I have replaced her with a young one. Here they all are. He now marked 4 strokes upon the sand with his stick. This one carries water, that grinds the corn, this makes the bread. The last does not do much, as she is the youngest and my favorite. In Guyana, an Indian is never seen with 2 young wives. The only case in which he takes a second is when the first has become old. The first wife certainly retains the management of domestic affairs, but she no longer possesses the husband's love. Statements to a similar effect are made regarding the Arabs of the Sahara, Tahitians, Central Asiatic Turks, Mormons, and c. Bigamy is the most common form of polygyny, and a multitude of wives is the luxury of a few despotic rulers or very wealthy men. The Eskimo, for example, have rarely more than 2 wives, and a Greenlander who took a 3rd or 4th was blamed by his countrymen, as we are told by Krantz. The tribes of Oregon generally confine themselves to a couple of wives. Bishop Salvato never knew a West Australian native with more than 2. Amoins puterter que par generosité, un homni prend sous sa protection, la femme de son ami au parent absent. Au bien que par voie de hérédité, il en adopte les veuves de son frère. Rich Kaffirs are stated to have commonly 2 or 3 wives, and Colonel Dalton does not recollect that, among the Comtes, he ever met with a case in which more than 2 women were married to one husband. The Hebrews who indulged in polygyny were generally bigamists. Polyandry is a much rarer form of marriage than polygyny. In Unalaska, one of the Aleutian Islands, according to V. Langsdorff, a woman sometimes lived with two husbands who agreed between themselves upon the conditions on which they were to share her. Among the Kaniagmuts, 2 or 3 men occasionally had a wife in common, and Veniaminoff tells us that in ancient times a Tlingit woman, besides her real husband, could have a legal paramour, who usually was the brother of the husband. Among the Eskimo also, 2 men sometimes marry the same woman. Father Lafitau writes, Par une suite de la gynécocratie, la polygamie, qui en est pas permise aux hommes, elle est portant aux femmes chez les Iroquois sans Antoines, ou il en est lescals ont du maris, quan regard comme legitimes. Among the Avanos and Mapours, along the Orinoco, v. Humboldt found that brothers often had but one wife. According to Mr. Brett, the Waros do not consider the practice of one woman having 2 husbands to be bad, and he mentions an instance of a woman amongst them having even 3. In Nukahiva, as we are told by Lisiansky, in rich families every woman had 2 husbands, of whom one might be called the assistant husband. In New Caledonia, according to M. Monsellin, polyandry does not seem to have been entirely unknown. And Mr. Radfield writes to me from Lifu that an old man knew of 3 cases of polyandrous marriage having occurred in that island, but the husbands were despised by the rest of the natives. In 2 of these cases, the husbands were brothers, in the third, they were unrelated. It is said that, among the Tasmanians, polyandry, or something very like it, existed. But this statement, if correct, refers to altogether exceptional cases. Bontier and Leverrier assert that in the island of Lanzarote, of the Canaries, most women had 3 husbands. Thunberg observes that, among the Hottentots, there were women who married 2 men. Dr. Fritsch mentions the existence of polyandry among the Damaras, and Mr. Thiel among the mountain tribes of the Bantu race. The Hovas of Madagascar have a word to express the leave given to a wife to have intercourse with another man during a husband's prolonged absence from home. Until prohibited by the governor, Sir Henry Ward, about the year 1860, polyandry prevailed among the Sinhalese throughout the interior of Ceylon, one woman having in many cases 3 or 4 husbands, and in others 5 or 6 or even 7. It is recorded that the same practice was at one time universal throughout the island, except among the Vedas, and even now it occurs in spite of government interdict. The husbands are usually members of the same family, and most frequently brothers. Among the Todas, all brothers of one family, be they many or few, live in mixed cohabitation with 1 or more wives. If there be 4 or 5 brothers, says Dr. Short, and one of them being old enough gets married, his wife claims all the other brothers as her husbands, and as they successively attain manhood, she consorts with them. Or if the wife has 1 or more younger sisters, they in turn, on attaining a marriageable age, become the wives of their sister's husband or husbands. Owing, however, to the great scarcity of women in this tribe, it more frequently happens that a single woman is wife to several husbands, sometimes as many as 6. The same practice occurs among the Kurgs of Mysore. Among the Nairs of Malabar, it is the custom for one woman to have attached to her 2 males, or 4, or perhaps more, and they cohabit according to rules. Polyandry is also found among the Miris, Daflas, Butlas, Sisia Boers, Kajas, and Santals. It prevails in the Siwalik Mountains, Surmor, Ladakh, the Jaunsar and Bawar Hill districts attached to the Dune, Kunawar, Kotgar, and especially in Tibet. This custom exists, as Mr. Wilson asserts, all over the country of the Tibetan-speaking people. That is to say, from China to the dependencies of Kashmir and Afghanistan, with the exception of Sikkim and some other of the provinces on the Indian side of the Himalaya, where, though the Tibetan language may in part prevail, yet the people are either Aryan in race or have been much influenced by Aryan ideas. Polyandry is said to occur among the Saporogan Cossacks, and Mr. Ravenstein quotes a statement of a Japanese traveler that it prevails among the Smerenkur Gilyaks in eastern Siberia. With the exception of the Nairs, Kajas, and Saporogan Cossacks, the husbands in almost every one of these cases are stated to be brothers. A colonel who lived among the Kulis of Kotgar for 25 years assures us that, among that people, the husbands are always brothers. And, so far as Mr. Wilson could learn, the polyandry of Central Asia must be limited to the marriage of one woman to 2 or more brothers, no other form being found there. A very curious kind of polyandry prevails, according to Dr. Short, among the Reddys. It often happens that a young woman of 16 or 20 years of age is married to a boy of 5 or 6 years, or even of a tenderer age. After marriage, the wife lives with some other man, a near relation on the maternal side, frequently an uncle, and sometimes with her boy husband's own father, the progeny so begotten being affiliated to the boy husband. When he comes of age, he finds his wife an old woman, and perhaps past childbearing. So he, in his turn, takes possession of the wife of some other boy, who will nominally be the father of her children. A similar custom is said to exist among the Velala caste in the Coimbatore district, and prevailed, till the emancipation of the serfs, among the Russian peasants, the father being in the habit of cohabiting with the wife of his son during the son's minority. Alkvist mentions the occurrence of the same practice among the Ostiaks, v. Haxthausen among the Ossetes. Passing to ancient nations, we find indications of polyandry in a hymn in the Rig Veda, which is addressed to the two Aswins, and in the Mahabharata, where Draupadi is represented as won at an archery match by the eldest of the 5 Pandava princes, and is then becoming the wife of all. According to Strabo, polyandry occurred in Media and in Arabia Felix, where all male members of the same family married one woman. Mott Wanlin states that, among the Massageti, the brothers had one wife in common, and when a man had no brothers he associated with other men, as otherwise he was obliged to live single through the whole of his life. We have in the Irish Nennius direct evidence of the existence of polyandry among the Picts, and of the ancient Britons Caesar says that by 10s and by 12s husbands possessed their wives in common, and especially brothers with brothers and parents with children. Among the ancient Scandinavians, we possibly find a trace of this custom in the mythic statement that the goddess Frigg, during the absence of her husband Odin, was married to his brothers Vili and Vi. Among the peoples of America, Africa, and the Pacific Islands, just referred to, polyandry, in almost every case, is confined to a very small part of the population. And among the polyandrous nations of India and Central Asia, it is by no means the exclusive form of marriage. Sir Emerson Tennant says that, in Ceylon, polyandry prevails chiefly among the wealthier classes, whilst according to Dr. Davy, it is more or less general among the high and low, the rich and poor, other forms of marriage, however, being by no means excluded. Among the Todas, any degree of complication in perfectly lawful wedded life may be met with, from the sample of the single man living with the single wife to that of the group of relatives married to a group of wives. Mr. Balfour says that the practice of polyandry does not seem to have ever prevailed generally amongst the Nares and many of the Tigre of North Malabar, from Currumbranad to Mangalore. Among the Miris, there are only a few instances of this custom. Of the Daflas, those who can afford it are polygynists. Among the Kajas, polyandry can be said to prevail only among the poorer sort, with whom, too, it would often seem to mean rather facility of divorce than the simultaneous admission of a plurality of husbands. Among the Santals, the wife of the eldest brother may be at the same time a wife for the younger brothers also. The Sissi Abors have often as many wives as they can afford to buy, and in the Cunawar Valley, polyandry is common only in the upper part of the valley, whilst polygyny prevails in the lower part. In the Kokar Valley, according to Dr. Stulpnagel, the practice of polyandry is not universal. It can scarcely be said to be even very common. If diligently searched for, he observes, single cases of polyandry will be found in the Kotged Pargana, in Kulu, in the territory of the Ranas of Kamarsan and Kanedi, and in Busahir. Though common enough in Cunawar at the present day, it exists side by side with polygamy and monogamy. In one house there may be 3 brothers with 1 wife, in the next 3 brothers with 4 wives, all alike in common. In the next house there may be a man with 3 wives to himself, in the next a man with only 1 wife. Among the Bushas or Bodhis of Ladakh, according to Sir Alexander Cunningham, polyandry prevails only among the poorer classes, for the rich, as in all Eastern countries, generally have 2 or 3 wives, according to their circumstances. In the Jaunsar and Bawa Parganas, polyandry is almost universal, but it is apparently unknown in the hills of Garhwal on the east or those of the Simla Superintendency on the west. Nowhere, except perhaps in the Nilgiri Hills, has polyandry prevailed more extensively than in Tibet, but it is not the only form of marriage. According to Captain J. D. Cunningham, even among the Lamaic Tibetans, any casual influx of wealth, as from trade or other sources, immediately leads to the formation of separate establishments by the several members of a house. We may thus take for granted that polyandry, although frequently practiced in certain parts of India and Central Asia, nowhere excludes the simultaneous occurrence of other forms of marriage. The instances of ancient Aryan polyandry in India evidently form exceptions to the general rule among the people of the Vedic period. The father of Draupadi is represented by the compilers of the epic as shocked at the proposal of the princes to marry his daughter. "You who know the law," he says, "must not commit an unlawful act which is contrary to usage and the Vedas." In the Ramayana, the giant Viratha attacks the two divine brothers Rama and Lakshmana and their wife Sita, saying, "Why do you two devotees remain with one woman? Why are you, O profligate wretches, corrupting the devout sages?" And in the Aitareya Brahmana, we read that one man has many wives, but one wife has not many husbands at the same time. Indeed, with the exception of the Massageti, the account of whom cannot be critically checked, there is no people among whom polyandry is stated to be the only recognized form of marriage. Like polygyny, polyandry is modified in directions tending towards monogamy. As one, usually the first married wife in polygynous families is the chief wife. One, usually the first, husband in polyandrous families is the chief husband. This was the case with the Aleuts, among whom, according to Ehrman, the secondary husband was generally a hunter or wandering trader, and with the Kaniagmuts, among whom, as we have already seen, he acted as husband and master of the house during the absence of the true lord. Upon the latter's return, the deputy not only yielded to him his place, but became in the meantime his servant. In Nukahiva, the subordinate partner sometimes was chosen after marriage, but in general, says Lysiansky, two men present themselves to the same woman, who, if she approves their addresses, appoints one for the real husband and the other as his auxiliary. The auxiliary is generally poor, but handsome and well-made. In Ladakh, according to Moorcraft and Trebeck, should there be several brothers in a family, the juniors, if they agree to the arrangement, become inferior husbands to the wife of the elder. All the children, however, are supposed to belong to the head of the family. The younger brothers have, indeed, no authority. They wait upon the elder as his servants and can be turned out of doors at his pleasure, without its being incumbent upon him to provide for them. On the death of the eldest brother, his property, authority, and widow devolve upon his next brother. In Kamon, too, where the brothers of a family all marry one wife, the children are attributed to the eldest brother. The same is the case in the Jaunsar district, as it was formerly with the Massageti. Touching the polyandrous tribes of Arabia Felix, Strabo tells us that the eldest brother was the ruler of the family, and that the common wife spent the nights with him. Among the ancient Britons, as described by Caesar, the children were regarded as belonging to him who had first taken the virgin to wife. In Tibet, the choice of a wife is the right of the elder brother, and the contract he makes is understood to involve a marital contract with all the other brothers, if they choose to avail themselves of it. The children call the eldest husband father, the younger husband's uncles. Among the Todas also, the eldest brother seems to be the real husband. If the husband has brothers or very near relatives all living together, says Mr. Marshall, they may each, if both she and he consent, participate in the right to be considered her husband also, on making up a share of the dowry that has been paid. Again, in Speedy, where polyandry no longer prevails, the same object is attained by the custom of primogeniture, by which only the eldest son marries, while the younger sons become monks. Speaking of the Kayuntha, a Chittagong hill tribe, Captain Lewin observes, after marriage a younger brother is allowed to touch the hand, to speak and laugh with his elder brother's wife, but it is thought improper for an elder even to look at the wife of his younger brother. This is a custom more or less among all hill tribes. It is found carried to even a preposterous extent among the Santals. In this custom, there is perhaps a trace of ancient polyandry. Summing up the results reached in this chapter, we may safely say that, although polygyny occurs among most existing peoples, and polyandry among some, monogamy is by far the most common form of human marriage. It was so also among the ancient peoples of whom we have any direct knowledge. Monogamy is the form which is generally recognized as legal and permitted. The great majority of peoples are, as a rule, monogamous, and the other forms of marriage are usually modified in a monogamous direction. We have still to inquire how the matter stood in early times and to trace the general development of the forms of human marriage. But, in accordance with our method of investigation, we must first examine the causes by which these forms have been influenced. Chapter 21. The Forms of Human Marriage. Continued. It has also been asserted that monogamy is the natural form of human marriage because there is an almost equal number of men and women. But this is by no means the case. The numerical proportion between the sexes varies, and in some cases varies greatly, among different peoples. In the whole district of Nootka, it seemed to Mears that there were not so many women as men, whereas, further north, the women decidedly preponderated. Among the Cutchin, according to Kirby, women form the minority, and they seem to hold the same position among the Upper Californians and Western Eskimo. But as a rule, among the North American Aborigines, the opposite is apparently the case. Thus, there are more women than men among certain Eskimo tribes, according to Dr. King, among the natives of the Sitka Islands, according to Lisiansky, among the Californian Shastika, according to Mr. Powers. The census of the Creeks, taken in the year 1832, showed 6,555 men and 7,142 women. That of the Indian population around Lake Superior, Huron, Michigan, the Upper Mississippi, and Sea, in the same year, 3,144 men and 3,571 women, excluding children, that of the Nez Perces in Oregon, taken in 1851 by Dr. Dart, 698 men and 182 women. Among the Blackfeet and Cheyenne, according to Mr. Morgan, among the Punkas and some other tribes, according to Mr. Catlin, the number of women is said to be twice as large as that of men, and in some cases even 3 times as large. In Yucatan, according to Stevens, there are 2 women to 1 man. Among the Guaranis, according to Azara, 14 women to 13 men. In Cochabamba, according to Gibbon, even 5 to 1. Among the Zapotecs and other nations of the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, the women are greatly in excess of the men. Whereas, among the Tarumas, Avanos, Mapores, and Guanas, the men are stated to be more numerous than the women. Von Martius says that among the Indians of Brazil, the number varied in some villages in favor of the male sex, in others in favor of the female. In Australia, the men seem generally to be in the majority. Speaking of the Australian natives, the Reverend L. Fisson says, "I think we may suppose that the number of males generally exceeds that of females among the lower savages. At least, quite a number of observers declare that such is the fact. Among the Western Australians, according to Mr. Oldfield, at all times the males are in excess of the other sex." Wilhelmy makes a similar statement with regard to several other tribes, but this rule does not apply to all the Australians. On Herbert River, says Herr Lumholtz, the women are more numerous than the men. This is also the case among the tribes southwest of the Carpentarian Gulf and elsewhere. But according to accurate observations, the opposite is the case in a large part of Australia. In some tribes of the interior, Mr. Sturt found that among children there were about 2 girls to 1 boy. In Tasmania, according to Breton, the men greatly exceeded the women in number. So also in Tahiti, where, at the time of Mr. Ellis's arrival, there were probably 4 or 5 men to 1 woman. In Mapiti, where the disproportion between the sexes among adults was at the rate of 3 men to 2 women, and in Easter Island, where, according to the estimates of Cook and La Perouse, the men were twice as numerous as the women. In the Sandwich Islands, Nukuhiva, and some islands belonging to the Solomon Group, the male sex predominated. And among the Maoris, according to a census taken in the year 1881, there were 24,370 men and 19,729 women. In Makin Island, of the Kingsmill Group, on the other hand, Wood represented the women as outnumbering the men. The same was to a very great extent the case in Tukopia, and Alberti says that in Naabui, a village in New Guinea with 300 inhabitants, there are more women than men by about 1/3. Both sexes are nearly equally represented at Port Moresby and according to Marston in Sumatra. In Sarawak, the women are less numerous than the men. In Ceylon, a considerable disparity is exhibited by the returns. According to Pridham, it is found in the greatest degree among the Sinhalese, among whom the surplus of men averages 12%. But it is also observable in the case of the Malabar population in the northern province, where the surplus of men averages 6%. Robert Orme states that, in India, the number of women exceeds that of men, but this is certainly not the case in every part of the country. In a census of the Northwest provinces, taken during the year 1866, the proportions between the sexes were found to be 100 men to 86 women, and in the Punjab, even 100 to 81. In some districts of the Himalayas, there is a surplus of males, in others of females. In Kashmir, the proportion of men to women is as 3-1. In the Buddhist country of Ladakh, says Sir A. Cunningham, it will be observed that the females outnumber the males, while the reverse is the case in the Musalman districts along the Indus. In Malwa, in central India, the number of women surpasses the number of men, and the same, according to Sir John Boring, is to a great extent the case in China. The Todas of the Nilgiri Hills, on the other hand, amounted in the year 1867, according to Mr. Breeks, to 455 males and 249 females of all ages, whilst Mr. Marshall some few years ago found the Toda males of all ages bear the proportion to females of all ages of 100 to 75. Among the Mongols, as we are informed by Przewalski, the women are far less numerous than the men, and the same is said to have been the case with the Massageti, and to be the case still in Kamchatka. As for the peoples of Africa, I have found 2 cases only of an excess of men, the one among the population of Gaelga, to the northeast of Madagascar, the other among the Kwasama tribe in Angola. The reverse seems decidedly to be the rule. Thus, from Morocco, Dr. Churcher writes to me that there appears to be a striking disproportion, though there is no such thing as statistics in this land. In Mabung, in the Timini country, Major Lang counted 3 women to 1 man. A census taken in Lagos in 1872 showed among the population of African origin 27,774 men and 32,353 women. Among the Negroes of the Gold Coast, according to Bosman, in Latuka, according to Emin Pasha, among the Waguhar of West Tanganyika, according to Mr. A. J. Swan, among the Wataita, according to Mr. Joseph Thompson, women predominate. Mr. Cousins is inclined to think that the same is the case with the cisnatalian Kafirs, as there are few bachelors, and the majority of men have more than 1 wife. In Uganda, says the Reverend C.T. Wilson, the female population is largely in excess of the male, the proportion being about 3.5 to 1. In European countries, the number of men and of women from 15 to 20 years of age is generally almost the same. But in an earlier period of life, there are more men than women, and, in a later, more women than men. This disparity in the numbers of the sexes is due to various causes. The preponderance of women depends to a great extent upon the higher mortality of men. Dr. Sutherland found that the average age of 109 Eskimo was nearly 22 years, that of the females 24.5, that of the males 19.3 years. The men pass most of their time at sea, in snow and rain, heat and cold, and many of them are drowned. The result of this troublesome and dangerous life is that few of them attain the age of 50, whereas many women reach the age of 70 or even 80. This, according to Dr. King, is the reason why, among this people, there are generally fewer men than women. Mr. Bancroft states that, among the Ngalics near the mouth of the Yukon, some of the women reach 60, while the men rarely attain more than 45 years. In Europe, the death rate is higher among men than among women, partly because of the greater dangers they are exposed to. Among many savage and barbarous peoples, however, the greater mortality of the male population depends chiefly upon the destructive influence of war. As all nations of Indians in their natural condition, says Mr. Catlin, are unceasingly at war with the tribes that are about them. Their warriors are killed off to that extent that in many instances 2 or sometimes 3 women to a man are found in a tribe. According to Ellis, it is supposed by the missionaries in Madagascar that, in consequence of the destructive ravages of war, in some of the provinces there are among the free portion of the inhabitants 5, and in other 3, women to 1 man, whilst the proportion of the sexes seems to be equal at birth. But I am inclined to think that this cause operates principally at tolerably advanced stages of civilization, and only in a smaller degree among the rudest savages, who, devoid of any definite tribal organization, live a wandering life, scattered in families or hordes consisting of a few persons. Thus, with regard to the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego, Mr. Bridges writes to me, on several occasions when some hundreds of natives have been gathered together, I have taken censuses of them, and have always found the sexes equal or nearly so. War was unknown, though fightings were frequent, but women took part in them as energetically as the men, and suffered equally with them, if anything more. Among the Australians also, as we have seen, wars do not cause any disproportion between the sexes. The surplus of males is often due to female infanticide, and among certain peoples there is another cause which must be taken into account. Captain Lewin states that, among the Tauntha, women die at a comparatively early age because of the constant labor which their sex entails upon them, whereas the men live very long. And the same is said by Mr. Kirby with regard to the Cutchin. Moreover, there is a disproportion between the sexes at birth. Among some peoples more boys are born, among others more girls, and the surplus is often considerable. Mr. Ross thinks that, among the Eastern Tinne, the proportion of births is rather in favor of females, whilst the Ott women seem to have more boys than girls. Von Humboldt found by examining baptismal registers that more boys than girls were born in some communities of New Spain. The same, according to M. Belly, is the case among the Indians of Guatemala and Nicaragua. In the interior of Australia, Mr. Sturt met with several smaller tribes in which the number of girls was considerably greater than the number of boys, though in other tribes the proportion of births is in favor of males. Sir G. Gray drew up a list of 222 births, and of these 93 were females, 129 males. In Tasmania, where the men were more numerous than the women, female infanticide was very rare. The same is the case with the Sinhalese. They hold in abhorrence the crime of exposing children, says Dr. Davy, and it is never committed except in some of the wildest parts of the country, and even there only when the parents themselves are on the brink of starvation and must either sacrifice a part of the family or die. Haeckel assures us that among this people there is a permanent disproportion between male and female births, 10 boys being born, on the average, to 8 or 9 girls. Among the Todas, as we are informed by Mr. Marshall, the male children under 14 years of age bear to the female children of the same period, ages estimated from their personal appearance, the ratio of 100 to 80, though female infanticide is never practiced, having long since become extinct through the action of the British government. Mr. Mann's inquiries tended to show that, among the Andamanese, there is a slight predominance of female over male births. Bruce observes, from a diligent inquiry into the south and scripture part of Mesopotamia, Armenia, and Syria, from Mosul or Nineveh to Aleppo and Antioch, I find the proportion to be fully 2 women born to 1 man. There is indeed a fraction over, but not a considerable one. From Latakia, Laodicea Admare, down the coast of Syria to Sidon, the number is very nearly 3 or 2 3/4 to 1 man. Through the Holy Land, the country called Horan in the Isthmus of Suez, and the parts of the Delta unfrequented by strangers, it is something less than 3. But from Suez to the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, which contains the 3 Arabias, the portion is fully 4 women to 1 man, which, I have reason to believe, holds as far as the line and 30 degrees beyond it. The manner in which Bruce came to these conclusions he describes as follows. Whenever I went into a town, village, or inhabited place, dwelt long in a mountain, or traveled journeys with any set of people, I always made it my business to inquire how many children they had, or their fathers, their next neighbors, or acquaintance. This not being a captious question, or what anyone would scruple to answer, there was no interest to deceive. I say, therefore, that a medium of both sexes arising from 300 or 400 families indiscriminately taken shall be the proportion in which one differs from the other. This statement has been contradicted, but so far as I know, it has not been proved to be wholly without foundation. It is to some extent made credible by what Dr. Churcher informs me regarding the disproportion of the sexes among the Moors of Morocco. As the result of his own observation and that of a Mohammedan friend of his, he writes, "There is certainly a disproportion also at birth. It would be safe to say that the female births are in the proportion of 3 females to 1 male. This partly accounts for the great rejoicing when a son is born. It reacts, however, in this way, that the people say, Allah has given us more women than men, Hence it is evident that polygamy is of God. In the Monbatu country, according to Emin Pasha, far more female children are born than males. And regarding the disproportion between the sexes in Uganda, Mr. Wilson says, careful observation has established the fact that there are a good many more female births than male. And, on taking the groups of children playing by the roadside, there will always be found to be more girls than boys. Confronted by these definite statements, and by the fact that, in many African countries, there is a striking excess of women, we cannot with Sussmelch and Chervin dismiss as wholly groundless Montesquieu's well-known assertion that in the hot regions of the Old World more girls are born than boys, although such disproportion certainly does not exist in every tropical country. In Europe, the average male births outnumber the female by about 5%, the stillborn being excluded, but the rate varies in the different countries. Thus, in Russian Poland, only 101 boys are born to 100 girls, whilst in Romania and Greece, the proportion is 111 to 100. The excess of male over female births is less when they are illegitimate than when legitimate. Ever since Aristotle's days, inquirers have sought to discover the causes which determine the sex of the offspring, but no conclusion commanding general assent has yet been arrived at. The law of Hofacker and Sadler, according to which more boys are born if the husband is older than the wife, more girls if the wife is older than the husband, has attracted the greatest number of adherents. But Noirot and Breslau have lately come to the opposite result, and from the data of Norwegian statistics, Berner has shown that the law is untenable. Dr. Gohlert has modified it so far that he holds the sex to be influenced not by the relative, but by the absolute ages of the parents. But W. Stieta has found from the registers of births in Alsace-Lorraine that neither the relative nor the absolute ages of the parents exercise this sort of influence. Again, Platter, in a paper in Statistische Monatschrift, Vienna, for 1875, concludes from the examination of 30 million births that the less the difference in the age of the parents, the greater is the probability of boys being born. It has, further, been suggested that polygyny leads to the birth of a greater proportion of female infants. Dr. J. Campbell, however, who carefully attended to this subject in the harems of Siam, concludes that the proportion of male to female births is the same as from monogamous unions. It has also been maintained, in a paper read before the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, by Mr. John Sanderson, that, among the Kaffirs resident in Natal and the adjoining countries, there was no surplus of female births in polygynous families. The mass of facts collected by Mr. Sanderson is, however, too small to warrant any positive general deductions, and the like must be said of the information on the subject, which Mr. Cousins and Mr. Isles have sent me from the same part of South Africa. According to M. Ramai and Mr. Hyde, on the other hand, the censuses of the Mormons show a great excess of female births, but it is impossible to believe that polygynous intercourse per se can cause such an excess. Hardly any animal, as Mr. Darwin remarks, has been rendered so highly polygynous as English race horses. Nevertheless, their male and female offspring are almost exactly equal in number. Of all the theories relating to this subject, the one set forth by Dr. Dusing is by far the most important. According to him, the characters of animals and plants, which influence the formation of sex, are due to natural selection. In every species, the proportion between the sexes has a tendency to keep constant, but the organisms are so well adapted to the conditions of life that, under anomalous circumstances, they produce more individuals of that sex of which there is the greatest need. When nourishment is abundant, strengthened reproduction is an advantage to the species, whereas the reverse is the case when nourishment is scarce. Hence, the power of multiplication depending chiefly upon the number of females, organisms, when unusually well nourished, produce comparatively more female offspring. In the opposite case, more male. Dr. Dusing, and before him, Dr. Ploss, have adduced several remarkable facts which seem to indicate that such a connection between abundance and the production of females, and between scarcity and the production of males, actually exists. It is, for example, a common opinion among furriers that rich regions give more female furs, poor regions more male. It is an established fact that male births are in greater excess in country districts, the population of which is often badly fed, than in towns, where the conditions of life are shown to be, as a rule, more luxurious. A similar excess is found among poor people as compared with the well-off classes. Especially remarkable is Dr. Ploss's statement that in highlands comparatively more boys are born than in lowlands. He found that in Saxony, in the years 1847–1849, the proportion between male and female births was 105:9 to 100, in the region not exceeding 500 paris feet above the level of the sea. 107:3 to 100, at a height of between 1,001 and 1,500 feet, and 107:8 to 100, at a height of between 1,501 and 2,000. The evidence adduced by Dr. Ploss and Dr. Dusing is certainly not strong enough to permit us to regard their inference otherwise than as an hypothesis, but it is an hypothesis in which there seems to be some truth. There are ethnological facts which fully harmonize with it. According to the census made by the collectors of districts in 1814, the whole population of the Old English possessions in Ceylon formed a grand total of 475,883 souls, the males outnumbering the females by 27,193. Above the age of puberty, there were 156,447 males and 142,453 females. Below that age, 95,091 males and 81,892 females. Davy, who thinks that the census is not far from the truth, remarks, "The disproportion appears to be greatest in the poorest parts of the country, where the population is thinnest, and it is most difficult to support life, and smallest where there is least want. Indeed, in some of the fishing villages, where there is abundance of food, the number of females rather exceeds that of the males. May it not be a wise provision of provident nature to promote, by extreme poverty, the generation of males rather than of females?" Very remarkable is the striking coincidence of polyandry with the great poverty of the countries in which it prevails. It seems to be beyond doubt that this practice, as a rule, is due to scarcity of women. This is the view taken by most of the authorities to whom we owe our knowledge of polyandrous peoples, and this disproportion between the sexes cannot, at least in many instances, be explained as a result of female infanticide. It was formerly said that the excess of men among the Todas was owing to the fact that all the girls beyond a certain number were destroyed in the cradle. But later investigations, as we have seen, show that the excess depends upon a striking disproportion between male and female births. Dr. Seaman states that, among those Eskimo tribes who practice polyandry, and among whom men are more numerous than women, female infanticide seems to be unknown. With regard to the inhabitants of the Jaunsar district of the Himalayas, Mr. Dunlop says, "Wherever the practice of polyandry exists, there is a striking discrepance in the proportions of the sexes among young children as well as adults. Thus, in a village where I have found upwards of 400 boys, there were only 120 girls, yet the temptations to female infanticide, owing to expensive marriages and extravagant dowers which exist among the Rajputs of the plains, are not found in the hills where the marriages are comparatively inexpensive, and where the wife, instead of bringing a large dowry, is usually purchased for a considerable sum from her parents. In the Garhwal Hills, moreover, where polygamy is prevalent, there is a surplus of female children. I am inclined to give more weight to nature's adaptability to national habit than to the possibility of infanticide being the cause of the discrepance found in Jaunsar. Female infants are killed only where they are a burden to the family or community to which they belong. But it will be shown subsequently that this is by no means the case with the inhabitants of the Himalayas. Hence, it seems almost probable that, among the polyandrous peoples of these regions, as among the Todas and Sinhalese, more boys are born than girls. It has been said that Tibetan polyandry depends upon the scarcity of women in a marriageable state, and that this scarcity is due to the Lama nunneries absorbing so many of the girls. But Köppen clears the religion of Tibet of any responsibility for polyandry, showing that the practice existed in the country before the introduction of Buddhism. Mr. Baber states the very remarkable fact that polygamy obtains in valleys, while polyandry prevails in the uplands. According to Mr. Rockhill, female infanticide is not practiced in Tibet, except among the women married to Chinese. and Grosier and Duhalde expressly assert that more males than females are born there. Much stress must be laid on the fact that polyandry prevails chiefly in poor countries. Polyandry, says Lieutenant Cunningham, appears to be essential in a country in which the quantity of cultivable land is limited, and in which pastures are not extensive, in which there are but few facilities for carrying on commerce, and in which there is no mineral wealth readily made available. Il est connu, says M. Vincent, que sur la côte de Malabar la polyandrie a été établie pour obvier à la pénurie des subsistances. The Santals live in a country a great part of which is poor and sterile. Regarding the Cunawary, Miss Gordon Cumming remarks, there is a curious distinction in the social customs of the people in the upper and lower part of this valley. Below Wangtu, it is said that polygamy prevails, as elsewhere, every man buying his wives from their parents for a given number of rupees. Farther up the valley, however, where the people are very poor, and the tiny ridges of cultivation will not support large families, polyandry is common. Speaking of the Bodis of Ladakh, Sir A. Cunningham asserts that polyandry was a most politic measure for a poor country which does not produce sufficient food for its inhabitants. Mr. Bellew holds the same view with regard to polyandry in Lamru in Ladakh. The population is kept down to a proportion which the country is capable of supporting. For the only parts of it which are habitable are the narrow valleys through which its rivers flow, and the little nooks in the mountains which are watered by their torrent tributaries. According to Mr. Wilson, even one of the Moravian missionaries defended the polyandry of the Tibetans as good for the heathen of so sterile a country, since superabundant population in an unfertile country would be a great calamity and produce eternal warfare or eternal want. A similar opinion is pronounced by Copen, Turner, de Ujfalvy, and Wilson. It is commonly asserted that this coincidence of polyandry with poverty of material resources depends upon the intention of the people to check an increase of population, or upon the fact that the men are not rich enough to support or buy wives for themselves. But the accuracy of these assumptions is very doubtful. Among no polyandrous people, except the Tibetans with their nunneries, do we know of a class of unmarried women. Moreover, even if a woman is sometimes a burden to her husband in a tribe that lives by hunting, her position is very different among pastoral or agricultural people. In the Himalayas, as Mr. Fraser remarks, women are useful in the fields and in domestic labors, and fully earn their own subsistence. Again, Turner, who had many opportunities of seeing Western Tibet, asserts that polyandry there is not confined to the lower ranks alone, but is frequently found in the most opulent families, a statement with which Mr. Wilson agrees. In Ceylon, as we have seen, it prevails chiefly among the wealthier classes. And in the villages of the Kotgar district in the Himalayas, according to Dr. Stulpnagel, most of the cases of polyandry are found among well-to-do peoples. It is the poor, he says, who prefer polygamy, on account of the value of the women as household drudges. All these facts are certainly in favor of Dr. Dusing's theory, and Dr. Floss's statement as to the excess of male births in the highlands of Saxony becomes very important when we consider that polyandry chiefly occurs among mountaineers, in South Africa, as we have seen, as well as in Asia. Dr. Dusing has, moreover, inferred that incest is less common in proportion as the number of males is great. The more males, he says, the farther off they have to go from their birthplace to find mates. Incest is injurious to the species, hence incestuous unions have a tendency to produce an excess of male offspring. Thus, according to Dr. Nagel, certain plants, when self-fertilized, produce an excess of male flowers. According to Dr. Gohlert's statistical investigation, in the case of horses, the more the parent animals differ in color, the more the female foals outnumber the male. Among the Jews, many of whom marry cousins, there is a remarkable excess of male births. In country districts where, as we have seen, comparatively more boys are born than in towns, marriage more frequently takes place between kinsfolk. It is for a similar reason, says Dr. Dusing, that illegitimate unions show a tendency to produce female births. The evidence given by Dr. Dusing for the correctness of his deduction is, then, exceedingly scanty, if indeed it can be called evidence. Nevertheless, I think his main conclusion holds good. Independently of his reasoning, I had come to exactly the same result in a purely inductive way. there is some ground for believing that mixture of race produces an excess of female births. In his work on the tribes of California, Mr. Powers observes, "It is a curious fact, which has frequently come under my observation, and has been abundantly confirmed by the pioneers, that among half-breed children a decided majority are girls. Often I have seen whole families of half-breed girls, but never one composed entirely of boys, and seldom one wherein they were more numerous." When I mentioned this statement to a gentleman who had spent many years in British Columbia and other parts of North America, he replied that he himself had made exactly the same observation. Mr. Starkweather has found that, according to the United States statistical tables of the sex of mulattoes born in the southern states, there is an excess of from 12 to 15% of female mulatto children, whilst taking the whole population together, the male births show an excess of 5%. In Central America, according to Colonel Galindo, an extraordinary excess is observable in the births of white and Ladino females over those of the males, the former being in proportion to the latter as 6, or at least as 5, to 4. Among the Indians, the births of males and females are about equal. Mr. Stevens asserts that, among the Ladinos of Yucatan, the proportion is even as 2 to 1. Taken in connection with the fact mentioned by Mr. Squeer, that the whites in Central America are as 1 to 8 in comparison with the mixed population, these statements accord well with the following observation of M. Belly as regards Nicaragua. "Si qui paret erder le fate general," he says, "c'est que dans les villes où l'élément blanc domine, il s'y procrée en effet plus de fils que de garçons. Mais dans les campagnes, et partout où la race indienne l'emporte, c'est le contraire qui s'y produit, et des lors la prépondérance du sexe masculin si maintient par la prépondérance de l'élément indigène. Le même phénomène avait déjà été observé au Mexique." Concerning the proportion of the sexes at birth among the mixed races of South America, I have unfortunately no definite statements at my disposal. But Mr. J.S. Roberton informs me, from Chañaral in Chile, that in that country, with its numerous mongrels, more females are born than males. According to the list of the population of the Capitana of Sao Paulo, in the year 1815, given by V. Spix and V. Martius, a list which includes more than 200,000 persons, the proportion between women and men is, among the mulattoes, 114:65 to 100. Among the whites, 109:3 to 100. Among the blacks, 100 to 129. But this last proportion is of no consequence, as we have no account of the number of Negro slaves annually imported into the Capitana. Sir R. F. Burton found, from the census returns of 1859 for the town of São João del Rei, where there is a large intermixture of the white race with the colored women, an excess of nearly 50%. Of women as compared with men. A census of the population in the province of Rio taken in the year 1844 also shows a considerable excess of women, not only, however, among the mixed population, but among the Indian and Negro Creoles as well. And M. de Castelnau was astonished at the disproportionately large number of females in Goiás. In the northern parts of the United States, according to Cole, female children predominate in the families of the crossbreeds arising from the intercourse of Frenchmen with Indian women. This statement is very much like Graf v. Gortz's, that the families of the offspring of Dutchmen and Malay women in Java, Liplaps, consist chiefly of daughters. A census taken in the 18th century, given by Sussmilch, proves also that among these mongrels there is a great excess of women over men. From Stanley Pool in Congo, Dr. Sims writes to me, "It is the subject of general remark here that the half-caste children are generally girls. Out of 10 I can count, 2 only are boys." At the same time, he states that, among the native Bake people, no disproportion between the sexes is observable. Mr. Cousins informs me that, in the western province of Cisnatalian Kaffirland, in the Karoo district from Caledon up to Mossel Bay, there is a half-caste or mixed race called Bruin Mention, generally known as bastards, among whom more females than males are born. Dr. Felkin found that, among the foreign women imported to Uganda, the excess of females in the first births was enormous, viz. 510 females to 100 males, as compared with 102 females to 100 males in first births from pure Waganda women. whilst in subsequent pregnancies of these imported women, the ratio was 137 females to 100 males. As a matter of fact, in the families of the poorer classes of Uganda, who do all in their power to marry pure Waganda women, the sexes are as evenly balanced as in Europe, whereas this is certainly not the case among the children of chiefs and wealthy men who have large harems supplied mainly with foreign wives. I found, says Dr. Felkin, that of the women captured by the slave raiders in Central Africa and brought down to the east coast, either near Zanzibar or through the Soudan to the Red Sea, those who had been impregnated on the way usually produced female children. Hence the Soudan slave dealers, instead of having only one slave to sell, have a woman and a female child. Dr. Felkin suggests, as an explanation of this excess of female births, that the temporarily superior parent produces the opposite sex. But the facts stated seem strongly to corroborate the theory that intermixture of race is in favor of female births. Very remarkable are two statements in the Talmud that mixed marriages produce only girls. Mr. Jacobs informs me that his collection of Jewish statistics includes details of 118 mixed marriages. Of these, 28 are sterile, and in the remainder there are 145 female children and 122 male. That is, 11882 to 100 males. We must not, of course, take for granted that what applies to certain races of men holds good for all of them. But it should be observed that the cases mentioned refer to mongrels of very different kinds. It is indeed scarcely probable that anything else than the crossing can be the cause of this excess of females, as facts tend to show that unions between related individuals, or, generally, between individuals who are very like each other, produce a comparatively great number of male offspring. In all the Inandin-bred stocks of the Bates herd at Kirklivington, according to Mr. Bell, the number of bull calves was constantly very far in excess of the heifers. Of the Inandin-bred Warlaby branch of Shorthorns, Mr. Carr says that it appears to have a most destructive propensity to breed bulls. Dr. Gohlert's statement as regards horses, just referred to, is corroborated by Cramp's investigations, which included more than 2,000 different cases, all tending to prove that female foals predominate in proportion as the parent animals differ in color. We have seen that the Todas of the Nilgiri Hills are probably the most Inandin-bred people of whom anything is known, and we have also seen how, among them, the disproportion between male and female births is strikingly in favor of the males. Among the Badagas, a neighboring people, who, like the Todas, have numerous subdivisions of caste, each of which differs in some social or ceremonial custom, and all of which probably are endogamous, there is also a considerable surplus of men. Now it is very remarkable that in another tribe inhabiting the same hill ranges, the Cotters, who do not intermarry with the inhabitants of their own village, but always seek a wife from another, cottagiri, women are not so scarce as among the Todas and the Badagas. Among the endogamous Maoris, the men outnumber the women. So also among the Sinhalese, who consider marriage between the father's sister's son and the mother's brother's daughter the most proper union. Among the polyandrous Arabs mentioned by Strabo, marriage between cousins was the rule. The polyandrous mountaineer of South Africa, in almost every case, marries a daughter of his father's brother. And with the Jews, among whom cousin marriages occur perhaps 3 times as often as among the surrounding populations, the proportion of births is probably more in favor of the males than among the non-Jewish population of Europe. All these facts, taken together, seem to render it probable that the degree of differentiation in the sexual elements of the parents exercises some influence upon the sex of the offspring, so that, when the differentiation is unusually great, the births are in favor of females, when it is unusually small, in favor of males. We certainly cannot, from the numerical proportion of the sexes, especially at birth, draw any inference as to the form of marriage characteristic of the species. Among birds living in a state of nature, polyandry is almost unheard of, though, according to Dr. Brame, the males are generally more numerous than the females. As for man, there are several non-polyandrous peoples among whom the men are considerably in excess of the women, whilst among other peoples polygyny is forbidden, though the women are in excess of the men. Nevertheless, the form of marriage depends to a great extent upon the proportion between the male and female population. Polyandry, as already said, is due chiefly to a surplus of men, though it prevails only where the circumstances are otherwise in favor of it. And as regards polygyny, I cannot agree with M. Chervin that it is quite independent of the proportion between the sexes. It has been observed that, in India, polyandry occurs in those parts of the country where the males outnumber the females, polygyny in those where the reverse is the case. Indeed, in countries unaffected by European civilization, polygyny seems to prevail wherever women form the majority. Thus, the causes which determine the proportion of the sexes exercise some influence also upon the form of marriage. Among the Eskimo, for instance, who, according to Armstrong, take more than one wife when the women are sufficiently numerous, polygyny results chiefly from the dangerous life the men have to lead in order to gain their subsistence. Among the Indians of North America, it is, to a large extent, due to the wars which destroy many of the male population. In certain countries, it seems to be furthered by physiological conditions leading to an excess of female births. As for polyandry, we have some reason to believe that it is due, on the one hand, to poor conditions of life, on the other to close intermarrying. As a matter of fact, the chief polyandrous peoples either live in sterile mountain regions or are endogamous in a very high degree. There are several reasons why a man may desire to possess more than one wife. First, monogamy requires from him periodical continence. He has to live apart from his wife, not only for a certain time every month, but among many peoples during her pregnancy also. Among the Shawanese, for instance, as soon as a wife is announced to be in a state of pregnancy, the matrimonial rites are suspended and continency preserved with a religious and mystical scrupulosity. This suspension of matrimonial rites is usually continued till a considerable time after childbirth. Among the northern Indians, a mother has to remain in a small tent placed at a little distance from the others during a month or 5 weeks, and similar customs are found among many other peoples. Very commonly, in a state of savage and barbarous life, the husband must not cohabit with his wife till the child is weaned. And this prohibition is all the more severe, as the suckling time generally lasts for 2, 3, 4 years, or even more. In Sierra Leone, it was looked upon as a crime of the most heinous nature if a wife cohabited with her husband before the child was able to run alone. Among the Makonde in Eastern Africa, says Mr. Joseph Thompson, when a woman bears a child, she lives completely apart from her husband till the child is able to speak, as otherwise it is believed that harm, if not death, would come to the infant. In Fiji, the relatives of a woman take it as a public insult if any child should be born before the customary 3 or 4 years have elapsed. This long suckling time is due chiefly to want of soft food and animal milk. But when milk can be obtained, and even when the people have domesticated animals able to supply them with it, this kind of food is often avoided. The Chinese, who are a Tartar people and must have descended at one time from the land of grass, entirely eschew the use of milk. Professor Bastian suggests that it is on hygienic grounds, though almost instinctively, that a man abstains from cohabitation with his wife during her pregnancy, and as long as she suckles her child, but the reason seems rather to be of a religious character. Diseases are generally attributed by savages to the influence of some evil spirit. Among many peoples, the attainment of the age of puberty is marked by most superstitious ceremonies. A woman, during the time of menstruation, is looked upon with a mystic detestation. It is therefore quite in accordance with primitive ideas that the appearance of a new being should be connected in some way with supernatural agencies. Among the Ashantis, according to Mr. Reed, when conception becomes apparent, the girl goes through a ceremony of abuse and is pelted down to the sea, where she is cleansed. She is then set aside, charms are bound on her wrists, spells are muttered over her, and by a wise sanitary regulation, her husband is not allowed to cohabit with her from that time until she has finished nursing her child. A woman in childbed is very commonly considered unclean. In China, a man of the upper classes does not speak to his wife within the first month after the birth of a child, and no visitor will enter the house where she lives. According to early Aryan traditions, as V. Zewith Migradsky remarks, a witch and a woman in childbed are persons so intimately connected that it is impossible to make any distinction between them. One of the chief causes of polygyny is the attraction which female youth and beauty exercise upon man. Several instances have already been mentioned of a fresh wife being taken when the first wife grows old. Indeed, when a man, soon after he has attained manhood, marries a woman of similar age, not to speak of such countries as China and Korea, where the first wife is generally a woman from 3 to 8 years older than her husband, he will still be a man in the prime of life, when the youthful beauty of his wife has passed away forever. This is especially the case among peoples at the lower stages of civilization, among whom, as a rule, women get old much sooner than in more advanced communities. Thus in California, according to Mr. Powers, women are rather handsome in their free and untoiling youth, but after 25 or 30, they break down under their heavy burdens and become ugly. Among the Mandans, the beauty of the women vanishes soon after marriage. The Kutchin women get coarse and ugly as they grow old, owing to hard labor and bad treatment. Patagonian women are said to lose their youth at a very early age, from exposure and hard work. And among the Warraus, according to Schomburg, when the woman has reached her 20th year, the flower of her life is gone. In New Zealand, Tahiti, Hawaii, and other islands of the South Sea, the beauty of women soon decays. The result, says Mr. Angas, of hard labor in some cases, and in others of early intercourse with the opposite sex, combined with their mode of living, which rapidly destroys their youthful appearance. Women of 50 in Europe, Stavronis observes, look younger and fresher than those of 30 in Batavia. At 2 and 20, Dayak beauty has already begun to fade, and the subsequent decay is rapid. Among the Manipuris and Garos, the women, pretty when young, soon become hags. And this is true also of the Aino women in Yesso, partly, it is said, because of the exposed life they lead as children, partly because of the early age at which they marry and become mothers, and partly because of the hard life they continue to lead afterwards. In Africa, female beauty fades quickly. The Egyptian women, from the age of about 14 to that of 18 or 20, are generally models of loveliness in body and limbs, but when they reach maturity, their attractions do not long survive. In Eastern Africa, according to Sir R. F. Burton, the beauty of women is less perishable than in India and Arabia, but even their charms are on the wane at 30, and when old age comes on, the women are no exceptions to the hideous decrepitude of the East. Arab girls in the Sahara preserve only till about their 16th year that youthful freshness which the women of the North still possess in the late spring of their life. And, among the Bakwaile, women have no trace of beauty after 25. Speaking of the Wolofs, Mr. Reed remarks that the girls are very pretty with their soft and glossy black skin, but when the first jet of youth is past, the skin turns to a dirty yellow and creases like old leather. Their eyes sink into the skull, and the breasts hang down like the udder of a cow or shrivel up like a bladder that has burst. Among the Damaras, Ovambo, and Kafirs, women, soon after maturity, begin to wither, as we are told, on account of hard labor. And the Bushman women, it is said, soon become sterile from the same cause. Among the Fula, it is rare for a woman older than 20 to become a mother, and in Unyaro Emin Pasha never saw a woman above 25 with babies. Early intercourse with the opposite sex is adduced by several writers as the cause of the short prime of savage women. But I am disposed to think that physical exertion has a much greater influence. Even from a physiological point of view, hard labor seems to shorten female youth. Statistics show that, among the poorer women of Berlin, menstruation ceases at a rather earlier age than among the well-off classes. It has been suggested that in hot countries women lose their beauty much sooner than in colder regions, whereas men are not affected in the same way by climate. But so far as I know, we are still in want of exact information on this point. A further cause of polygyny is man's taste for variety. Marola da Sorrento asserts that the Negroes of Angola, who used to exchange their wives with each other for a certain time, excused themselves, when reproved, on the ground that they were not able to eat always of the same dish. And in Egypt, according to Mr. Lane, fickle passion is the most evident and common motive both to polygamy and repeated divorces. Motives due to man's passions are not, however, the only causes of polygyny. We must also take into account his desire for offspring, wealth, and authority. The barrenness of a wife is a very common reason for the choice of another partner. Among the Greenlanders, for instance, who considered it a great disgrace for a man to have no children, particularly no sons, a husband generally took a second wife, if the first one could not satisfy his desire for offspring. Among the Bodhis of Ladakh, says Lieutenant Cunningham, should a wife prove barren, a second can be chosen, or should she have daughters only, a second can be chosen similarly. In the Mutsa tribe of Indochina, polygyny is allowed only if the wife is sterile, and among the Patua or Huanga, the Eskimo at Prince Regent's Bay, and several other peoples, already referred to, a man scarcely ever takes a second wife if the first wife gives him children. Among the Tusky, if a man's wife bears only girls, he takes another until he obtains a boy, but no more. In China and Tonquin, and among the Munda Khals of Chota Nagpur, it sometimes happens that the barren wife herself advises her husband to take a fresh partner, as Rachel gave Jacob Bilhah. The polygyny of the ancient Hindus seems to have been due chiefly to the fact that men dreaded the idea of dying childless, and M. Laplace observes that even now in the East the desire for offspring is one of the principal causes of polygyny. Dr. Gray makes the same remark as to the Chinese, Herr Andre as to the Jews. In Egypt, says Mr. Lane, a man having a wife who has the misfortune to be barren and being too much attached to her to divorce her is sometimes induced to take a second wife, merely in the hope of obtaining offspring. The more wives, the more children, and the more children, the greater power. Man in a savage and barbarous state is proud of a large progeny, and he who has most kinsfolk is most honored and feared. Regarding certain Indians of North America, among whom the dignity of chief was elective, Harriet remarks that the choice usually fell upon him who had the most numerous offspring, and who was therefore considered as the person most deeply interested in the welfare of the tribe. Among the Chippewas, says Mr. Keating, the pride and honor of parents depend upon the extent of their family. Speaking of African polygyny, Sir R. F. Burton observes that the culture of the marriage tie is necessary among savages and barbarians, where, unlike Europe, a man's relations and connections are his only friends, besides which, a multitude of wives ministers to his pride and influence, state and pleasure. Bosman tells us of a viceroy tributary to the Negro king of Feta, who, assisted only by his sons and grandsons with their slaves, repulsed a powerful enemy who came against him. This viceroy, with his sons and grandsons, could make out the number of 2,000 descendants, not reckoning daughters or any that were dead. Moreover, in a state of nature, next to a man's wives, the real servant, the only one to be counted upon, is the child. A husband's desire for children often leads to polygyny in countries where the fecundity of women is at a low rate. More than 100 years ago, Dr. Hewitt observed that women are naturally less prolific among rude than among polished nations. This assertion, though not true universally, is probably true in the main. It is a very rare occurrence for an Indian woman, says Mr. Catlin, to be blessed with more than 4 or 5 children during her life, and, generally speaking, they seem contented with 2 or 3. This statement is confirmed by the evidence of several other authorities, and it holds good not only for the North American Indians, but, upon the whole, for a great many uncivilized peoples. Some writers ascribe this slight degree of prolificness to hard labor, or to unfavorable conditions of life in general. That it is partly due to the long period of suckling is highly probable, not only because a woman less easily becomes pregnant during the time of lactation, but also on account of the continents in which she often has to live during that period. The mortality of children is very great among savages, and this, cooperating with other causes to keep the family small, makes polygyny seem to many peoples absolutely necessary. Speaking of the equatorial Africans, Mr. Reed says, propagation is a perfect struggle. Polygamy becomes a law of nature. And even with the aid of this institution, so favorable to reproduction, there are fewer children than wives. A man's fortune is increased by a multitude of wives not only through their children, but through their labor. An Eastern Central African, says Mr. MacDonald, finds no difficulty in supporting even hundreds of wives. The more wives he has, the richer he is. It is his wives that maintain him. They do all his plowing, milling, cooking, and see they may be viewed as superior servants who combine all the capacities of male servants and female servants in Britain, who do all his work and ask no wages. Manual labor among savages is undertaken chiefly by women, and, as there are no day laborers or persons who will work for hire, it becomes necessary for anyone who requires many servants to have many wives. Mr. Wood remarks that, when an Indian can purchase 4 or 5 wives, their labor in the field is worth even more to the household than his exertions in hunting. The object of the Cutchin, says Mr. Kirby, is to have a greater number of poor creatures whom he can use as beasts of burden for hauling his wood, carrying his meat, and performing the drudgery of his camp. A Modoc defends his having several wives on the plea that he requires one to keep house, another to hunt, another to dig roots. In the Solomon Islands in New Guinea, at the Gold Coast, and in other places where the women cultivate the ground, a plurality of wives implies a rich supply of food. Whilst, among the Tartars, according to Marco Polo, wives were of use to their husbands as traders. A multitude of wives increases a man's authority, not only because it increases his fortune and the number of his children, or because it makes him able to be liberal and keep open doors for foreigners and guests, but also because it presupposes a certain superiority in personal capabilities, wealth, or rank. Statements such as, "A man's greatness is ever proportionate to the number of his wives," or "Polygamy is held to be the test of his wealth and consequence," are very frequently met with in books of travels. Thus the Apache, who can support or keep, or attract by his power to keep, the greatest number of women, is the man who is deemed entitled to the greatest amount of honor and respect. However desirable polygyny may be from man's point of view, it is, as we have seen, altogether prohibited among many peoples, and, in countries where it is an established institution, it is practiced, as a rule to which there are few exceptions, only by a comparatively small class. The proportion between the sexes partly accounts for this, but there are other causes of no less importance. In ethnographical descriptions, it is very often stated that a man takes as many wives as he is able to maintain. Where the amount of female labor is limited, where life is supported by hunting, where agriculture is unknown, and no accumulated property worth mentioning exists, it may be extremely difficult for a man to keep a plurality of wives. Among the Patagonians, for instance, it is chiefly those who possess some property who take more than one wife. Regarding the Tusky, Mr. Hooper states that each man has as many wives as he can afford to keep, the question of food being the greatest consideration. In Unalaska, according to V. Langsdorff, a man who had many wives, if his means decreased, sent first one, then another back to their parents. Again, where female labor is of considerable value, the necessity of paying the purchase sum for a wife very often makes the poorer people content with monogamy. Thus among the Zulus, Mr. Isles writes, many men have but one wife because cattle have to be paid for women. Among the Gonds and Korkus, according to Mr. Forsyth, polygamy is not forbidden, but, women being costly chattels, it is rarely practiced. Among the Bechuanas, says Anderson, there is no limit, but his means of purchase, to the number of wives a man may possess. And the same is observed with reference to a great many other peoples, especially in Africa, where the woman trade is at its height. Polygyny is, moreover, checked to some extent by the man's obligation to serve for his wife for a certain number of years, and even more by his having to settle down with his father-in-law for the whole of his life. So far as the woman is allowed to choose, she prefers, other things being equal, the man who is best able to support her, or the man of the greatest wealth or highest position. Naturally, therefore, wherever polygyny prevails, it is the principal men, whether they owe their position to birth, skill, or acquired wealth, who have the largest number of wives, or it may be that they alone have more than one wife. Speaking of the Ainos of Yesso, Commander H.C. St. John says that a successful or expert hunter or fisher sometimes keeps 2 wives, and if a woman finds her husband an unsuccessful Nimrod, she abandons him. Among the Aleuts, the number of wives was not limited, except that the best hunters had the greatest number. Among the Cutchin, polygamy is practiced generally in proportion to the rank and wealth of the man. And, among the Brazilian Aborigines and the Araucanians, polygyny occurs only or chiefly among rich men and chiefs. Touching the equatorial Africans, Mr. Reed remarks, the bushman can generally afford but one wife, who must find him his daily bread. But the rich man can indulge in the institutions of polygamy and domestic slavery. In Dahomey, as we are told, the king has thousands of wives, the nobles hundreds, others tens, while the soldier is unable to support one. In the New Hebrides, polygyny prevails especially among the chiefs. In Nayabui of New Guinea, the headmen only have more than 2 or 3 wives, and in South Australia, the old men secure the greatest number. Thus polygyny has come to be associated with greatness, and is therefore, as Mr. Spencer remarks, thought praiseworthy, while monogamy, as associated with poverty, is thought mean. Indeed, plurality of wives has everywhere tended to become a more or less definite class distinction, the luxury being permitted, among some peoples, only to chiefs or nobles. One of the most important of the influences which determine the form of marriage is the position of women, or rather the respect in which they are held by men. For polygyny implies a violation of woman's feelings. Several statements tend to show that jealousy and rivalry do not always disturb the peace in polygynous families. It sometimes happens that the first wife herself brings her husband a fresh wife, or a concubine, or advises him to take one when she becomes old herself, or if she proves barren, or has a suckling child, or for some other reason. In equatorial Africa, according to Mr. Reed, the women are the stoutest supporters of polygyny. If a man marries, he says, and his wife thinks that he can afford another spouse, she pesters him to marry again and calls him a stingy fellow if he declines to do so. Speaking of the Makalalo women, Livingstone observes, on hearing that a man in England could marry but one wife, several ladies exclaimed that they would not like to live in such a country. They could not imagine how English ladies could relish our custom, for in their way of thinking, every man of respectability should have a number of wives, as a proof of his wealth. Similar ideas prevail all down the Zambesi. Among the Californian Modoc also, according to the Hun. A.B. Meacham, the women are opposed to any change in the polygynous habits of the men, but such statements may easily be misinterpreted. Often the wives live peacefully together only in consequence of the strict discipline of the husband. They put up with polygyny, thanks to long custom. They even approve of it where it procures them advantages. The consideration of the whole family, and especially of the first wife, is increased by every new marriage the husband concludes. Where the wife is her husband's slave, polygyny implies a greater division of labor. This is the reason why, among the Apache, the women do not object to it, why, among the Bagobos of the Philippines, they rejoice at the arrival of a new wife, why, in the Mohammedan East, they themselves encourage the husband to marry more wives. Among the Arabs of Upper Egypt, says Baker, one of the conditions of accepting a suitor is that a female slave is to be provided for the special use of the wife, although the slaves of the establishment occupy, at the same time, the position of concubines. Von Weber tells us of a Kafir woman who, on account of her heavy labor, passionately urged her husband to take another wife. Nevertheless, polygyny is an offense against the feelings of women, not only among highly civilized peoples, but even among the rudest savages. For jealousy is not exclusively a masculine passion, although it is generally more powerful in men than in women. The Greenlanders have a saying that whales, musk oxen, and reindeer deserted the country because the women were jealous at the conduct of their husbands. Regarding the northern Indians, Hearn says, the men are in general very jealous of their wives, and I make no doubt but the same spirit reigns among the women, but they are kept so much in awe of their husbands that the liberty of thinking is the greatest privilege they enjoy. Franklin tells us of an Indian woman who committed suicide by hanging herself in a fit of jealousy, and another woman threw herself into the Mississippi with her child when her husband took a new wife. As regards the Dakotas, Mr. Prescott says that polygamy is the cause of a great deal of their miseries and troubles. The women, most of them, abhor the practice, but are overruled by the men. Some of the women commit suicide on this account. The natives of Guyana, according to the Reverend W. H. Brett, live in comfort, as long as the man is content with one wife, but when he takes another, the natural feelings of woman rebel at such cruel treatment, and jealousy and unhappiness have in repeated instances led to suicide. Among the Tamanacs, says V. Humboldt, the husband calls the second and third wife the companions of the first, and the first treats these companions as rivals and enemies. Ipikchat. Among the Cheruas, it often happens that a woman abandons her husband if he has a plurality of wives, as soon as she is able to find another man who will take her as his only wife. And, when a Fuegian has as many as 4 women, his hut is every day transformed into a field of battle. and many a young and pretty wife must even atone with her life for the precedence given her by the common husband. In the islands of the Pacific similar scenes occur. The missionary Williams's wife once asked a Fiji woman who was minus her nose, "How is it that so many of your women are without a nose?" "It is due to a plurality of wives," was the answer. "Jealousy causes hatred, and then the stronger tries to cut or bite off the nose of the one she hates." In Tukopia, many a wife who believed another woman to be preferred by the husband committed suicide. Among the Australian Aborigines, the old wives are extremely jealous of their younger rivals, so that a new woman would always be beaten by the other wife, and a good deal would depend on the fighting powers of the former whether she kept her position or not. Among the Narranieri, according to the Reverend A. Mayer, the several wives of one man very seldom agree well with each other. They are continually quarreling, each endeavoring to be the favorite. The black women, says Herr Lumholtz, are also capable of being jealous. Among the Sea Dyaks, according to Sir Spencer St. John, the wife is much more jealous of her husband than he is of her. In China, many women dislike the idea of getting married, as they fear that should their husbands become polygynists, there would remain for them a life of unhappiness. Hence, some become Buddhist or Taoist nuns, and others prefer death by suicide to marriage. Mr. Balfour asserts that, among the Mohammedans and ruling Hindu races who permit and practice polygyny, it causes much intriguing and disquiet in homes. According to Mr. Todd, it is the fertile source of evil, moral as well as physical, in the East. The same view is taken by Piskan and Descarac de Locher with regard to the polygyny of the Mohammedans. In Persia, says Dr. Pollack, a married woman cannot feel a greater pain than if her husband takes a fresh wife, whom he prefers to her. Then she is quite disconsolate. In Egypt, quarrels between the various women belonging to the same man are very frequent, and often the wife will not even allow her female slave or slaves to appear unveiled in the presence of her husband. In the description, in the Book of Proverbs, of domestic happiness, it is assumed that the husband has only one wife, and, in the latter part of the Rig Veda, there are hymns in which wives curse their fellow wives. The Abyssinian women are described as very jealous, and in the polygynous families of the Eastern Africans, Zulus, Basutos, and Si, quarrels frequently arise. The Hova word for polygyny is derived from the root raphi, which means an adversary. So invariably, says the Reverend J. Sibry, has the taking of more wives than one shown itself to be a fruitful cause of enmity and strife in a household, that this word, which means the making an adversary, is the term always applied to it. The different wives are always trying to get an advantage over each other, and to wheedle their husband out of his property. Constant quarrels and jealousy are the result, and polygamy becomes inevitably the causing of strife, the making an adversary. Statements of this kind cannot but shake our confidence in the optimistic assertions of Dr. Laban and other defenders of polygyny. In order to prevent quarrels and fights between the wives, the husband frequently gives each of them a separate house. It is probably in part for the same reason that, among several peoples, wives are usually chosen from one family. In general, says Domnech, when an Indian wishes to have many wives, he chooses before all others, if he can, sisters, because he thinks he can thus secure more domestic peace. This is true of many of the North American Aborigines. A man who marries the eldest daughter of a family secures, in many cases, the right to marry all her sisters as soon as they are old enough to become his wives. The same practice is said to prevail in Madagascar, and, combined with polyandry, among certain peoples of India. But it is obvious that the evils of polygyny are not removed by such arrangements. Where women have succeeded in obtaining some power over their husbands, or where the altruistic feelings of men have become refined enough to lead them to respect the feelings of those weaker than themselves, monogamy is generally considered the only proper form of marriage. Among monogamous savage or barbarous races, the position of women is comparatively good, and the one phenomenon must be regarded as partly the cause, partly the effect of the other. The purely monogamous Iroquois, to quote Schoolcraft, are the only tribes in America, North and South, so far as we have any accounts, who gave to woman a conservative power in their political deliberations. The Iroquois matrons had their representative in the public councils, and they exercised a negative, or what we call a veto power, in the important question of the declaration of war. They had the right also to interpose in bringing about a peace. Moreover, they had considerable privileges in the family. Among the Nicaraguans, a people almost wholly monogamous, the husbands are said to have been so much under the control of their wives that they were obliged to do the housework, while the women attended to the trading. Among the Zapotecs and other nations inhabiting the Isthmus of Tehuantepec, who do not permit polygyny, gentleness, affection, and frugality characterize the marital relations. In New Hanover and among the Dyaks, the wife seems to have a kind of authority, and among the Minnehassers, according to Dr. Hickson, the woman is, and probably has been for many generations, on a footing of equality with her husband. Mr. Mann states that, in the Andaman Islands, the consideration and respect with which women are treated might, with advantage, be emulated by certain classes in our own land. The Padam wives are treated by their husbands with a regard that seems singular in so rude a race. But I have seen, says Colonel Dalton, other races as rude who in this respect are an example to more civilized people. It is because with these rude people the inclination of the persons most interested in the marriage is consulted, and polygamy is not practiced. The Mundakals of Chota Nagpur call a wife the mistress of the house, and she takes up a position similar to that of a married woman in Europe. The Santal women, who enjoy the advantage of reigning alone in the husband's wigwam, according to Mr. E.G. Mann, hold a much higher status in the family circle than their less fortunate sisters in most Eastern countries. The Cans, Bodo, and Damals treat their wives and daughters with confidence and kindness, and consult them in all domestic concerns. Among the monogamous Moors of the Western Soudan, the women exercise a considerable influence on the men, who take the greatest pains to pay them homage. The Tuareg wives' authority is so great that, although Islam permits polygyny, the men are forced to live in monogamy. Among the monogamous Teta, the women hold a very high position in the family. As for European monogamy, there can be no doubt that it owes its origin chiefly to the consideration of men for the feelings of women. The form of marriage is, further, influenced by the quality of the passions which unites the sexes. When love depends entirely on external attractions, it is necessarily fickle. But when it implies sympathy arising from mental qualities, there is a tie between husband and wife which lasts long after youth and beauty are gone. It remains for us to note the true monogamous instinct, the absorbing passion for one, as a powerful obstacle to polygyny. The sociable interest, Professor Bain remarks, is by its nature diffused. Even the maternal feeling admits of plurality of objects. Revenge does not desire to have but one victim. The love of domination needs many subjects, but the greatest intensity of love limits the regards to one. The beloved person acquires, in the imagination of the lover, an immeasurable superiority over all others. The beginnings of a special affection, the same psychologist says, turn upon a small difference of liking, but such differences are easily exaggerated, the feeling and the estimate acting and reacting, till the distinction becomes altogether transcendent. This absorbing passion for one is not confined to the members of civilized societies. It is found also among savage peoples and even among some of the lower animals. Hermann Muller, Brame, and other good observers have proved that it is experienced by birds, and Mr. Darwin found it among certain domesticated mammals. The lovebird rarely survives the death of its companion, even when supplied with a fresh and suitable mate. M. Huzo states on the authority of Frédéric Cuvier, Lorsque Ellen des Wistides, Harpel Jacques, du jardin des plantes de Paris vint, à mourir à l'époux survivant fut inconsolable. Il chercha longtemps le cadavre de sa compagne. Et quand à la fin il fut convaincu de la triste réalité, il s'y mit les mains sur les yeux, et resta sans bouger et sans prendre de nourriture, jusqu'à ce qu'il out lui-même succombe. Among the Indians of western Washington and northwestern Oregon, says Dr. Gibbs, a strong sensual attachment undoubtedly often exists, which leads to marriage, as instances are not rare of young women destroying themselves on the death of a lover. The like is said of other Indian tribes, in which suicide from unsuccessful love has sometimes occurred even among men. Colonel Dalton represents the Paharia lads and lasses as forming very romantic attachments. If separated only for an hour, he says, they are miserable. Davis tells us of a Negro who, after vain attempts to redeem his sweetheart from slavery, became a slave himself rather than be separated from her. In Tahiti, Unsuccessful suitors have been known to commit suicide, and even the rude Australian girl sings in a strain of romantic affliction. I never shall see my darling again. As a man, under certain circumstances, desires many wives, so a woman may have several reasons for desiring a plurality of husbands. But the jealousy of man does not readily suffer any rivals, and, as he is the stronger, his will is decisive. Hence, where polyandry occurs, it is only exceptionally a result of the woman's wishes. Various causes have been adduced for this revolting practice. The difficulty of raising the sum for a wife and the expense of maintaining women may perhaps in part account for it. Regarding polyandry in Cunawar, the Reverend W. Rebsch says that the cause assigned is not poverty, but a desire to keep the common patrimony from being distributed among a number of brothers. Some writers believe that polyandry subserves the useful end of preventing the woman from being exposed to danger and difficulty when she is left alone in her remote home during the prolonged absences of her lord. According to the Sinhalese, the practice originated in the so-called feudal times, when the enforced attendance of the people on the king and the higher chiefs would have led to the ruin of the rice lands, had not some interested party been left to look after the tillage. But Sir Emerson Tennant remarks that polyandry is much more ancient than the system thus indicated. It is shown to have existed at a period long antecedent to feudalism. To whatever other causes the practice may be attributed, the chief immediate cause is, no doubt, a numerical disproportion between the sexes. Chapter 22. The Forms of Human Marriage. Concluded. As to the history of the forms of human marriage, two inferences regarding monogamy and polygyny may be made with absolute certainty. Monogamy, always the predominant form of marriage, has been more prevalent at the lowest stages of civilization than at somewhat higher stages. Whilst, at a still higher stage, polygyny has again, to a great extent, yielded to monogamy. As already said, wars, often greatly disturbing the proportion of the sexes among peoples with a highly developed tribal organization, exercise a much smaller influence in that respect in societies of a ruder type. As in such societies all men are nearly equal, and to quote Mr. Wallace, each man scrupulously respects the rights of his fellow, and any infraction of those rights rarely or never takes place. No great scope is left for polygynous habits. Plurality of wives has comparatively few attractions for the men of rude communities, where life is supported chiefly by hunting, and female labor is of slight value. In societies of a higher kind, the case is different. True, in such societies a man has to buy his wife, and women are often costly chattels, but this obstacle to polygyny is more than counterbalanced by the accumulation of wealth and the distinction of classes. Nothing, indeed, is more favorable to polygyny than social differentiation. In its highest and regulated form, Mr. Morgan justly observes, it presupposes a considerable advance of society, together with the development of superior and inferior classes and of some kinds of wealth. Speaking of the Iroquois, Colden long ago remarked that, in any nation where all are on a par as to riches and power, plurality of wives cannot well be introduced. According to Waits, the reason why polygyny is very rare among the Hottentots is that they do not know of any disparity in rank and wealth. The Rockvedas have no class distinction, and though each party among them has a headman, the most energetic senior of the tribe, he exercises scarcely any authority. Almost the same may be said of most of the monogamous savage peoples whom we have mentioned. Thus, among the Patams, all except slaves are equal in rank, and of the Kukis it is said that all eat and drink together, and that one man is as good as another. This is true of the Chittagong Hill tribes in general, who enjoy a perfect social equality, their nomadic life precluding any great accumulation of wealth. Among the Hill Dyaks, as Mr. Spencer observes, chiefs are unable to enforce genuine subordination. The headman of each Bodo and Damal village has but nominal authority, and the governor of a Pueblo town is annually elected. In Tana, where the authority of a chief does not seem to extend a gunshot beyond his own dwelling, few chiefs have more than 3 wives, and most of them have only 1 or 2. On the other hand, throughout Africa, polygyny and great class distinctions occur simultaneously. We may therefore safely conclude that polygyny became more prevalent in proportion as differentiation increased with the progress of civilization. It is a notable fact that the higher savages and barbarians indulge in this practice to a greater extent than the very lowest races. These, with few exceptions, are either strictly monogamous or but little addicted to polygyny. The lowest forest tribes in Brazil and the interior of Borneo are monogamous. Among the Vedas and Andamanese, monogamy is as rigidly insisted upon as anywhere in Europe. According to Captain Lewin, the monogamous Tauntha are unamenable to the lures of civilization, and he thinks it will be found difficult, if not impossible, to wean them from their savage life. The Emrus are despised as wild men by the polygynous Kayuntha, and the Californians, who, according to Mr. Powers, were far less addicted to polygyny than the Atlantic Indians, are a humble and a lowly race, one of the lowest on Earth. Certain peoples who were originally monogamous are known to have adopted polygyny under the influence of a higher civilization. Thus, according to Professor Vanbury, there is not a single indication that polygyny was an institution of the primitive Turco-Tartars, and even now it is almost unknown among the nomadic peoples of that race. Dr. Mason and Mr. Smeaton state that, among the Karens, it is occasionally practiced only by those who are brought much in contact with the Burmese. Among the Hindus, according to Mr. Dutt, polygyny seems to have grown in the latter part of the Vedic age, as there are scarcely any allusions to it in the earlier hymns. Goggett observes that fables which can be traced back to the earliest times give us no instance of any man's having more than one lawful wife. Although the majority of the heroes in the writings of Kalidasa are described as polygynists, the principal divinities whom the Hindus acknowledge are represented as married to but one legitimate wife. The higher position so generally granted to the first married wife in polygynous families seems to indicate in most cases a transition from monogamous to polygynous habits, and not vice versa, as has often been suggested. Monogamy is the more likely to have prevailed almost exclusively among our earliest human ancestors, since it does so among the man-like apes. Mr. Darwin certainly mentions the gorilla as a polygamist, but the majority of statements we have regarding this animal are to the opposite effect. Relying on the most trustworthy authorities, Professor Hartman says, the gorilla lives in a society consisting of male and female and their young of varying ages. We may thus take for granted that civilization up to a certain point is favorable to polygyny, but it is equally certain that in its higher forms it leads to monogamy. One of the chief advantages of civilization is the decrease of wars. The death rate of men has consequently become less, and the considerable disproportion between the sexes which, among many warlike peoples, makes polygyny almost a law of nature, no longer exists among the most advanced nations. No superstitious belief keeps the civilized man apart from his wife during her pregnancy and whilst she suckles her child, and the suckling time has become much shorter since the introduction of domesticated animals and the use of milk. To a cultivated mind, youth and beauty are by no means the only attractions of a woman, and civilization has made female beauty more durable. The desire for offspring, as we have seen, has become less intense. A large family, instead of being a help in the struggle for existence, is often considered an insufferable burden. A man's kinsfolk are not now his only friends, and his wealth and power do not depend upon the number of his wives and children. A wife has ceased to be a mere laborer, and for manual labor we have to a great extent substituted the work of domesticated animals and the use of implements and machines. Polygyny has thus, in many ways, become less desirable for the civilized man than it was for his barbarian and savage ancestors, and other causes have cooperated to produce the same result. When the feelings of women are held in due respect, monogamy will necessarily be the only recognized form of marriage. In no way does the progress of mankind show itself more clearly than in the increased acknowledgement of women's rights, and the causes which, at lower stages of development, may make polygyny desired by women themselves, do not exist in highly civilized societies. The refined feeling of love, depending chiefly upon mutual sympathy and upon appreciation of mental qualities, is scarcely compatible with polygynous habits, and the passion for one has gradually become more absorbing. Will monogamy be the only recognized form of marriage in the future? This question has been answered in different ways. According to Mr. Spencer, the monogamic form of the sexual relation is manifestly the ultimate form, and any changes to be anticipated must be in the direction of completion and extension of it. Dr. Laban, on the other hand, thinks that European laws will, in the future, legalize polygyny. And M. Letourneau remarks that, although we may now look upon monogamy as superior to any other form of marriage yet known, we need not consider it the ultima thule in the evolution of connubial ceremonies. But we may without hesitation assert that, if mankind advance in the same direction as hitherto, if, consequently, the causes to which monogamy in the most progressive societies owes its origin continue to operate with constantly growing force, if especially altruism increases and the feeling of love becomes more refined and more exclusively directed to one, the laws of monogamy can never be changed, but must be followed much more strictly than they are now. Mr. McLennan suggests that in early times, polyandry was the rule and monogamy and polygyny exceptions. According to his view, the only marriage law in which female kinship could have originated was polyandry of the ruder sort, in which the husbands are not kinsmen. And it is, he says, impossible not to believe that the levirate, that is, the practice of marrying a dead brother's widow, is derived from polyandry. The fallacy of the first inference, which assumes the system of kinship through females only to depend upon uncertainty as to fathers, has already been shown. The second inference will be found to be equally erroneous. The levirate is undoubtedly a widespread custom, and if it could be proved to be a survival of polyandry, we should be compelled to conclude that this form of marriage was at one time very common. Where women are regarded as property, they are, of course, inherited like other possessions. In many cases, the brother, or, in default of a brother, the nearest male relation, is expressly stated to be entitled to have the widow. And if he does not marry her, he has nevertheless the guardianship over her and may give her away or sell her to some other man. But there are several peoples who consider the levirate a duty rather than a right. Among the Linkets, for example, when a husband dies, his brother or his sister's son must marry the widow, and the neglect of this obligation has occasioned bloody feuds. The law requiring a man to take care of a sister-in-law is analogous to other duties devolving on kinsfolk, such as the vendetta. And C. Mr. McLennan lays stress on the fact that it is the deceased husband's brother who inherits his widow. How came the right of succession, he says, to open, as in the ruder cases, to the brother in preference to the son of the deceased? We repeat that the only explanation that can be given of this is that the law of succession was derived from polyandry. But among many of the peoples who have the custom of the levirate, sons either inherit nothing or are preceded by brothers in succession. Among the Santals, for instance, when the elder brother dies, the next younger inherits the widow, children, and all the property. Among a few peoples, the widow together with the other property of the dead man goes either to his brother or to his sister's son. But it is more natural, where succession runs in the female line, that the widow should be married by the brother than by the nephew, because, as a rule, she is much older than the nephew, and he, in many cases, is too young to marry and to maintain her properly. Even when a son inherits the other property of his father, it is easy to understand why he does not inherit the widow. To inherit her is, generally speaking, to marry her. But nowhere is a son allowed to marry his own mother. Hence it is natural, at least where monogamy prevails, that the right of succession in this case should belong to the brother. In polygynous families, on the other hand, it often happens that the eldest son, or all the sons, inherit the father's widows, the mother being in each case excepted. Among the Bacalai, a tribe in equatorial Africa, widows are permitted to marry the son of their deceased husband, and if there be no son, they may live with the deceased husband's brother. As regards the Negroes of Benin, Bosman states that, if the mother of the eldest son, the only heir, be alive, he allows her a proper maintenance, but his father's other widows, especially those who have not had children, the son takes home, if he likes them, and uses as his own. But if the deceased leaves no children, the brother inherits all his property. Among the Mismais, the heir obtains the wives, with the exception of his own mother, who goes to the next male relation. Concerning the Kaffirs of Natal, Mr. Shooter observes that, when a man dies, those wives who have not left the kraal remain with the eldest son. If they wish to marry again, they must go to one of their late husband's brothers. The rules of succession are thus modified according to circumstances, and they are not uniform even among the same people. It frequently happens that the brother succeeds to the chieftainship, whilst the son inherits the property of the dead man. No doubt, because the brother, being older and more experienced, is generally better fitted for command than the son. Mr. McLennan calls attention to the fact that, among certain peoples, the children begotten by the brother are accounted the children of the brother deceased. It is obvious, he says, that it could more easily be feigned that the children belonged to the brother deceased, if already, at a prior stage, the children of the brotherhood had been accounted the children of the eldest brother, i.e., if we suppose the obligation to be a relic of polyandry. But this explanation is very far-fetched. As Dr. Stark justly observes, a man may, from a juridical point of view, be the father of a child, though he is not so in fact. In New Guinea, says M. Bink, à la mort du père, c'est l'oncle frère du père qui s'y charge la tutelle, si l'enfant devient orphelin, il reconnaît son oncle comme son père. In Samoa, the brother of a deceased husband considered himself entitled to have his brother's wife, and to be regarded by the orphan children as their father. And among the Kaffirs of Natal, the children of a deceased man's widow born in marriage with his brother belong to his son. Quite in accordance with these facts, the children of a widow may be considered to belong to her former husband. Indeed, where death without posterity is looked upon as a horrible calamity, the ownership of the children is a thing of the utmost importance for the dead man. It is only when the deceased has no offspring that the Jewish, Hindu, and Malagasy laws prescribe that the brother shall raise up seed to him. Mr. McLennan has thus failed in his attempt to prove that polyandry has formed a general stage in the development of marriage institutions, and we may almost with certainty infer that it has always been exceptional. We have already pointed out the groundlessness of Mr. McLennan's suggestion that in all, or nearly all, the primitive hordes there was a want of balance between the sexes, the men being in the majority on account of female infanticide. Moreover, though polyandry is due to an excess of men, it would be a mistake to conclude that an excess of men always causes polyandry. This practice presupposes an abnormally feeble disposition to jealousy, a peculiarity of all peoples among whom polyandry occurs. The Eskimo are described as a race with extraordinarily weak passions. Among the Sinhalese, says Dr. Davy, jealousy is not very troublesome among the men, and the infidelity of a woman is generally easily forgiven. The people of Ladakh are a mild, timid, and indolent race. The Kulu husbands sont très peu jaloux. The same is said by Mr. Fraser with regard to the people of Surmore. The women are entirely at the service of such as will pay for their favors, without feeling the slightest sense of shame or crime in a practice from which they are not discouraged by early education, example, or even the dread of their lords, who only require a part of the profit. The Tibetans are represented as very little addicted to jealousy, being, as Mr. Wilson remarks, a race of a peculiarly placid and unpassionate temperament. But such a lack of jealousy, as we have seen, is a rare exception in the human race, and utterly unlikely to have been universal at any time. Polyandry seems, indeed, to presuppose a certain amount of civilization. We have no trustworthy account of its occurrence among the lowest savage races. Mr. Bridges writes that the Yagans of Tierra del Fuego consider it utterly abominable. With regard to the Vedas, Mr. Bailey states, polyandry is unknown among them. The practice is alluded to with genuine disgust. I asked a Veda once what the consequence would be if one of their women were to live with two husbands, and the unaffected vehemence with which he raised his axe, and said, "A blow would settle it," showed conclusively to my mind the natural repugnance with which they regard the national custom of their Kandyan neighbors. These neighbors are much superior to the Vedas in civilization, and the other peoples practicing polyandry have left the lowest stages of development far behind them. The Eskimo are a rather advanced race, and so are the polyandrous nations of the Asiatic continent. Speaking of the people of Surmore, Mr. Fraser observes, "It is remarkable that a people so degraded in morals, and many of whose customs are of so revolting a nature, should in other respects evince a much higher advancement in civilization than we discover among other nations, whose manners are more engaging, and whose moral character ranks infinitely higher. Their persons are better clad and more decent, their approach more polite and unembarrassed, and their address is better than that of most of the inhabitants of the remote Highlands of Scotland. And their houses, in point of construction, comfort, and internal cleanliness, are beyond comparison superior to Scottish Highland dwellings. On the arrival of the Spaniards, the polyandrous inhabitants of Lanzarote were distinguished from the other Canarians, who were strictly monogamous, by marks of greater civilization. We have seen that in polyandrous families the husbands are generally brothers, and that the eldest brother, at least in many cases, has the superiority, the younger husbands having almost the position, if the term may be used, of male concubines. It is a fair conclusion that, in such instances, polyandry was originally an expression of fraternal benevolence on the part of the eldest brother, who gave his younger brothers a share in his wife, if, on account of the scarcity of women, they would otherwise have had to live unmarried. If additional wives were afterwards acquired, they would naturally be considered the common property of all the brothers. In this way, the group marriage of the Toda type seems to have been evolved. Chapter 23. The duration of human marriage. The time during which marriage lasts varies very considerably among different species. According to Dr. Brame, most birds pair for life, while among the mammals, with the exception of man and perhaps the anthropomorphous apes, the same male and female scarcely ever live together longer than a year. In human marriage, every degree of duration is met with, from unions which, though legally recognized as marriages, do not endure long enough to deserve to be so called, to others which are dissolved only by death. There are a few remarkable instances of peoples among whom separation is said to be entirely unknown. In the Andaman Islands, according to Mr. Mann, no incompatibility of temper or other cause is allowed to dissolve the union. The same is said of certain Papuans of New Guinea, and of several tribes of the Indian archipelago who have remained in their native state and continue to follow ancient custom. The Vedas of Ceylon have a proverb that death alone separates husband and wife, and Mr. Bailey assures us that they faithfully act on this principle. As a general rule, however, human marriage is not necessarily contracted for life. The Indians of North America dissolve their unions as readily as they enter into them. The Wyandots had, it is said, marriages upon trial, which were binding for a few days only. In Greenland, husband and wife sometimes separate after living together for half a year. Among the Creeks, marriage is considered only as a temporary convenience, not binding on the parties more than 1 year. The consequence being that a large portion of the old and middle-aged men, by frequently changing, have had many different wives, and their children, scattered around the country, are unknown to them. Speaking of the Botocudos, Mr. Keene remarks that their marriages are all of a purely temporary nature, contracted without formalities of any sort, dissolved on the slightest pretext, or without any pretext, merely through love of change or caprice. In Ruck, it frequently happens that newly married husbands repudiate their wives, and in the Pellew and Kingsmill groups, and among the Aborigines of northern Queensland, divorces are of common occurrence. Tasmanian lords, says Dr. Milligan, had no difficulty and made no scruple about a succession of wives. Again, in Samoa, if the marriage had been contracted merely for the sake of the property and festivities of the occasion, the wife was not likely to be more than a few days or weeks with her husband. In several of the islands of the Indian archipelago, in the regular marriages, the parties are always betrothed to each other for a longer or shorter time, sometimes not for more than a month, and at others for a period of years. Among the Dyaks, there are few middle-aged men who have not had several wives, and instances have been known of young women of 17 or 18 who had already lived with 3 or 4 husbands. Among the Yendelines in Indochina, it is rare for any woman to arrive at middle age without having a family by 2 or more husbands. The Maldivians, as we are informed by Mr. Rossett, are so fond of change that many a man marries and divorces the same woman 3 or 4 times in the course of his life. Among the Sinhalese, according to Knox, both men and women have frequently to marry 4 or 5 times before they can settle down contented. And Father Burian says of the mantras of the interior of the Malay Peninsula that it is not uncommon to meet individuals who have married even 40 or 50 different times. Among the Munda Kals, Khajas, Tartars, and most Mohammedan peoples, divorces are very frequent. According to Dr. van der Berg, An even more fatal influence is exercised on family life in the East by this laxity of the marriage tie than by polygyny. Burckhardt knew Bedouins 45 years old who had had more than 50 wives. A Sai wife in Persia is taken in marriage for a certain legally stipulated period, which may vary from 1 hour to 99 years. In Cairo, according to Mr. Lane, there are not many persons who have not divorced one wife, if they have been married for a long time, and many men in Egypt have in the course of 2 years married as many as 20, 30, or more wives, whilst there are women, not far advanced in age, who have been wives to a dozen or more men successively. Mr. Lane has even heard of men who have been in the habit of marrying a new wife almost every month. In Morocco, Dr. Churcher writes to me, a terrible state of things springs from the ease with which divorce is obtained. A man repudiates his wife on the slightest provocation and marries again. One of the servants here, he continues, is reported to have had 19 wives already, though he is still only middle-aged. Indeed, among the Moors of the Sahara, according to Mr. Reed, it is considered low for a couple to live too long together, and the leaders of fashion are those who have been the oftenest divorced. Lobo tells us that, in Abyssinia, marriage was usually entered upon for a term of years, and among the Somals, separation is exceedingly common. Many Negro peoples marry upon trial or for a fixed time. Among the Negroes of Bondo, a man may so often send away his wife and take a new one that it is difficult to know who is the father of the children born. Regarding the ancient Persians, Professor Rawlinson observes that the easiness of divorce among the Magians was in accordance with Iranian notions on the subject of marriage, notions far less strict than those which have commonly prevailed among civilized nations. Among the Greeks, especially the Athenians, and among the Teutons, divorce often occurred. And in Rome, at the close of the Republic and the commencement of the Empire, it prevailed to a frightful extent. Among uncivilized races, as a rule, and among many advanced peoples, a man may divorce his wife whenever he likes. The Aleuts used to exchange their wives for food and clothes. In Tonga, a husband divorces his wife by simply telling her that she may go. Among the Hovas of Madagascar, until the spread of Christianity, marriage was compared to a knot so lightly tied that it could be undone with the slightest possible touch. In Yucatan, a man might divorce his wife for the merest trifle, even though he had children by her. Among the ancient Hebrews, Greeks, Romans, and Germans, dislike was considered a sufficient reason for divorce, which was regarded as merely a private act. Nevertheless, among a great many peoples, although a husband may divorce his wife, he does so only under certain exceptional conditions, marriage, as a rule, being concluded for life. The Greenlanders seldom repudiate wives who have had children. Among the Californian Winton, according to Mr. Powers, it is very uncommon for a man to expel his wife. In a moment of passion, he may strike her dead, or ignominiously slink away with another, but the idea of divorcing and sending away a wife does not occur to him. Among the Naudowesses, divorce is so rare that Carver had no opportunity of learning how it is accomplished. Speaking of several tribes on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains, Harmon remarks that separation between husband and wife is seldom permanent, the parties, after a few days' absence from one another, generally having an inclination to come together again. The Iroquois in ancient times regarded separation as discreditable to both man and woman, hence it was not frequently practiced. If an Uapay takes a new wife, the elder one is never turned away, but remains the mistress of the house. Among the Cherruas and Patagonians, marriage lasts, as a rule, during the whole of life if there are children, and concerning the Yagans, Mr. Bridges writes that there have been many instances amongst them of husband and wife living together until separated by death. The same is the case in Lifu, as I am informed by Mr. Radfield. In Tonga, according to Mariner, more than half of the number of married women were parted from their husbands only by death. Among the Maoris and the Solomon Islanders, and in New Guinea, divorce is exceptional, and, even in Tahiti, the birth of children generally prevented the dissolution of marriage. In many of the islands of the Indian archipelago, divorce may, by law or custom, be readily obtained, but Mr. Crawford says that it is very rarely sued for. The Garos, according to Colonel Dalton, will not hastily make engagements, because when they do make them, they intend to keep them. Among the Karens, Dr. Bunker writes, separations, save by death, are rare. Mr. Ngam informs me that, among the Bakongo, there are plenty of instances of husband and wife living together till death. Archdeacon Hodgson states the same regarding the Eastern Central Africans, Mr. Swan regarding the Waguha, Mr. Isles regarding the Zulus. Among the cisnatalian Kafirs, according to Mr. Cousins, marriage, in the majority of instances, is contracted for life. In the early days of Hebrew history, says Ewald, it was only in exceptional cases that husbands made an evil use of the right to divorce a wife. Among the Greeks of the Homeric age, divorce seems to have been almost unknown, though it afterwards became an everyday event in Greece. And in Rome, in the earliest times, it was probably very little used. Among many peoples, custom or law has limited the husband's power to dispose of his wife, permitting divorce only under certain conditions. Thus, among the Kukis, if a woman has a son by her husband, the marriage is indissoluble. Though, if they do not agree and have no son, the husband can cast off his wife and take another. The Red Kurens in Indochina allow divorce if there are no children, but should there be one child, the parents are not permitted to separate. In the tribes of Western Victoria, described by Mr. Dawson, a man can divorce a childless wife for serious misconduct, but in every case the charge against her must first be laid before the chiefs of his own and his wife's tribes, and their consent to her punishment obtained. If the wife has children, she cannot be divorced. Among the Santals and the Tipperas, divorce can be effected only with the consent of the husband's clansmen or a jury of village elders. Several tribes of the Indian archipelago do not allow a man to repudiate his wife, except in case of adultery, and certain Negro peoples have a similar rule, so far as the chief or first wife is concerned. Among the Hottentots, according to Colbin, a man may divorce his wife only upon showing such cause as shall be satisfactory to the men of the kraal where they live. Mr. Kazali states that, among the Basutos, sterility is the only cause of divorce which is not subject to litigation, and, according to Toda custom, the separation of married couples does not seem to be lightly tolerated. Among certain lower races, the consent of the wife appears generally to be necessary for separation. Civilized nations, more commonly than savages, consider marriage a union which must not be dissolved by the husband except for certain reasons stipulated by law. Among the Aztecs, it was looked upon as a tie binding for life, and divorce was always discouraged both by the magistrates and the community. The husband could repudiate even his concubines only for just cause and with the sanction of the courts, and the chief wife only for malevolence, dirtiness, or sterility. In Nicaragua, the sole offense for which a wife could be divorced was adultery. The Chinese code enumerates 7 just causes of divorce: barrenness, lasciviousness, inattention to parents-in-law, loquacity, thievishness, ill temper, and inveterate infirmity. And a husband, except for one of these reasons, may not put away his wife on pain of receiving 80 blows. But these pretexts for divorce are very elastic. In one of the old Chinese books we read, when a woman has any quality that is not good, it is but just and reasonable to turn her out of doors. Among the ancients, a wife was turned away if she allowed the house to be full of smoke, or if she frightened the dog with her disagreeable noise. Nevertheless, according to Mr. Medhurst, divorce is rare in China. In Japan, a man might repudiate his wife for the same reasons as in China. But Professor Rain remarks that the Japanese seldom made use of this privilege, especially if there were children, as education and custom required that, in such cases, the wife should be treated with kindness and consideration. In Arabia, Mohammed regulated the law of divorce. In the absence of serious reasons, says Ibrahim Halbai, no Mussulman can justify divorce in the eyes either of religion or the law. If he abandon his wife or put her away from simple caprice, he draws down upon himself the divine anger, for the curse of God, said the Prophet, rests on him who repudiates his wife capriciously. Practically, however, a Mohammedan may, whenever he pleases, without assigning any reason, say to his wife, "Thou art divorced," and she must return to her parents or friends. According to the laws of Manu, a wife, who drinks spirituous liquor, is of bad conduct, rebellious, diseased, mischievous, or wasteful, may at any time be superseded by another wife. A barren wife may be superseded in the 8th year, one whose children all die in the 10th, one who bears only daughters in the 11th, but one who is quarrelsome without delay. At present, in southern India, divorce is common among many of the lower castes, but it is not practiced at all among the Brahmins and Kshatriyas or among the higher classes of Sudras. In Rome under the Christian emperors, the husband's right to put away his wife was restricted by imperial constitutions, which pointed out what were considered just causes of divorce. The dogma of the indissoluble nature of marriage, early vindicated by many fathers in accordance with the injunction, "What God hath joined together, let not man put asunder," came into full force only by degrees. The Council of Trent definitely suppressed the last traces of divorce as a legal practice, a decree which has exercised a powerful influence on the legislation of Roman Catholic nations. In Spain, Portugal, and Italy, a husband can demand a judicial separation, a divorce mensa et thoro, but the marriage contract cannot be dissolved. In France, divorce was reintroduced by the law of 27 July, 1884. In all Protestant countries, divorce is allowed. In every one of them, a man may be divorced from a wife who has committed adultery, but the other legal grounds on which a divorce, in most of them, may be obtained vary in different states. According to the Prussian Landrecht, the list includes, among other causes, drunkenness and a disorderly life, insanity lasting longer than a year, and the mutual consent of the husband and wife if they have no children. In Norway and Denmark, mutual consent if the parties have been judicially separated for 3 years previously. In Austria, aversion proved to be invincible through several preceding divorces from bed and board. The French law recognizes as causes of divorce, besides adultery, excès, sévices, injures graves, as also condemnation à une peine afflictive et infamante. Marriage may be dissolved not only by the man but by the woman. In Madagascar, says Mr. Sibry, although the power of divorce is legally in the husband's hand, a wife can practically divorce herself in several cases. The like holds true for many of the lower races, whilst, among others, custom or law seems to permit a wife to separate at least under certain conditions. Among the inland Colombians, according to Mr. Bancroft, either party may dissolve the marriage at will. If a Bannock wife gets up and leaves the man, he has no claim ever after on her. Among the Navajos, when a woman marries, she becomes free and may leave her husband for sufficient cause. Regarding the Guanas, Azara states, "Le divorce est libre aux deux sexes, comme tout le reste, et les femmes y sont transportées." In the Sandwich Islands, a man and woman live together as long as they please and may, at any time, separate and make choice of other partners. In Tahiti, parts of New Guinea, and in the Marian group, the marriage tie may, it is said, be dissolved whenever either of the parties desires it. In some of the smaller islands of the Indian archipelago, a wife can sue for divorce if her husband ill-treats her, if he is unfaithful, or for other reasons. Among the Shands, should the husband take to drinking or otherwise misconducting himself, the woman has the right to turn him adrift and to retain all the goods and money of the partnership. In Burma, if one of the parties is unwilling to separate, the other is free to go, provided all property except the clothes and wear is left behind. And a wife can demand a divorce for ill treatment, or if her husband cannot properly maintain her. Among the Urulas of the Nilgiris, the option of remaining in union or of separating rests principally with the woman. According to Can custom, a wife can return to her father's house within 6 months after the marriage, on the articles which had been paid for her being restored, and if childless, she can at any time quit her husband. In no case, says Sir W. W. Hunter, can the husband forcibly reclaim her, but a wife separated on any grounds whatsoever from her husband cannot marry again. In Eastern Central Africa, divorce may be effected if the husband neglects to sew his wife's clothes, or if the partners do not please each other. And among the Garangans, according to Mr. Arnott, a wife may leave her husband at any time if she cares to do so. Passing to more advanced nations, we find that, among the ancient Mexicans, the wife as well as the husband might sue for separation. In Guatemala, she could leave him on grounds as slight as those on which he could leave her. In China, on the other hand, a woman cannot obtain legal separation, and the same was the case in Japan till the year 1873. According to the Talmudic law, the wife is authorized to demand a divorce if the husband refuses to perform his conjugal duty. If he continues to lead a disorderly life after marriage, if he proves impotent during 10 years, if he suffers from an insupportable disease, or if he leaves the country forever. According to Mohammedan legislation, divorce may, in certain cases, take place at the instance of the wife, and, if cruelly treated or neglected by her husband, she has the right of demanding a divorce by authority of justice. The ancient Hindus and Teutons allowed a wife to separate from her husband only in certain exceptional cases. According to Gallic laws, a wife could quit her husband without losing her dues. See leprosus sit ver. See habet fetidum anhelatum, et si cum e concumber non possit. Among the Saxons and Danes in England, marriage might be dissolved at the pleasure of either party, the wife, however, being obliged to return the price paid for her if she deserted the husband without his consent. At Athens, a woman could demand a divorce if she was ill-treated by her husband, in which case she had merely to announce her wish before the letter 1F040 Chiomaganu. Rosbach thinks that, in Rome, a marriage with manus could be dissolved by the husband only, a marriage without manus by the wife's father also. But Lord Mackenzie observes that, whatever effect conventio in manum may have had in ancient times, it did not, in the age of Gaius, limit the wife's freedom to seek divorce. In those Christian states of Europe where absolute divorce is permitted, the grounds on which it may be sued for are nearly the same for the man and the woman, except in England, where the husband must be accused of one or other of several offenses besides adultery. In Italy, Spain, and Portugal, a judicial separation may always be decreed on the ground of the adultery of the wife, but on the ground of the adultery of the husband, only if it has been committed under certain aggravating circumstances. The causes by which duration of human marriage is influenced are, on the whole, the same as those which determine the form of marriage. Man's appetite for youth and beauty often induces him to repudiate a wife who has grown old and ugly. According to Cook, it was much more common for a Tahitian to cast off the first wife and take a more youthful partner than to live with both. Among the Aleuts, when a wife ceases to possess attractions or value in the eyes of her proprietor, she is sent back to her friends. A Malay, in many cases, turns away his wife as soon as she becomes ugly from hard work and maternal cares. In Switzerland, marriage is much oftener dissolved through divorce when the wife is the husband's senior, than when the reverse is the case. Dr. Beringer-Ferrod observes that the Moors in the region of the Senegal, divorcent avec une facilité extrême, non seulement sous le prétexte le plus feudal, mais souvent, et même uniquement, pour le plaisir de changer. According to V. Oettingen, the statistics of divorce and remarriage in Europe prove that the taste for variety is often the chief cause of the dissolution of marriage. As the desire for offspring is a frequent cause of divorce, so the birth of children is generally the best guarantee for the continuance of the marriage tie. Speaking of some Indian tribes of North America, Schoolcraft says, "The best protection to married females arises from the ties of children, which, by bringing into play the strong natural affections of the heart, appeal at once to that principle in man's original organization which is the strongest." Where women are regarded almost as beasts of burden, it often happens that a wife who is a bad worker is divorced. The Dayak husbands coolly dismiss their helpmates when too lazy or too weak to work, and select partners better qualified to undergo the toils of life. Among the Sinhalese, according to Mr. Bailey, sickness is perhaps the most common reason why a husband repudiates his wife. The heartless desertion of a sick wife, he says, is the worst trait in the Kandian character, and the cool and unconcerned manner in which they themselves allude to it shows that it is as common as it is cruel. However desirable separation in many cases may be for the husband, there are various circumstances which tend to prevent him from recklessly repudiating his wife. In many instances, divorce implies for the man a loss of fortune. Though not, as a rule, obliged to provide the divorced wife with the full means of subsistence, he must, as already mentioned, usually give her what she brought with her into the house, and among several peoples, a certain proportion, often the half, of the common wealth. Among the Karens, if a man leaves his wife, the rule is that the house and all the property belong to her, nothing being his but what he takes with him. Among the Manipuris, according to Colonel Dalton, a wife who is put away without fault on her part takes all the personal property of the husband, except one drinking cup and the cloth round his loins. Similar rules prevail among the Gaela and in the Marian group. As to the ancient Teutons, M. Glasson observes, "Les lois barbers vouliant de lures que, sauf le cast adulter, la femme repudie out son existence assure. La mari devait lui laisser la maison et tout si quel contenait. Il était même obligé de lui abandonner l'équivalent du mondium et de payer une amende au fisc s'il repudiate sa femme sans aucun motif sérieux. The practice of purchasing wives forms a very important obstacle to frequent repudiation. If the wife proves barren, or is unfaithful, or otherwise affords sufficient cause of divorce, the husband generally receives back what he has paid for her. But if he repudiates her without satisfactory grounds, the purchase sum is usually forfeited. Cases of divorce are very frequent, says Mr. Casales, where the price of the wife is of small value. Among the basutos, where it is of considerable amount, the dissolution of marriage is attended with much difficulty. And Dr. Finch ascribes the frequency of divorce in Ponape to the fact that wife purchase does not exist there. Moreover, when he divorces his wife, a man very often loses his children at the same time. Among several peoples, they remain the property of the father. Among others, they are taken in some cases by the man, in others by the woman. In Samoa, the young children followed the mother, the more advanced the father, whilst, among the Sinhalese, boys are taken by the latter, girls by the former. But among many uncivilized peoples, all the children, if young, follow the mother, as Colden says, according to the natural course of all animals. Another factor which has much influence upon the stability of marriage is the position held by women. When some regard is paid to their feelings, a husband does not, of course, put his wife away for trivial reasons, divorce meaning for her, in many cases, misery and distress. Dr. Churcher informs me from Morocco that the divorced woman too often goes to swell the ranks of the prostitutes. And the same is the case in China and among the Arabs of the Sahara. When a man and woman unite with one another from love, there is, of course, more security that the marriage contract will be lasting. The mantras, says Father Burian, frequently marry without previously knowing one another and live together without loving. Is it, then, astonishing that they part without regret, and that divorce is frequent among them? The facility of Mohammedan divorce, as Mr. Bosworth Smith remarks, is the necessary consequence of the separation of the sexes. A man would never embark in the hazardous lottery of Eastern marriage if he had not the escape of divorce from the woman whom he has never seen, and who may be in every way uncongenial to him. A union with a first cousin, among Mohammedans, is generally lasting, because early associations may have led to an attachment at a tender age. Separation is especially rare when the uniting passion is not merely of a sensual nature, but involves mutual sympathy depending upon mental qualities. Many of the factors which influence the duration of marriage, so far as it depends upon the will of the husband, operate also in cases where marriage may be dissolved by the wife. But the woman's subordinate position and her inability to support herself makes separation more difficult for her than for the man. Moreover, if the woman claims a divorce, the purchase sum paid for her has to be returned, and she may even, in certain cases, forfeit her dowry and whatever property she brought with her at marriage. If she must lose her children also, she will naturally shrink from the idea of separation. Since the causes which influence the duration of marriage are, to so great an extent, the same as those which influence the form of marriage, so far as monogamy and polygyny are concerned, we might expect strict monogamy to be associated with stability of marriage and extensive polygyny with instability. But this is only partly the case. When monogamy is chiefly due to the man's inability to support many wives, or when he secures no economical advantage by a plurality of wives, he tries in many cases to make up for the inconveniences of monogamy by a frequent change of mate. Mr. Bykemore thinks that the reason why polygyny is not more generally practiced by the Mohammedan Malays is to be found in the facility with which divorce is obtained and a new marriage contracted. And the Arabs of Asia and the Moors of the Western Sahara, according to Burckhardt and Chavin, indemnify themselves through a succession of wives for their monogamous habits. Considering, further, that the proportion between the sexes and the monogamous instinct which man in early times probably shared with others of the higher primates, have affected the forms of human marriage, but scarcely at all its duration, we may infer that the development of the latter, at least at the lower stages of civilization, has been somewhat different from that of the former. As has already been pointed out, it is extremely probable that among primitive men, the union of the sexes lasted till after the birth of the offspring. We have also perhaps some reason to believe that the connection lasted for years. Lieutenant de Crespigny met orangutan families consisting of male, female, and 2 young ones, and V. Koppenfels saw similar groups of the gorilla. But whether the male was the father of both the young ones, it is of course impossible to decide. In any case, there is abundant evidence that marriage has, upon the whole, become more durable in proportion as the human race has risen to higher degrees of cultivation, and that a certain amount of civilization is an essential condition of the formation of lifelong unions. It is evident that, at the early stage of development at which women first became valuable as laborers, a wife was united with her husband by a new bond more lasting than youth and beauty. The tie was strengthened by the bride price and the marriage portion, and greater consideration for women, a higher development of the paternal feeling, better forethought for the children's welfare, and a more refined love passion have gradually made it stronger, until it has become, in many cases, almost indissoluble. A husband in the most advanced societies is no longer permitted to repudiate his wife whenever he likes. A wife cannot, without more ado, divorce herself from her husband. Marriage has become a contract, the keeping of which is superintended by the state, and which may be dissolved only under certain stipulated conditions. Although there can be no doubt that the psychical causes which have strengthened the marriage tie tend to become more potent, we must not conclude that divorce will in future be less frequent and more restricted by the laws than it is now in European countries. It must be remembered that the laws of divorce in Christian Europe owe their origin to an idealistic religious commandment, which, interpreted in its literal sense, gave rise to legal prescriptions far from harmonizing with the mental and social life of the mass of the people. The powerful authority of the Roman Church was necessary to enforce the dogma that marriage is indissoluble. The Reformation introduced somewhat greater liberty in this respect, and modern legislation has gone further in the same direction.